Did you find out? In the evening, the entire multifunctional hall was brightly lit. Wu Hao sat in the last row, watching Dong Yiming approaching while watching the changing numbers on the big screen in front. Dong Yiming nodded and said, "It is basically clear that there is a problem in the foundry in Jiangsu province, which caused some of our system firmware to be leaked out." "What's going on?" Wu Hao frowned. Dong Yiming shook his head. "The foundry is not very clear, but they have promised to check it out as soon as possible and give us a formal answer." "How much went out in total?" Wu Hao took a breath. Dong Yiming shook his head. "It's not quite clear yet, and the initial estimate is about 20,000 or 30,000 copies." "So much? How did they do it?" Wu Hao slightly angered. "It is understandable to leak 1 or 200 copies. After all, it is basically impossible for a large foundry to maintain complete confidentiality. But 20,000 or 30,000 copies were leaked at once, which is definitely the responsibility of the foundry." Seeing that Dong Yiming did not speak, Wu Hao then said solemnly, "Let them take the time to thoroughly investigate and give us a reasonable answer. Otherwise, we will have to re-evaluate our cooperation with them." "No. Cancel cooperation with them without a reasonable response." "Hatko, this is not good. Let's take the current situation as the most important thing," Zhang Jun on the side quickly advised. "Yes, President Wu." Fortunately, it didn't have much impact. "Let's talk about it after a while," Huang Ziwa also said. Wu Hao took a deep breath and then said, 20 or 30,000 copies should be enough for filing a case." Hearing what he said, Dong Yiming persuaded immediately, "General Manager Wu, I don't think we should report it to the police first. Once the alarm is reported, it will be known to the outside world, which will have an adverse impact on our corporate image and product sales, and they will have a stalemate with the foundry. Let's look at their attitudes before deciding what to do next. Anyway, the number of thefts is not too much, and all intelligent voice systems must be registered and activated online before they can be used normally. Without our serial number, these things cannot be registered and activated." Wu Hao certainly knew this, but it wasn't his concern. If only 2 or 30,000 copies were okay, he could lose. But the question is whether this is an occasional time, or someone was planning behind it, and chose to attack them at the stall of Double 11. If that's the case, nothing will happen. But this online shop sells these cottage products under their banner. Once they are unavailable, then these users will calculate the account on their heads, which is equivalent to letting them carry the money, thus destroying their brand image and affecting the reputation of the product. "Is the announcement published?" Wu Hao calmed down. When everyone saw this, they were relieved, and they were afraid that Wu Hao would be irrational and do something impulsive. Huang Ziwa nodded and said, "After you ordered in the morning, we published announcements on the official website's official blog and the official platforms of each platform. Our products are only available in the official flagship stores of major online shopping platforms and our official website stores, as well as offline, sold in Sumai stores. Other sources are unauthorized channels, and we will not bear any consequences if there is a problem." Wu Hao nodded, and then sighed. "The more time I feel, the more we feel the necessity and urgency of establishing a manufacturing factory. It is not our own factory, and it is not comfortable to use it. Even with our own manufacturing plant, it is not enough to face such a huge market." Zhang Jun replied, "It is certainly impossible to completely replace it, but the key core components are still assured of our own production." Wu Hao shook his head, and then directed at the people, "According to the progress of the upgrading and transformation of the Bine Intelligent Manufacturing Plant, it can be put into use as early as next fall. By then, the production lines that initially realize intelligent unmannedness will be able to meet the daily output of 100,000 units. All factories that are intelligent and unmanned can double this output or even more. If this is the case, then we will greatly reduce our dependence on various foundries, and we can even shake off our dependence on these foundries." Dong Yiming said with a smile. "This is far from enough, just as this incident also reminded us. That is, we must pay attention to the production of hardware and products, Otherwise we will be like other internet companies. Without a physical industry, the ability to resist risks will be poor. With a little wind and rain, we may have a severe cold. Wu Hao looked at the crowd. When we are busy, we will start the demonstration and site selection of the new factory. Our new three-dimensional smart manufacturing factory construction project should also be officially launched. Is it a little early? Jiang Jun worried. Suddenly spreading this way, he was worried that he would be too busy to cause confusion and problems. No sooner. This new three-dimensional intelligent manufacturing factory is mainly used to produce cutting-edge hardware products, and the uses are different. By then, the results of our hardware technology research and development laboratory can be produced through it, which can further reduce our situation of being controlled by others. Especially in the field of chips, more than 80% of the chips used in our current products come from foreign companies, which is very unreliable. The chip technology belongs to high-precision technology. Can we win with our ability? Dong Yiming worried. Wu Hao smiled slightly, and then said, intelligent speech technology has also become a high-precision technology. Have we won the same? He. Jiang Jun, Yang Fan, Zuxia Dong and others laughed. Although it is difficult to know this technology, but they do know how to get it. They are full of confidence in Wu Hao. They also don't know where this confidence comes from, but in the end it is trust, and from the bottom of their hearts, they believe that nothing can be hard for Wu Hao. Despite being affected by the turmoil in the cottage, they set a new sales record throughout the Double 11 days. The most important product is the intelligent voice assistant. They have sold nearly 6 million units in all platforms. In addition, there are nearly 1 million other accessories, with a total sales of 12 billion. The total sales of the whole day is second only to a domestic mobile phone brand, ranking second in the entire network. Although they failed to win the championship, such sales have made them very satisfied. For at least a month in the future www.mtlnovel.com they will have a headache about how to produce and send these orders. Therefore, Wu Hao and they are also regarded as typical models of the hot products in this shopping festival, which have been reported by major media, and have successfully used wave screens in mainstream foreign media. Many overseas people are lamenting the madness of the domestic Double 11 shopping festival, and they are also asking, when will this hot-selling intelligent voice assistant be available overseas and where can they buy it? Some domestic and overseas students also saw business opportunities and began to do business in purchasing. However, at present, this intelligent voice assistant only supports Chinese, and there is no English version, which makes some overseas users helpless. And some people who understand Chinese are groaning on various social media every day, showing off what great new features they have found, attracting a group of netizens to become lemons. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. An upsurge in Siberia put an entire winter on Annecy. While admiring this beautiful snow scene, people are also worried about the traffic jam caused by snow. As Double 11 went away, the company's operations gradually began to return to normal. Although there is another Double 12 shopping festival before the end of the year, compared to the size of Double 11, this is not worth mentioning at all. Theoretically, after winning such a beautiful victory, basically nothing happened at the end of the year. Just relax and welcome the new year. But Wu Hao didn't stop. After Double 11, Wu Hao started several development and expansion plans. The first is the market. Although the Double 11 shopping festival was very successful, it also exposed many of their shortcomings and deficiencies. Especially in the weak offline sales link, it has become a serious obstacle to their development. Therefore, just after Double 11, Wu Hao immediately instructed Dong Yiming to start the construction projects of offline stores and authorized agents. Offline stores, as the name suggests, are the stores directly opened by the company in various cities. It is mainly responsible for selling some of the company's products and providing corresponding after-sales services for the sold goods. Of course, these offline stores can also be used as offline promotion and experience points for products, answering questions for many consumers who want to know about their services. In the past, Wuhao has been serving the offline channels of the two consumer electronics platforms of the United States and Sumai. However, the offline channels of the two consumer electronics platforms cannot meet Wuhao's needs, and there are still many restrictions. Such restrictions are apparent in this shopping festival. It must not be constrained by people. This is a truth that all operators understand, not to mention such an important offline physical channel. So immediately Wuhao and they decided to launch their own offline official store plan after discussion. This plan was actually made long ago, but they have never implemented it. Mainly because they had limited power before and could not support such a large project. According to their initial plan, the first batch of offline stores will be opened simultaneously in 50 major cities across the country, with a total investment of more than 500 million. The cost of an offline store will be more than 10 million yuan. Of course, this is an average level. The construction cost of some cities is definitely higher than this, and some cities are less than this. The next step depends on the situation, and may expand the scale of offline stores to 150 cities, covering most major cities in China. Of course, the construction cost of such offline stores is huge, so it is impossible to cover all counties and cities in the country, and this requires authorized agents at all levels to fill it. This is also a marketing strategy that many companies are adopting, which is to invite agents in related areas to open relevant authorized stores. The more common nature is that there are many mobile phone brands, which is why you can see those blue and green mobile phone billboards in the streets. Of course, there are many levels in this agency. For example, there are large regional general agents who have obtained official certification licenses. They directly cooperate with enterprises to win the agency rights of brand products in related regions. In addition to the promotion and sales of related products, it is also responsible for the after-sales service of all products in this area. And such large regional general agents are often very competitive, especially for some popular electronic brand manufacturers. Generally, like the general agents in some economically developed regions, the agency fees they pay to enterprises start at 100 million yuan per quarter. The second type of agents is the sub-agents that walk above and below the general agent. They have limited strength, so they often represent only one area, or just a city. These sub-agents are the main force of offline sales, and the competition is also the most intense. Even in order to win the regional agency rights of a brand, these agents have applied each of the 36 methods. Not only are there all-out martial arts, but even serious tragedies can happen. The third type of agents are scattered shops. These shops are scattered around the streets and corners of cities and regions. Some of them will get an authorization on the spot, and some of them will just do it without it. However, whether it is a corporate brand or a general agent, they will not recognize such a so-called agent. No matter what happens naturally, they can't blame them. For Wuhao, they do not need to occupy every street and lane like the blue-green factory. Therefore, second and third-tier agents are basically unnecessary. The role of these authorized agents is actually to fill the gaps or vacancies of their offline stores. In other words, their offline stores are only extended to major cities, while other regions need these authorized agents to take charge. They will also open brand experience stores that agree with style and standards in accordance with Wuhao's unified requirements. In order to guarantee the quality of service, all authorized stores will get an authorization certificate. This certificate can not only be found on Haoe Technology's official website, but also entered the after-sales service system directory. The company's marketing department will conduct regular inspections and evaluations of these authorized stores. Once there are more complaints or unqualified services, their authorization certificates will be cancelled and the doors will be closed for rectification. For WuHao, online sales are still the main channel, and offline sales channels are only a supplement to the lack of online, not competition with each other. In fact, since the release of their intelligent voice assistants, agents have repeatedly come to seek relevant agency cooperation, and for some hot cities and regions, the relevant agency fees are not low. It was just that WuHao at the time focused all their attention on the online sales channel www.mtlnovel.com, and their company was weak at the time and had no time to take care of these. This made an agent very anxious, seeing that it was money but could not make money. So after this time they announced the offline direct store and brand agency plan. All kinds of agents in various regions came one after another like smelly sharks. How many people came in the end did not know, because there were still people coming. But what they already know is that the 2 business hotels near the company are full. According to incomplete statistics, this time around 300 agents of various types came to discuss related agency plans. Facing this unusually hot situation, this surprised WuHao and they had to change their strategies. The original negotiation was changed to regional agency bidding to cope with this chaotic and noisy situation. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. On the other hand, Jiang Jun is also working on the site selection of the new manufacturing plant project and the acquisition of some manufacturing plants. Regarding WuHao's new intelligent unmanned factory, many places are interested, especially the 3-dimensional factory introduced this time is not only small in area, energy saving and environmental protection, and more importantly, high production efficiency and large output. Although no job was created, the huge economic benefits and influence in related fields have made many places full of interest in introducing this intelligent unmanned 3-dimensional factory. This makes a lot of places a watch state, given the relevant favorable conditions, and sent a leader responsible for investment to personally lead the team to Anxi. On the one hand, they introduced the local situation and good policies to Jiang Jun, and on the other hand they strongly invited them to visit the local area for inspection. Some places even use some other relationships and want to find breakthroughs in all aspects. For example, the local leader of WuHao's hometown contacted him through his father's relationship, hoping that he could return to his hometown to invest and build his hometown. As everyone knows, his relationship with his father was not very good, so the father and son naturally did not talk about each other. Moreover, his father is also a business himself, and naturally knows that this kind of factory building and site selection must be done with care. How could it be affected by this relationship? Therefore, there is not much communication between the 2 parties on this topic. There is also Jiang Jun. After learning that he is the main person in charge of this project, the people who looked for him have not stopped. All kinds of relationships and various characters. If it weren't for his weight of more than 200 pounds, it would have been impossible to carry it. For Anxi, where Heol Technology is located, it is naturally impossible to watch such a big cake fly away. It's like the chickens that have been reared hard can lay golden eggs. How can it be possible for people to steal the golden eggs? Therefore, local leaders in Anxi immediately instructed that they must leave this intelligent unmanned 3-dimensional factory in this city with all their strength. As a result, a large wave of boos came, and even WuHao was invited to drink tea several times. It's just that he hasn't let loose all the time. The investment in this project is huge, and he won't be easily shaken by this. Leaders naturally know that this is just a tug of war, depending on who has the advantage in the end. The same is true in other places. On the one hand, to compete with other places. On the other hand, we must try our best to keep our own bottom line and protect our own interests from being damaged too much. Losing money and drinking is long outdated. and it is now very pragmatic everywhere. Just in the face of huge interests, it depends on who can take heart and give Wuhan their heartbeat. Of course, not only local preferential conditions, other factors are also issues that Wuhan must consider. For example, transportation capacity. This is a key issue that a production plant must first consider. After all, this is directly related to the normal operation of the plant. The second is electricity. Manufacturing factories have always been large consumers of electricity, so the demand for electricity is relatively strict. The safe and stable power supply is also one of the key factors that the factory should consider before selecting a site. In addition, there are also local security, consumption, and even weather and temperature. Not to mention the top priority policy. Sometimes a change in a related policy may directly affect the stay of a factory. For example, related environmental protection standards have forced some high-pollution enterprise factories that were once the backbone of the local economy to relocate to more relaxed areas. In fact, in Wuhan's vision, this intelligent unmanned three-dimensional factory is best built in Anxi or the area around the hand. It was just that this idea was disclosed to Zhang Jun in private, but nobody said it. The purpose is very simple, that is, to strive for more favorable conditions. The reason why it is placed near Anxi is that it is relatively close to the company, which is convenient for management. In particular, Wuhan has high expectations for this intelligent unmanned three-dimensional factory. In the future, its positioning is also mainly to produce core cutting-edge components. In addition to building the plant directly, they have also launched acquisition plans for related projects. In addition to the completion of the acquisition of the Bein factory that has been undergoing intelligent upgrades, they have also successively acquired a number of manufacturing plants in Suzhou, southern Henan, and Jiangsu. Among them, the largest acquisition is a TFT LCD production line they acquired in Suzhou. This production line originally belonged to a famous domestic TV brand. But with the rise of a large number of OLED panel manufacturers and the rise of many excellent TV brands, as well as the poor management of the TV brand itself, this once popular TV brand eventually went bankrupt. This TFT LCD production line with a monthly output of 32,000 pieces was originally a new TFT LCD panel production line built by this TV brand company. Originally helping to use this production line, they will be able to regroup and return to the forefront of domestic TV brands. But this production line has not reached its full production potential. But the TV brand company has gone bankrupt. As an important corporate asset of this TV brand company, this production line is also on the bankruptcy liquidation list. For the Bankruptcy and Liquidation Committee, their immediate priority is to dispose of this production line and convert it into funds to fill other shortfalls. Only with the rise of a large number of OLED panel manufacturers, and the wanton rampage of many young internet TV brands, coupled with the development of the internet, the traditional domestic TV industry has become increasingly disadvantaged. Problems have arisen in the company's own operations, so why bother to add new production lines? In addition, it is a TFT LCD production line, so the first auction of this production line ended in the auction. Because the deadline for liquidation is approaching, the Insolvency Committee must organize a second auction as soon as possible. If it continues to stream, then this production line is likely to be split and sold. Of course, at the second auction, the starting price was lowered, so this time it attracted many companies interested in this production line. After deciding to acquire this TFT LCD production line, www.intelnovel.com, Zhang Jun personally led a team to Suzhou to participate in this auction. After several rounds of confrontation with several other companies, they finally won the production line for 1.025 billion yuan. Although the TFT LCD production line was photographed, according to the feedback from Zhang Jun's team, the situation facing this production line is even more serious. It can be said that there is only one shell left. If I want to resume production at this factory, I'm afraid to start from scratch. However, this also meets Wuhao's needs, because they didn't plan to use it to produce any televisions after taking this production line. As for the specific production, We will wait until this production line completes the intelligent transformation. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Not only are Zhang Jun, Dong Yiming, the directors and employees of various departments of the company, but also Wu Hao, the actual controller. He not only needs to control the progress of various projects, but also personally participates in responsible for some key projects. For example, he participated in bidding for offline brand agents. It's not that Dong Yiming does not have this ability, but because the entire offline brand agency will be an important part of their entry into the offline physical sales channel, so he must participate in order to be assured. And this time the bidding project also involves a lot of interest distribution issues, which tends to breed some corruption and other issues, so it is difficult to be assured that he does not personally supervise. In addition, like the acquisition of various factories, Zhang Jun also needs to discuss with him. After all, the cheapest projects are hundreds of millions of items. Even though Zhang Jun has grown a lot, he can't take it himself in the face of such a large acquisition project and needs to discuss with him. For Wu Hao, these acquisitions are actually establishing an offline physical hardware production supply chain. So what you need, what you buy, and how you buy it all require Wu Hao to personally make decisions. He also wanted to decentralize, but now the company can truly stand on its own, and there are too few people who can reassure him. So now these things can only be carried by himself. After these promising people grow up, he can give them little by little. General Manager Wu, the car is ready. Li Wenming walked in and said to him. Wu Haoen, who was working on the documents, nodded and said, "You sit for a while, there are 2 documents left, and I'll finish processing immediately." Li Wenming nodded, then walked down to the sofa and sat down. He doesn't usually come to Wu Hao's office. He usually only appears when traveling. At other times, he likes to stay with a group of veterans in the security department for training and rest, and the company's gym has become their favorite place for them. Called Jiang Xiaolai to come in and handed the processed documents to her, and Wu Hao stood up and stretched. "Let's go." Li Wenming put away the phone, nodded at him, and quickly followed. Today, they are going to a test flight center more than 100 kilometers away from the company. Before that, the Intelligent Voice Assistance System jointly developed by the Air Force Equipment Research Institute and the Aviation Industry Corporation had been successfully developed and completed the related comprehensive ground test. Today, the system will be tested on a real flight test. As the main person in charge of this project, Wu Hao should be present to participate, and it is said that the leaders of the test flight center, the aviation industry and the Civil Aviation Administration came to watch the test flight test. And there are related follow-up cooperation projects to be negotiated. As the principal of the main partner, Wu Hao cannot be absent. The company's security department is going to expand. "How about you become a deputy minister?" Sitting in the car, Wu Hao yawned, and then said to Li Wenming, who was focusing on driving in front. As the company continues to expand, especially the acquisition of several new production plants, therefore, the relevant departments of the corresponding company also need to expand the scale, of which the security department responsible for security work is naturally also in this expansion. Li Wenming glanced at him through the rear view mirror, then shook his head gently. "I like driving." "You can drive as a deputy minister, and how good it is to buy a car by yourself. The salary is high, and it is very easy," Wu Hao said with a smile. Li Wenming did not speak, but looked at Wu Hao. "You don't want me anymore." "What's the matter? Why don't I want you?" "If I really don't want you, I'll just end up driving, so why let you be the deputy minister?" Wu Hao laughed. Li Wenming heard his words and shook his head. "I still want to stay with you. I'm used to it. I'm afraid I won't do well elsewhere. I didn't even go. How can I know if it's good?" Li Wenming shook his head and didn't speak. but focused on driving the car. Wu Hao was a bit helpless, and then waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. You don't appreciate it if you make progress. Then continue to work as a driver until you can do nothing. Hee. You have to wait for several years. Li Wenming grinned, grinning. Seeing this, Wu Hao said, have a good drive. I can afford to wait. Well. After more than an hour of driving, Wu Hao finally arrived at the test flight center. When he was led by the staff to the office building, Liu Kai was already waiting for him. Seeing this, Wu Hao rushed forward. Director Liu, I'm sorry, I'm late. Ha. Liu Kai shook his hand, then pointed at the watch hanging on the side and laughed. Well, it's not too late. 20 minutes before the 10:30. Xiao Wu, I have been listening to the good news about you during this time. Good boy. How long has it been? I have already created some famous people. Great. Liu Kai took his hand and looked pro-road. It makes you laugh, and the noise that happened during this time is a little big. Wu Hao was a little embarrassed. Indeed, because of a series of actions during this time, the topic about the company and him has not been interrupted on the internet, so it's embarrassing to hear Liu Kai say this now. Hey, don't say that. There's a lot of noise, but it's all good news. In this way, we people would like you to make more noise. Liu Kai joked at him. Wu Hao said that his face was red, and then he was embarrassed and said, Director, don't make fun of me. No, I'll be here immediately after receiving your news. Oh, go. Let's talk while walking, Liu Kai said, and then walked with him. I know you are busy this time, so everyone can understand. Rest assured. Good guy, with more than 12 billion sales in a single day, this number exceeds many technology giants. Your kid is a rich man now, and he can no longer be sneered at us like before. No way. When have I been stingy with you? Wu Hao asked with a smile. It's not stingy. When talking about cluster array control technology, who cares about that? Liu Kai nodded with a forefinger and scolded www.mtlnovel.com. This is not a change of circumstances. If I had a family like this, I would give you that technology for free. Wu Hao explained with a smile. Ha, you. Liu Kai laughed, and then asked him, what's wrong? I heard you are now entering the manufacturing industry. You have heard about it. It spreads very quickly. Wu Hao was surprised. It is said that this matter has not been reported much, and few people know it. Moreover, Liu Kai's work environment is relatively closed, and the research and development tasks are relatively heavy, and there should be no time to take care of these. Director Huang of the Civil Aviation Administration just told me. Besides, let's say that billions of dollars have been spilled. There can be no movement. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Hearing Liu Kai's words, Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. Not as exaggerated as you said. We are just adjusting and upgrading the company's current industry. You also know that without the support of the physical manufacturing industry, a technology company is like a big tree without roots, and a little wind may be blown down. As the company grows to its current size, we must consider its potential risks in advance and make corresponding preparations. This is what we often say is a precautionary and worrying consciousness. Liu Kai nodded his head and said, that's right, we can still remember the lessons of H and Z. This is a loud slap to all of our domestic researchers. It is precisely because of our backwardness in technology research and development that our companies and our country are bullied and restricted everywhere. Knowing that the other party is a hooligan, but we have to condescend and under the power of the hooligan. This is ironic, but it is also a stark reality. You can realize that this is very valuable and important, and we urgently hope that our domestic enterprises can grow into a group of enterprises that master the core technology. In this way, we can go straight and stay straight and not be bullied or blackmailed. Hearing Liu Kai's words, Wu Hao nodded slightly. In fact, In addition to the company's industrial adjustment and upgrading, as well as the related preliminary layout, WuHao, they spent so much money to set up a network of offline stores, and to build and purchase factories. They mainly wanted to digest it, that is, spend a lot of time to absorb the huge profit income funds. Money is in circulation, and it will only be devalued if it exists in the bank, so the best way is to let it enter the market again. Therefore, in addition to the construction and acquisition projects, they also set up a strategic investment department, which is used to invest in some promising industries and enterprises or projects. There are many of these projects, most of which are internet companies. Of course, there are some other scientific and technological research projects. For example, one of their ongoing investment projects is to invest in a domestic rocket R&D and manufacturing company specializing in returnable reuse, Xerogram Aerospace. Of course, this project is still in the early stages of contact and inspection. WuHao is certainly interested in space technology, but he is still cautiously optimistic about the current development of private space technology in China. The entry of a large amount of capital will certainly promote the continuous progress of private space technology, but it will also bring some other problems. For example, some people use the gimmick of research and development of aerospace technology to frantically raise money from the capital market, and then get a second kick and listen to the sound. What WuHao needs now is a more mature aerospace technology R&D team, and investment and acquisition are the best and fastest sources. The acquisition is good, but only if you find the right person and technical team. His vision is not limited to just rocket technology, satellites, spacecraft, or even deeper areas. This is his ultimate goal. So just one team is not enough. During the conversation, WuHao and Liu Kai came to the parlor, and everyone in the conversation was standing up. Xiao Wu, let me introduce you. This is the song director of our test flight center. Liu Kai pointed to a 50-year-old flat-headed, somewhat dark middle-aged man. WuHao stepped forward and shook hands quickly. Hello, Director Song. Hello, Mr. Wu. Welcome to our test flight center. The Director Song kindly held WuHao's hand. WuHao said quickly, ha, just call me Xiao Wu like Director Liu. Okay, then I'll call you Xiao Wu. Director Song cried in his words. This is Director Huang from the Civil Aviation Administration I told you earlier. He is not only observing the test flight this time, but he is also very interested in our intelligent voice assistance system. Liu Kai rushed to introduce this to him. The middle-aged man who was also in his 50s and had a round belly was introduced. Hello, Director Huang. Director Liu told me just now that you are interested in our intelligent voice assist system. I am very happy to hear that, and I am honored to provide services for our civil aviation system. WuHao took hold of this. Director Huang's fatter hand said with a smile, ha, I'm relieved to hear your words. The civil aviation system is about national security, economy and people's livelihood. It's very important. I came here with an open mind and an attitude of knowledge, and I just want to take a look at your intelligent voice research results in assistive technology, and whether this technology can be applied to the air traffic management system in our civil aviation field. The Director Huang held his hand, and then enthusiastically told him. After hearing this, WuHao roughly understood the purpose of this visit. Air traffic management refers to the use of communications, navigation technology and monitoring methods to monitor and control aircraft flight activities to ensure flight safety and orderly flight. This management system may sound simple at first, but it is actually very complicated, because the airspace of the aircraft's flight path is divided into different management airspaces, including routes, flight information management areas, approach management areas, tower management areas, waiting airspace management areas, etc., and different radar equipment is used according to different management areas. The interval is divided in the management airspace, and the horizontal and vertical intervals between aircraft form the basis of air traffic management. The air traffic management system is composed of navigation equipment, radar system, communication equipment, and Ground Control Center to monitor, identify, and guide takeoff, flight, and landing within the coverage area. Special circumstances, such as sudden thunderstorms, aircraft failures, airspace control, and busy airports, require special treatment. Our country is a country with a large population. With the development of the aviation industry, airplanes have become more and more common means of transportation for people to travel. The huge market demand www.mentalnovel.com also stimulates the continuous development of the aviation industry. With the increasing number of aircraft, the workload of managing and controlling these aircraft has become more and more difficult. Therefore, in recent years, the Civil Aviation Administration has also been exploring, hoping to find a management system that can adapt to the rapid development of the current aviation field. I don't know where they heard this time from WuHao. They are working with the military and aviation industry companies to develop related intelligent voice assistance systems, especially intelligent language service management platforms. This made the Civil Aviation Administration, which was feeling more and more pressure, see a glimmer of hope. So after inquiring about the relevant information, the director Huang directly took people over. WuHao was naturally very happy that such a rich man came to the door in person. Not only WuHao, but even Liu Kai and the leaders of the aviation industry department are very happy. After all, for them, who would discard too much money? Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. After a few moments of embarrassment, the crowd immediately proceeded to the airport. Although the office building is right next to the airport, WuHao took a 4 or 5 minute shuttle bus to the scene. The actual test flight test is not open to the public, so in addition to WuHao, there are some technicians in the test flight center. WuHao did not go to the measurement and control center with everyone, but went to the tarmac of the test flight site alone. Here, he finally met Zheng Chengwei, the deputy chief designer he had not seen just now. Seeing WuHao coming over, Zheng Chengwei, who was busy, stepped forward and shook hands with him. General Wu, here. WuHao nodded and smiled. General Manager Zheng, this time has been hard. How are you preparing now? Zheng Chengwei waved his hand and said, nothing hard. You have already put the framework together. We just had content to it. We have completed a series of prerequisite tests before, such as computer simulation, human-machine dialogue, and even we have tested on the air test flight platform. The performance of this system is excellent. The actual flight test of this aircraft is mainly to equip our intelligent voice assist system to the fighter aircraft, and then test its related functions during the flight phase of the fighter aircraft, and check the reliability of the entire system operation. Especially when the fighter is maneuvering at high speed, more data is generated instantly. How to correctly identify and read these data, and perform screening, and broadcast important data first. This is the content of our important test this time. Hearing Zheng Chengwei's introduction, WuHao nodded. This test is indeed more stringent. When the fighter is maneuvering at high speed, the speed is relatively fast, and a large amount of dynamic data will be produced in an instant. This requires the system to select useful data from these data and arrange them in order to broadcast and process important data information first. When the fighter is flying, high-speed maneuvers often occur when the fighter is in a dangerous state. For example, flying at ultra-low altitudes, rolling at high angles, or over-maneuvering with fighters and avoiding dangers. Therefore, for post-flight and fighter planes, at this juncture every minute per second is about the life and death of fighter planes and pilots. Therefore, the response speed of the system must be as fast as possible, and it must be accurate and reliable. This undoubtedly has strict requirements on the performance of the entire system. There are many factors that affect the system performance. In addition to the optimization level of the system itself, it is also related to the fighter's hardware. For example, the processor performance of the system and the performance of the sensors that accept these data. Wu Hao said. After hearing this, Zheng Chenghua said with a smile, "We have also taken into account what you said, so this time we chose the J-10C, which has the best performance among our domestic fighters, as our test flight platform. This fighter is equipped with a new domestically made integrated fire control system and a digital telex control system. It can be said that it is the second most fighter in the domestic fighters in terms of information technology. We can't fix the J-20, so we can only use this J-10C instead. In order to apply for this fighter, we spent a lot of effort. Of course, it took a lot of effort to equip our system. The various sensors and related hardware equipment installed alone reached 35 kilograms. You know that the weight on the fighter is not an arbitrary increase. It will only affect the aerodynamic shape, and it may also affect the aircraft's fuselage and flight balance, especially on this kind of light fighter, and it is still more sensitive in the cockpit. For this reason, I had to specifically ask the relevant aircraft designers for guidance before completing the relevant renovation work. Although I don't know what sensors are equipped, they actually weighed 35 kilograms. Judging from Zheng Chenghua's tone, they must have worked hard. At this time, 2 test pilots came over wearing a blue flight suit, an army green anti-load suit, and a grey helmet in their hands. After meeting Wu Hao, the 2 quickly stood up and saluted him in military salute. Seeing this, Wu Hao stepped forward and shook hands with the 2. "How about 2 flight a day?" Wu Hao asked with a smile while looking at the 2 relaxed test pilots. Fan Yunlong said with a smile, "I fly, cowl substitutes." Wu Hao nodded and said, "I don't understand your auspicious words, so I wish you all the best and flying safely." "Ha ha. Thank you, President Wu." Fan Yunlong said with a smile, "This is your biggest wish for us pilots." "Oh, originally I wanted to say that all the way downwind. I think about it later, it seems that downwind is not good for your pilots and aircraft." Wu Hao joked with a smile. "Ha ha, we have heard a lot of this sentence, and there are some leaders in it. But people are always kind, and we can't always refute it in public, tell them what the army said. Therefore, I can only comfort myself, and the tailwind is the tailwind. There is no harm except the lift, which is better than the crosswind." Fan Yunlong said to them and laughed. Although he was facing a test flight, he seemed very relaxed. After more than 10 years of test flight work, he seemed calm when facing such a task. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, for pilots, they also have their own taboos or dislikes. Crosswind, for example, is a word that every pilot has a headache, especially when taking off and landing. The most taboo thing is crosswind. So in comparison, downwind is at least better than crosswind. The headwinds that most ordinary people do not like are the favorite of pilots. Because under headwind conditions, both takeoff and landing are very advantageous. "It's almost time, let's get ready." Zheng Chenghua looked at his watch and said to a few people. Fan Yunlong nodded, and saluted again to Wu Hao and Zheng Chengwili, and then went to J-10C above the tarmac with cowl. www.untlenovel.com. Wait for a drink. Somehow, Wu Hao suddenly couldn't help but shouted. Fan Yunlong, who was walking towards the fighter, did not look back, but reached out and gave him a thumbs up. Wu Hao smiled when he saw this, and then said to Zheng Chengwei, "General Zheng, then I'll go to the measurement and control center first, and you'll be busy over here." Zheng Chengwei nodded and said, "You go first. After the flight is over, we will come over." "It is good." Wu Hao came to the measurement and control center by car and just sat down shortly after. I saw the fighter above the tarmac starting in the distance, then slowly slipped towards the runway. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. In the measurement and control center, everyone looked at the fighters parked above the runway, and focused their eyes on the large screens in front of them. These big screens display the real-time status data of the aircraft, airport radar information, and the real-time image information transmitted by several surveillance cameras installed on the aircraft cockpit by the R&D technical team, enable intelligent voice assistance. The Intelligent Voice Assist system has been activated. Please insert an identification card. The ID card has been inserted. Colonel Fan Yunlong, you are welcome to drive this fighter. Hearing this, Director Song of the Test Flight Center was a little puzzled. Why does your system need to identify pilot identity information? It is not surprising that Director Song has such doubts, because in most national air forces in the world, basically a fighter is assigned to a full-time pilot. The pilot will not be replaced unless the aircraft is damaged or the pilot is promoted, and for other reasons. The reason for this is mainly to ensure that the pilot can become familiar with his vehicle, so as to exert its maximum combat power. Zheng Chengwei, who had already arrived, nodded, and then explained, "This is a test of ours, mainly considering that each pilot's driving habits are different. In order to record these data information, the intelligent voice assistant can be more suitable. Pilot flight habits. Therefore, we will create such a pilot personal information data account, so that even when the pilot is flying other fighters and aircraft types, the intelligent voice assistance system on the fighter aircraft can match the relevant intelligent voice assistance based on the pilot's relevant information data program." This idea is good. Director Song praised it. In fact, we were collecting and sorting out relevant characteristics of the pilot when we were training a pilot. Then, based on these data and information, we are making relevant training plans, and even assigning related positions and performing related tasks. If such a personal information account can be established from the moment the pilot comes into contact with the fighter aircraft, it will help our pilots to quickly adapt to new fighter aircraft and quickly form combat effectiveness. Here is the measurement and control center. Lark 1. The monitoring shows that the intelligent voice system is operating normally, and you can proceed to the next test flight plan. I wish you all the best and return to safety. Lark 1 received, the performance of the fighter is working well, and it requested to take off. The tower reports that the current temperature is -6 degrees below zero and 7 degrees above zero. The wind is northwest, and the wind is in 3 seasons. There are a few clouds over 7 kilometers, and the airspace is clean and can take off. I saw the J-10C tail nozzle parked on the runway contracted and increased strength. The aircraft slipped and accelerated, then jumped cleanly and flew into the distance. Direction 270, speed 619, height 580. Lieutenant Colonel Fan Yunlong, the radar shows that a target was found 110 kilometers to the right of you. The speed is 742, the altitude is 8,000. And the direction is 320. Based on the altitude, speed, direction and radar characteristics, it is initially judged as a civil airliner. Avoid, continue to observe, understand. Lieutenant Colonel Fan Yunlong, just received the meteorological information transmitted by the tower. There are cumulonimbus clouds moving 60 kilometers southwest. Thunder and lightning are not ruled out in the clouds. Please be careful to avoid them. Roger that. When Fan Yunlong controlled the aircraft to perform some large maneuvers to verify the performance of the intelligent voice assistant, everyone on the ground is closely watching various data of the fighter aircraft and the internal conditions of the aircraft cabin. You see, this data needs to be optimized a little bit. Zheng Chengwei brought his glasses and several technicians to the front of the screen to discuss. And Wu Hao, they were sitting on their seats and watching tea while drinking tea. Today he is just a guest of honor, so if he can speak, don't talk. But at this moment, Liu Kai spoke to him. Xiao Wu, what do you think? Wu Hao said with a smile, it's okay, but there are still some differences from my imagination. Oh, what do you mean? Not only Liu Kai, but even the director Song and Huang, who were sitting aside, turned their heads and wanted to hear his answer. Wu Hao said with a smile, in the style of answering, I don't think this system has the characteristics of an intelligent voice assistant. The entire dialogue process seems stiff and somewhat rigid. I think it's better to have a more agile voice. It shouldn't be so solemn and serious. Oh, this is what our pilots want, Liu Kai said with a smile. At the beginning of research and development, we also thought about putting a more flexible voice for this system, but the pilots felt uncomfortable listening. It's not serious, so it's changed now. Wu Hain nodded and smiled. I'm not familiar with the industry, so I'm sorry for the mistake. Liu Kai shook his head and said, no, there are indeed many areas that need improvement. You are right, the characteristics of the intelligent voice system have not been brought into play. However, this has only begun slowly, and we need to make targeted improvements based on the results of more tests and feedback. Director Liu is right. This test session has just begun. Don't worry. Like us, when we fly a fighter aircraft, it usually takes hundreds and thousands of hours to obtain relevant data. This system wants to test its performance, but also has to pass several rigorous test flight tests. For example, flying or fighting in extreme links, and in fierce confrontation. How does this intelligent voice assist system perform? How well does it perform? Whether the market is reliable and so on. Sometimes in order to test a piece of data, we may have to fly dozens or even hundreds of times to get the corresponding results. Director Song said at him. Wu Hao nodded. He knew he was anxious. I originally thought that I could understand a basic situation of this system through today's tests, but I did not expect that this is just the beginning of the entire real machine test flight test. Seeing him a little embarrassed, www.mentalnovel.com at this time, Director Huang of the Civil Aviation Administration opened a smile and said, I am now full of interest in this intelligent voice assist system, and I think this system can be applied to civil airliners now. Above, assist our pilot in flight. Moreover, it can also be docked with our airport tower air traffic control dispatching system. In other words, based on this, a tower air traffic control system was developed to control the takeoff and landing aircraft. As you know, with the continuous development of our domestic aviation industry, congestion tends to occur on some popular routes and airports, and it is getting worse. And this puts a lot of pressure on the air traffic control system of our airport. If we have this system, I believe that it will not only ease this pressure, but also improve the overall air traffic control efficiency. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The Lark number 1 report. I requested to return to the sea to complete the relevant scheduled test items. Tower received. Lark 1, welcome home. Starting home. Enter home mode. Direction, 310, altitude 500, speed 450. At present, the upwind of the airport is northwest, and the airspeed is 4 to 6, which is slightly higher than before takeoff. Please pay attention to crosswind and drive carefully. Enter the landing route. Altitude 500, 400, 300. Please lower the landing gear. Slow down to 350, 300, 250 and start landing. I saw the fighter plane leaning its head on the runway, allowing the rear wheels to land first, and then a cloud of smoke was set off. Immediately the front wheels started to land, and then the fighter began to taxi quickly on the runway, gradually slowing down. Slowly, the fighter jet driven by Fan Yunlong slid to the top of the tarmac in front of Wu Hao. The engine went off and the cockpit lid opened. Fan Yunlong waved his hands as he stood in front of him. Papapap. Everyone saw there applauding warmly. This may seem like a very simple and easy test flight mission, but the dangers involved are only known to the R&D and testing team. It should be known that the entire intelligent voice assistance system is linked to the aircraft's digital flight control system and various sensor electrical components. Once an error occurs in the intelligent voice assist system, or the connection with the fighter's digital flight control system fails, this is a terrible problem. In some cases, misaligned command information may be generated to affect flight. In other cases, it may cause tragedy of machine damage. The flight control system is equivalent to the fighter's brain, with the fighter's hands and feet empty. Once it fails or loses control, the fighter may not be able to control it. Then all rescue measures may be useless. You can only choose to parachute and watch the fighter plane crash. And our pilots often try their best to save the fighter plane at the last minute, and it is very easy to miss the chance of skydiving. Even if there is no other way to parachute, they still have to choose the place where the fighter plane crashes in a place where there is no crowd to reduce the loss of the masses. The crew quickly moved to the hanging ladder, and then assisted Fan Yunlong out of the fighter. And the long-awaited two primary school students wearing red scarves dedicated the flowers in their hands to the hero who flew back to the test. These two elementary school students are both students of the children's school, apparently often participate in such activities, so they are not frightened at all. Yunlong, how are you flying this time? Director Song asked immediately. Fan Yunlong nodded at the crowd and said, it feels good. There is such a voice assistant who has been helping me manage all the data. I have a lot of ease when flying. At least I don't have to look down at the dashboard frequently. Learn about the situation. And in terms of information perception, it's very good. Sometimes I feel like I'm flying a two-seater, and I sit behind thinking a chattering comrade. Ha 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 ha. Everyone heard a laugh and laughed. At this time, Luo Kai said, in this way, Yunlong, you go to change clothes and take a break. We will talk about the test flight in the general conference room later. Fan Yunlong nodded when he saw this, and then smiled at everyone. Okay, then I'll change the equipment first. Luo Kai said this because, on the one hand, because Fan Yunlong had just returned from a test flight, he really needed a short rest. In addition, the temperature difference between the cockpit and the outside is relatively large, and it is still not suitable for the pilot to be in such an environment. Another reason is that the site staff is relatively noisy and it is really not suitable to talk too much about this test. At this time, Zheng Chengwei also spoke to the crowd. There is still a lot of data to be extracted after the test flight of the fighter aircraft, so I will go first and see you later. After sending away Fan Yunlong and Zheng Chengwei, only Wu Hao, Luo Kai, and Huang Song were left at the scene. Compared to Wu Hao, the director Huang seemed slightly awkward. In fact, he also guessed the reason why Luo Kai asked Fan Yunlong to change clothes. Obviously he didn't want to let the outside world know too much information. The main target of his visit this time is Wu Hao and Luo Kai, so it doesn't matter if he does not participate in this meeting. Luo Kai laughed at everyone at this time. It's strange outside. Let's go ahead. Talking, everyone came to the sitting room and sat down again. After the staff served tea, the director Huang couldn't help but take the lead to say, today's test flight really opened my eyes. I don't think this intelligent voice assist system is any worse than a qualified pilot, even more accurate and objective. I believe that applying it to aircraft will not only reduce the workload and stress of pilots, but also ensure the overall flight safety. Compared with airplanes, I am more optimistic about applying this intelligent voice assist system to our air traffic control system. With this system, I believe that the current most dissatisfied flight delays will be greatly reduced. The utilization rate of both the route and the airport will mostly increase. The development of military-civilian integration in the new era is a matrix of innovative development strategies proposed by our country in the new situation. It is an honor for us and our scientific researchers to be able to make this intelligent voice assist system play an important role in the field of civil aviation and incentive and responsibility. This system can make such great progress now, in fact, mainly due to Xiao Wu's generous dedication. It comes from the people, and it is a kind of beautiful talk to use it from the people. Luo Kai said with a smile to Wu Hao. Wu Hao saw this and knew that it was time for him to speak, so he simply organized the context in his mind and said with a smile, everyone has a responsibility to build national defense. This is just our obligation as a private enterprise, and responsibility. And the cooperation with the military has yielded a lot. So these are the things we should. Regarding the cooperation with the civil aviation system, I am also very optimistic about it. With the continuous development of our domestic civil aviation industry, the entire market is also growing. We are very much looking forward to entering this industry www.mentalnovel.com and contributing to this industry. Ha ha ha. Okay. If you have such words, I can rest assured, Director Huang said with a smile. To be honest, I was still a little worried. On the one hand, I was worried that this so-called intelligent voice assist system was unreliable. Is it really excellent performance or a gimmick? I don't know. But after seeing the test flight test just now, the stone in my heart finally landed. But another concern was raised. Is that such advanced and excellent technology can really be applied to the civilian field? And what Director Luo said just now completely disappeared the stone that fell to my heart. Rest assured, on behalf of the civil aviation system, I guarantee that I will strive to cooperate with you with the utmost sincerity to develop this system and strive for the benefit of people's livelihood at an early date. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear. Click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Everyone will say it, and it's beautiful. But when it comes to the specific negotiation environment, it will naturally not be so smooth. However, before this round of Wu Hao, the leaders of the own aviation industry companies stood on it. Wu Hao, they are just the providers of this system framework, and the military and aviation industry companies are responsible for the development of this system. So how to fight for more benefits? They are naturally more anxious than Wu Hao. Of course, no matter what, the part that belongs to them is definitely not missing. On the one hand, it is because Wu Hao played a decisive role in the development of this intelligent voice assist system. Without them, they must not be justified. In the second aspect, Wu Hao still has the relevant core technology in their hands. It is impossible for them to turn their faces at Wu Hao until they have thoroughly understood the core technology in their hands. In addition, this intelligent voice assistance system is also listed as an example of a military-civilian integration demonstration project. They will not take such a risk to reach out on this. Moreover, Wu Hao has always worked closely with the military and aviation industry companies, and there are still many follow-up projects to cooperate with, and they will not do things that would damage the cooperative relationship between the two parties. Of course, projects like this have never been negotiated once. In particular, it involves a lot of interest distribution, and it requires a long and careful negotiation process. And this time the leaders of the two sides are just conducting preliminary contacts and consultations and negotiating a rough framework. Then, it will be handed over to the professional negotiation teams of both parties to conduct more detailed discussions within this framework. After a lively dinner, Director Huang immediately left with his team, and Wu Hao came to the conference room to conduct a special technical discussion on the test flight test content. Although Wu Hao had no direct contact with the actual research and development of the entire intelligent voice assist system, he was also the deputy chief designer of this project, so he should have participated in this special seminar. And both the research and development team, the test flight test team, and Director Luo want him to stay and participate in this seminar. To say that those who are present know the intelligent speech system best, then this is Wu Hao, and only Wu Hao owns the core system code and related technologies of this trap. So the project research and development team naturally does not want to miss this rare opportunity. Here, when I am doing a few maneuvers with high elevation angles, the voice broadcast is delayed for a while, and I can't keep up with my movements. Fan Yunlong pointed at the picture on the big screen and said to the crowd. At the same time as he said, another big screen shows the operation monitoring situation of the intelligent voice assist system at this moment. Zheng Chengwei took a look at the crowd with glasses, and then pointed at them with a ballpoint pen. It can be seen from this data that when maneuvering at this high elevation angle, more data is generated instantly. So the system is processing these data. It will take some time before the delay occurs. If this is the case, then this system may not play any role in actual combat. In actual combat, there are too many critical moments to want such high maneuverability, large elevation angles, and breaking the limits of pilots and fighters. And often at this time, pilots need to know real-time information, which can improve combat effectiveness. Another test pilot, Cowell, the backup of today's test mission, said, "Yes, if this problem is not solved, then this system can only be reduced to an ordinary voice assistance system, and its own value will be greatly reduced." Zheng Chengwei glanced at Wu Hao Road, following Zheng Chengwei's eyes, just as he also turned his eyes to him. Wu Hao smiled slightly, then said to the technician who controlled the large screen, "Give me the list of instantaneous data when the fighter moves at high maneuvers and high elevation angles." Although he didn't know what he was going to do, the staff member quickly opened the whole interface and displayed a list of all data information on the big screen. Looking at the dense information on the big screen, Zheng Chenghua said, "A total of 237 items of data were generated in an instant, covering all aspects of the entire aircraft. There are flight control systems, oil pressure, airspeed, power vectors, etc. Wait." Immediately, the system selected the top 7 items for broadcast. Intelligent Voice Assist system can only disseminate data information through voice. Although it frees the eyes, it is not as fast, intuitive, and comprehensive as the information that the eyes can obtain. "Yes, I was anxious at the time, so I couldn't help looking at the meter." Fan Yunlong nodded. Wu Hao marked it on the laptop on the table, and then said to the crowd, "There are many reasons for the delay. I will not talk about the hardware, the flight control system, and the sensors. Let me focus on the problems of the Intelligent Voice Assist system. The first one is that the data of the entire system is a bit bloated. These data information or the information transmitted from the flight control system and the sensors can be replaced by codes. After the system performs the identification and screening processing on these information, it can be replaced with the edited relevant language broadcast information. What you think about is very comprehensive. You want the pilot to know more comprehensive data information, but you ignore the computing speed of the entire processor. So there are 2 ways to solve this problem. One is to increase the processor performance and improve the operation efficiency. The second is to streamline this information and make them concise enough. Although this will increase the pilot's burden of understanding, but through simple training, pilots can understand these code information more quickly, which can greatly reduce the overall delay time and improve broadcast efficiency. This is okay, we have relevant memory training in itself, so there is no problem in recording such dozens of hundreds of code information. Fan Yunlong nodded in response. www.intelnovel.com. Wu Hao shook his head and smiled. "In fact, there is no need to memorize these codes. We are an intelligent voice assist system, so play its role. Use some short and clear sentences instead of time. The above is similar, and it is more clear and direct. It is also beneficial for pilots to accept and reduce their burden. Of course, what I said is that it is not necessary in the normal flight environment under extreme conditions. General Manager Wu has a good idea, and I think we can try it out." Zheng Chengwei first nodded in affirming Wu Hao's plan, and then said to him, "General Manager Wu, in terms of simplifying the processing of system data and information, I am afraid it will require you to take more care." In response, Wu Hao waved his hand. "This is what we should do. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update." It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The entire seminar lasted for almost 5 hours, and it was too late to meet, so everyone ended the meeting with regret. During the meeting, everyone actually conducted an in-depth discussion on the improvement and optimization of this intelligent voice assist system and the subsequent research and development work. Everyone provided their own ideas and thoughts on some of the current problems of this system and some of their own ideas. This also makes the atmosphere of this conference seem very high, especially for the technical staff of the conference. It is a very pleasant thing to be able to discuss with many colleagues at such a conference. Therefore, at the end of the meeting, everyone will show a deep feeling of deep affection. Liu Qi, who has been in charge of this salary for a long time, naturally noticed this, and then said that he would definitely organize more such meetings in the future to promote everyone's communication and growth. After the meeting, Wu Hao was ready to leave, but was stopped by Liu Kai. The two then came to the airport alone and took a walk along the runway. Liu Kai moved his hands and feet and said, "Hey, this man is old, and he just put something in his stomach. It's a bit uncomfortable. He has to walk around." "How old are you?" "Just say you are old." But Qianlao and Zhao Lao haven't said they are old yet. Wu Hao joked with a smile. When this person reaches a certain age, he will naturally feel that his body and spirit are not as good as before. This is a manifestation of aging. Liu Kai smiled and shook his head, and then said to him, "Let you stay with me for a walk, mainly to chat with you. We haven't talked so alone for a long time." Wu Hao nodded. "It's been almost half a year, we are all busy, so there is no chance." Liu Kai nodded, and then looked at the red sun that was about to fall in the distance. "Yeah. Everyone is too busy. It's your boy, how long can it take? And it's so cold that we have made such a great achievement. Really let us." These people were surprised for a long time. It seems that it was also good not to recruit your kid into the army at the beginning, otherwise there would be no such achievement now. In fact, we are constantly trying to figure it out, and many of us don't understand it. We also have some small losses, but fortunately, we all survived it. Wu Hao said with a smile. What he was telling the truth was that at first they really didn't understand anything. They were exploring, especially in such fierce commercial competition. They also suffered a lot. For example, at the beginning, because of their relatively weak knowledge of patented technology, they were exploited and snapped up many patents. Fortunately, these people are all for money. After paying a considerable amount of money, this problem has been properly resolved. Then there are some cooperative projects. Because they are immature, they are not so perfect in terms of related contracts. Yeah, you are a lot older now than when I first met you. Liu Kai glanced at him, then asked him a gentle look. "Have you been in touch with Zhao Lao recently?" Wu Hao shook his head and said, "No, since the project was completed. Zhao Lao seems to be involved in the new project. I have not disturbed him too much." Ha 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 ha, Zhao Lao didn't say so. Liu Kai nodded with his finger and said, "I talked to Zhao Lao a few days ago, and Zhao Lao asked me about your boy's current situation. But he has always been concerned about your situation. Did your kid also call him and greet him?" Wu Hao nodded and said, "I'll call when I go back." "Oh, not busy. These days Zhao Lao and they are conquering a technology. I'm afraid I have no time to answer your call." Liu Kai waved his hands. Oh, Wu Hao was curious and affectionate. In fact, he also knew that Liu Kai was waiting for him here, otherwise it would not be possible for him to make an appointment alone. Take a walk on the airport runway in the winter and feel the cold northwest wind. Liu Kai smiled, and then signaled several fighter planes with tarpaulins covering the cockpit not far from the tarmac. "Do you know what these models are?" Wu Hao followed his gaze and found that the landing gears of the fighters had been rusted. It should have been parked here for a long time. J7, and J6. The one over there is already a strong 5. Liu Kai nodded and said, "In the 1970s and 1980s, in order to cope with the increasingly severe situation of the country and its surroundings. So we made a lot of fighters and tried to make up for the quality gap by quantity. The most important of these models are the J6 and J7 fighters. As a result, they have become the longest serviced models in our Air Force. and even once became the image representative of our Air Force. After entering the new century, in order to make up for the contribution to the Army, the state increased its investment in Army building, especially in military scientific research and construction, and also caused a large number of fighter planes to rise rapidly. For example, the Flying Leopard, J-10, 11, 15, 16 series, and the most advanced 20 fighter aircraft that have been proud of the current Air Force. The continued entry into service of these new fighters has replaced many of the previous older models. The most numerous of these are the two F-6 and F-7 fighters in front of us, with a preliminary estimate of about thousands. Speaking of this, Liu Kai glanced at him and saw Wu Hao said nothing. Then he continued, "Many of these fighters were well maintained by our soldiers and pilots during service. So we retired and parked them in the plane. It is a shame that the cemetery is decaying and aging, or it is directly dismantled. So over the years, we have been studying how to reuse these retired fighters. The earliest we were to study these retired fighters to create unmanned target aircraft to help our pilots conduct live-fire target training. But these are all very good fighters. www.intelnovel.com. It's a pity that one of them was destroyed. In addition, there are thousands of such retired fighters. Even if we increase the live ammunition target, I am afraid it will take a long time to digest. Therefore, our Equipment Research Institute has been exploring the transformation and utilization of these retired fighters early to bring them back into play. One of the main directions is to transform it into unmanned aerial vehicles for modern combat needs. In recent years, we have also achieved some success in this area, but overall progress has not been too great. Until you have developed the cluster array control technology and high-speed obstacle avoidance automatic cruise technology, we have seen New Hope and Zhao Lao, and they have actually joined the team after completing the Bee Colony project. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. After giving a brief introduction to the relevant background and the basic situation of Zhao Lao's new project research and development team, Liu Kai stopped and looked at Wu Hao. I left you today. On the one hand, we haven't talked for a long time, God, so take this opportunity to have a good chat. On the other hand, I also asked you for Zhao Lao. What do you think of this project? It stands to reason that this matter cannot be asked on your head, but Zhao Lao said that your kid is younger and his brain is alive, and has achieved very good insights in the field of cluster array control technology, as well as high-speed obstacle avoidance automatic cruise and AI technology. So Zhao also wanted me to ask you what you think of this project. Wu Hao smiled bitterly, then shook his head. This matter asked him what he was doing, so called out of place and not doing anything, and he didn't want to join in. I don't really have any opinions. On the one hand, I don't know much about this project, and to be honest, I am not very interested in this aspect. Oh, I knew you would say that. Liu Kai nodded him with his fingers, and then said uneasily, rest assured, you are not allowed to participate in this project, you just say it. Wu Hao glanced at Liu Qi, then shook his head slightly. To be honest, he was a little worried just now, afraid that Liu Kai would take this opportunity to invite him to participate in the research and development of this project. With a bunch of things in his hands now, he couldn't spare time. But he had maintained a good relationship with Liu Kai and Zhao Lao before, so he refused to fear that it would affect the relationship between the two sides. At this time, Liu Kai's words made him take a reassurance. But as to how to answer this question, to be honest, Wu Hao didn't think about it, because the problem is complicated, and he is not very optimistic. Therefore, being afraid to say it will hurt the confidence of Liu Kai and the entire R&D team. Let's say, there are just two of us here, and no one else is present, and I know your boy, so no matter what you say. Liu Kai saw the hesitation in his heart, and then smiled and appeased. Seeing this, Wu Hao knew that this could not be avoided. So after sorting out his thoughts, he said to Luo Kai, "I'm not optimistic about this project." Luo Kai nodded slightly, as if not surprised by his answer, and then asked him, "Tell me why." Three aspects: one is positioning, the other is technology, and the other is cost. Wu Hao raised three fingers and said, "Only by understanding these three issues can this project be meaningful." Very thorough. Luo Kai praised him, and then he continued to walk and said, "Talk about your understanding." Wu Hao followed up and said to him, "The first and most important thing is definitely positioning, or the goal and development direction of this project. I certainly know that these fighters are so retired and wasteful, but if you want to reuse them, you must consider this issue." Drone? Wu Hao shook his head and said, "Now it's different from the past. The development of drone technology in our country now belongs to the first echelon in the world and can surpass ours. So why don't we concentrate our efforts on new drones, but instead innovate on this already lagging platform?" "Do you mean that these two models can't keep up with the times?" Luo Kai glanced at him. Wu Hao nodded and said, "Yes, these two fighters can only be regarded as second-generation fighters, let alone their overall combat performance, but they are a long way behind in terms of telex systems and dynamic sensing capabilities. Innovating on a platform that is already so backward, where else can you go? If you apply 20 technologies to it, it is useless." Going back to the question we first mentioned, what is its position? Drones, no matter how much they are transformed, they are definitely not as good as our existing drone series. Suicide attack drone, it has a huge body and is certainly not as flexible as our cruise missiles. Speaking of which, we have to talk about this cost issue. If the cost of the modification of such a fighter is greater than the cost of an unmanned aerial vehicle or a cruise missile, is it still meaningful to modify it? You are right. This is also the question that many experts said most when discussing this project before it was established. But do you know why the project was approved in the end? Luo Kai asked Wu Hao. Wu Hao shook his head and shook his head. Although there were a few speculations, he did not speak, but waited for the other party's answer. Luo Kai straightened at him. Strategic demand, to put it plainly, is strategic reserves. Once a large-scale war breaks out, it is likely that our existing weapons and equipment will be exhausted within a few weeks. The factory and logistics support facilities will definitely be the first target of the other party. So at this time, we have to use reserve forces. These weapons and equipment are not advanced enough, but they often play a decisive role at the most critical time. So this is a whole card. Wu Hao thoughtfully. Luo Kai shook his head and said to Wu Hao, "No, we want to make them an ace." Wu Hao was shocked, and then looked at Luo Kai deeply. What was said to be asked by Lao Zhao, now seems to be asking him himself. So to say, Luo Kai also participated in this project. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Since this is the case, then we will leave the first question and the third question and talk only about the technical aspects. From a technical perspective, it is possible to modify these fighters with modern equipment, but the combat power of fighters is not greatly improved. So I think we should abandon the whole machine transformation, but focus on the transformation of dynamic sensing and flight control systems. In other words, it focuses directly on the modification of the cockpit. Modification of the cockpit? Luo Kai wondered. Yes. The cabin modification. Wu Hao nodded. Since it is unmanned transformation, the original function of the cabin is useless. This leaves us a lot of space and load, and the entire control of the aircraft. The system is also concentrated in the cockpit, which is more suitable for our transformation. In this way, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. We can play the biggest role with the smallest changes and the lowest cost. You mean using advanced electronic equipment instead of pilots to control the aircraft and transforming the entire cockpit into an intelligent flight control center? Luo Kai's eyes brightened, and a smile appeared instantly. Basically what that means, but it's not comprehensive. Wu Hao hesitated. However, Luo Kai couldn't take care of it, and then grabbed Wu Hao's hand and said excitedly, "Come, You tell me the thoughts in your head carefully. Then, he took out the small ancestral book that he carried with him, took out his pen and looked at Wu Hao, and then showed a look of expectation. Wu Hao, add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. With the arrival of the Gregorian New Year, which indicates that the year is coming to an end, the company has also begun a busy year-end business and account settlement. But compared to the busy finance department and marketing department, Wu Hao and Jiang Jun are more relaxed. Most of this year's events have basically ended, and the ongoing project is just fine. Anyway, before the Lunar New Year, the company will not do much. For many old employees of the company, this year is definitely a busy year and a rewarding year. So before the Lunar New Year, Wu Hao also wanted to use this time to let everyone relax a little. After all, after the New Year, it is a brand new year, and there are many things waiting for everyone. Wu Hao's office lounge, Jiang Jun, Lin Jianliang, Dong Yiming and others are sitting together, while tasting the black tea brewed by Sheng Xiaoxian, the director of the administrative office. They chatted first. This is an informal meeting specially organized by Wu Hao. It is mainly to invite the heads of various departments and some cadres or employees to come and sit and drink tea and chat. On the one hand, it is to bring closer the relationship between him and everyone, to get closer to the feelings between everyone. On the other hand, I also want to use this informal occasion to chat with you, discuss some issues and things existing in the company, and exchange opinions. It can also be seen as a kind of private ventilation meeting. After all, some things are not suitable for the company's formal meeting. Originally, the work of making tea was entrusted to his secretary Jiang Xiaolai, and sometimes it was also done by himself. It's just that there are more people this time, so this job is given to Sheng Xiaoxian. Compared to the beginner, Xiaoxian Shen is obviously a lot more proficient, and looks like he should have studied it specifically. General Wu, tea. Sheng Xiaoxian picked up the teacup and handed it to Wu Hao softly. Thank you. I took the teacup, first smelled it, and then sipped it gently. Then I said, after drinking for so long, I still can't taste the tea. He. Everyone smiled, and the older Dong Yiming smiled at him and said, you are still young, so it is understandable that you are not used to drinking. When you grow older, you will know the taste of this tea. Speaking, Dong Yiming tasted a sip, and then showed a contented expression. Jiang Jun held the teacup and looked at it. This should be the set of Longquan fine porcelain that Lao Ma gave you. Anyway, you don't like tea very much, you might as well give it to me. Get out of here. Wu Hao rolled his eyes. Oh, this set of fine porcelain is not cheap. It is said that the old horse paid a large price and asked the master to customize it. There are not many in total. The ability to give Mr. Wu a set is enough to show the importance he attaches to him. Lin Jianliang said with a smile. Can you not pay attention to it? Tens of billions of cooperation will be valued everywhere. Jiang Junjin laughed. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. This set of porcelain was sent by Xixioya when he went to Hangzhou to participate in the intelligent unmanned warehouse ribbon-cutting ceremony. At first he didn't care. But when he came back, he found that the workmanship was good and put it in the office, which was also regarded as acting as a facade. After all, as Lin Jianliang said, this is a custom made by the old horse at a large price, and there are not many sets in total. Wu Hao can have a set of things. It can be considered a more face-to-face thing. Although he himself is not good at face, in the human society in China, the face is always indispensable. There is such a tea set in the office, and people who know the goods will naturally re-evaluate his strength when they see it. Today we called everyone, on the one hand, because we just have time, so come and sit and talk together. On the other hand, I also want to talk to you about something. Wu Hao said to everyone, in this year, with the joint efforts of all of us, the company has achieved the development of flying over. These cannot be separated from everyone's hard work. I will not talk about more. As it is, I will definitely not treat everyone badly. A few days ago, Zhang Jun and I were still discussing the company's option incentive plan, but you also know that there are still some problems with this plan. First of all, the first is that our company has relatively few employees. At present, there are only 1,400 or 500 people. This is the result of recent expansion. At the same time, this year the company has achieved impressive results and achieved a very good result in terms of revenue. So this brings up a question. If the option incentive pool is established, how much should be set? Calculated based on 1% of the minimum net profit that can be obtained, that is also a few hundred million, and it is also a considerable number that is distributed to everyone. This is not in line with the operation of the enterprise and is not conducive to the development of the enterprise. Of course, I'm not stingy, and the rewards that should be given to everyone are certainly not small. But the option plan needs to be postponed, and it can be implemented after our company reaches a certain scale. I hope everyone can understand. I support Mr. Wu's decision. At present, the company is indeed not suitable for starting an equity incentive plan. Dong Yiming took the lead. As a practitioner for decades, he also understands that in this case, it is indeed inappropriate to start this equity incentive plan. We have no opinion. Lin Jianliang and others nodded. In fact, they guessed the result. Although a little disappointed, as Wu Hao and Dong Yiming said, the company is indeed not suitable for starting this plan. Wu Hao has been paying attention to everyone's response. Although everyone has expressed no opinion, there is still a slight disappointment in terms of performance. So he immediately said, everyone can rest assured that the rewards to be given will definitely not be small. The specific reward details will be announced to you at the company's annual meeting soon. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Lin Jianliang, the head of the Human Resources Department, also said, we are working on the relevant reward plan, and we will continue to solicit opinions from relevant parties to ensure that we can come up with a plan that is satisfactory to everyone. Come out. It just takes some time. You know, the job is complicated. In particular, our company has expanded rapidly, and more employees have joined this year. So how to evaluate the annual performance bonus for these people? We have a headache. Don't we pass through before? www.mtlnovel.com is the year-end award judged in 3 grades. Zhang Jun heard a little puzzled. He had passed the issue with Lin Jianliang before, but he didn't expect it to be powerful. The resources department is having a headache. It was passed, but it also caused some problems in the implementation process. Lin Jianliang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The third gear we discussed earlier is divided according to the time when employees joined the company. For employees who have joined the company for a quarter, a year-end reward of 3,000 yuan will be given at the end of the year. At the end of the 6-month period, 1 month's salary is given at the end of the year. For those who have completed 1 year, they will be given a 3-month year-end reward, which is what we call 15 salary. And this also brings new problems, such as whether the monthly salary given to employees is based on the salary of the company's basic employees or the position. In addition, the salary of technical staff is not divided according to positions, but according to levels. How to calculate this is also a problem. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Just pay according to the position. The average basic salary of the company is too small. Wu Hao waved his hand and said, we need to let everyone know that what they give and get is always proportional. In addition, I also want to use this generous salary level to attract more talented people to join. Especially now that we are in the senior year graduation season, we can just use the 15 salary to promote a wave. Attracting more talents back is crucial to the future development of our company. Don't say 15 salary apostrophe. Our company's current salary level is enough to stand out from Anxi. Of course, compared with some multinational giants, our salary level is still a little bit different. Lin Jianliang laughed. Wu Hao responded so readily, and indeed made them do a better job in all aspects. This also made his frowning eyes slightly loose these days. Although he has a good position and holds a lot of power, he has also endured a lot of pressure, and it is foreseeable that such pressure will continue, with various projects starting next year, especially in the offline stores, branch offices abroad, and factories. This requires a lot of talent, so the burden on his shoulders is still heavy, Wu Hao said, and then rushed to Lin Jianliang. So, your pressure will still be very great next year. According to preliminary estimates, the gap between our staff in various aspects is about 1,500 to 2,000 people. I don't care what method you use, at least half must be completed by May next year. The only way to support the smooth progress of our company's various projects is very important. I try my best. Lin Jianliang nodded heavily. It's not the best effort, but it must be. Wu Hao shook his head a little and said with dissatisfaction, I know that recruiting so many people at once will definitely be very stressful and hard for you. But please stick to it. After this critical period of development, the pressure on your department will be a little lighter. I think you can start from several aspects. On the one hand, you still focus on the fresh graduates. This is the main force to promote the future development of our company. On the other hand, we began to expand the scope of recruitment for society. In particular, employees in directly operated offline stores, factories and branch offices can use social recruitment methods to recruit relevant talents from the society to supplement them. But one thing, so many people were recruited all at once, so the quality and level might be a little bit uneven. Therefore, we must strengthen the relevant management and assessment, and eliminate some unstable factors in time, so as not to damage a pot of rat feces. In the end, you still have to use your old business and make more use of your relationship to talk to friends who work for headhunting companies and other companies. Find ways to dig out some talents with outstanding capabilities in all aspects, especially management talents. The manager of an offline store, the middle and low-level cadre director of the factory, the head of the overseas branch office, etc. According to our company's current situation, these positions are difficult to be transferred from the inside, so we still have to find a way from the outside. Is it inappropriate to give these people such important positions as soon as they come up? The store manager, the head of the overseas branch and the office are all the officials of Fengjiang. The emperor is far away and it is difficult to guarantee that he will not appear. What a problem. Jiang Jun heard anxious. This is also no way. Wu Hao shook his head with a bitter smile, and then looked at Lin Jianliang said, in this regard, you come up with a set of practical solutions, and then we will agree specifically. Regardless of whether it is rational or emotional, I certainly want to give more opportunities to those old employees who have worked hard with us. But the current situation is that the company's development is far beyond their ability, and blind promotion will cause some problems. And these old employees are all transferred out, so whoever fills their original positions is a problem. I think you can try not to have a supervisor and a person in charge, and then set up a few more deputy directors. Let them compete with each other and promote whoever has the ability to be the supervisor. This will not only stimulate the enthusiasm of these people, it can avoid some problems and train more reserve cadres for us. Dong Yiming suggested at this time. This idea is good. You can try it, Wu Hao Wenyun praised. Lin Jianliang heard the words of the two and then nodded with a smile on his face. This method is good, but it also means that he has to recruit more talents, which undoubtedly worsens their work. Wu Hao saw Lin Jianliang's depressed face, soothed a few words, and then looked at Sheng Xiaoxian, who was seriously brewing tea. How is the cleaning of the building opposite? Sheng Xiaoxian heard that he put down the teapot, and then smiled back at him. The top 10 floors have been cleaned up and are undergoing renovation. It is expected to be completed after the Lunar New Year. The following 14 floors have already started relevant cleanup work, but the process is relatively slow, and it may take some time. Several companies are reluctant to relocate. At present, we are cooperating with the management committee and the property to persuade them. But the results are somewhat unsatisfactory. However, the floors that have been vacated have already been cleaned up. It may be appropriate to add some more compensation. Compared to this money, what we lack most now is time, Wu Hao said. Shang Xiaoxian shook her head and sighed. The relationship with Qian is not big. These companies move in early, so they have stable customers. Just relocation will have some impact on their business, so some are reluctant. But rest assured, we are already persuading, and some of them have loosened their attitudes. Give us some more time and we can definitely take it down. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Wu Hao nodded. He also knew that he was too anxious, and it would take some time to move a building's enterprises. How is the preparation for the company's annual meeting? He changed the topic and said www.mentalnovel.com. Seeing Wu Hao changed the topic, Shang Xiaoxian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then put on a smile again. Already we have negotiated with the hotel. We have a lot of people, so we will reserve the entire hotel on the day of the annual meeting to meet our needs. Oh, according to our current development rate, it is estimated that next year's annual meeting will go to the stadium. Zhang Jun joked with a smile. That's not enough. There are still large indoor conference rooms that can accommodate thousands of people, and then one can just rent one. Dong Yiming said with a smile. Wu Hao nodded, and then directed Shang Xiaoxian. Everyone has worked hard for a year, so this annual meeting can be lively, but one thing is not too luxurious, simple and affordable. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. After chatting about these tasks for a while, Wu Hao finally stated the true purpose of inviting everyone to tea. At present, the company's organizational structure is relatively old and its management responsibilities are confusing, which is not conducive to the company's further development. So I plan to readjust the company's organizational structure and redivide the responsibilities of each department to further standardize the company's internal operation. Hearing Wu Hao's true thoughts, everyone's reactions were different. The first to speak was Dong Yiming. As the oldest person in the audience, he was also the third-ranked person in the company after Wu Hao and Zhang Jun. He first expressed his views. The current size of the company's organizational structure is relatively small, which is not conducive to future development. Or, the current framework of the company can no longer keep up with the speed of the company's development. I support realignment, but it will cause a problem. Will the readjustment affect the company's current normal operations and will there be chaos? Moreover, the adjustment and expansion of the organizational structure will inevitably require more management cadres. Where do these people come from? I think this adjustment can be postponed. As President Dong said, at present our company's talent reserves, especially management cadres, are relatively scarce. I'm afraid that it will be a bit laborious to make adjustments now, and even cause some problems. Huang Ziwa, Director of Marketing. The answer should be. Huang Ziwa's remarks are also the company's veteran, and the Director of Human Resources Department Lin Jianliang shook his head. I support the decision of Mr. Wu. While the company's scale is still relatively small, it is still necessary to complete the company's internal structure adjustment as soon as possible. Functions of each department. Otherwise, once the size of the company is expanded, it will be more difficult to adjust it. We are not against it. We just want to know how many reserve cadres your human resources department can take out if adjustments are made now. Huang Ziwa then asked back. It should still be possible to put together the shelves of various departments. As for the middle level and cadre employees, they still have to recruit slowly. Lin Jianliang said. Adjustment is affirmative, and there is no doubt about it. Seeing that Huang Ziwa also wanted to speak, Zhang Jun immediately interrupted. Can we take the whole process and lengthen it slowly, and it will not affect the company's operation if it comes in? After hearing Zhang Jun's words, everyone shook their heads. He has a good idea, but it is not very realistic. Often, the adjustment phase of a company needs to be quick and straightforward. If you take it slowly, it may cause too long confusion, which is not conducive to the operation of the company. At this time, Wu Hao said positively to the crowd, "The adjustment is affirmative, and the whole process must be clean and neat. My determination is to complete the relevant internal structure into a division of functions before our spring conference." Everyone knows that we have started a lot of projects in this period, whether it is offline stores or brand agency stores. It is still the various production plants that we have acquired and remodeled, or our branches and offices that are being prepared in foreign countries, which require new departments to manage. You have also seen the new product we are testing. According to the sales experience of our previous generation product, this product will definitely ignite the entire smart device market. The existing scale can no longer meet our operational needs next year, so rectification and adjustment is inevitable and urgent. After seeing Wu Hao speaking, everyone was dissatisfied. Inside the company, Wu Hao's decision is authoritative. This is not only because he is the person in charge of the company, should have such rights, but also from the trust that everyone has in him. Especially after the company's many projects have achieved great success, this trust has also shown a trend of deepening or even blindness. Seeing that everyone had no voice, Wu Hao said, "First, the operation department was abolished and the intelligence of the original operation department was redivided into the functions of the marketing department and the newly established administrative department. Within the framework of the marketing department, there are 4 departments: online operation department, offline operation department, overseas operation department, and after-sales service, which are responsible for the company's market operations. Regarding the candidates for the new marketing department, Huang Ziwo will be responsible for the time being." After speaking, Wu Hao turned to Sheng Xiaoxian and said, "Because of the company's development needs, the original company's administrative office was upgraded to the administrative department, or you will be the director of the administrative department." The new administrative department is mainly responsible for 3 aspects: document control, the original administrative management, and the logistics part you are responsible for. The administrative department is our company's internal affairs office. As the head of the internal affairs department, you must be responsible for the company's administrative operations, keep the inside line, and comfort people. Sheng Xiaoxian nodded and said, "You can rest assured that we will be pleasantly surprised to work together to create a solid and reliable rear and provide quality services to other brother departments. Keep working hard, this is a test for you, hope not to let me down." After speaking, Wu Hao continued, "The functions of the finance department remain unchanged. With the continuous expansion of our company's scale and business, the construction of the finance department must keep up. Especially we have filled a lot of new entities and overseas businesses. The finance department has made even higher amounts." Hearing Wu Hao's words, King nodded and did not speak. If any of these middle and senior leaders in the company has the least sense of existence, it must be King, the financial director. Although there is no sense of existence, both Wu Hao and Jiang Jun have great trust in King. Although because of the company's continuous increase in business, King proposed more than once to let Wu Hao choose another talent. She was willing to serve as deputy, but they were rejected by Wu Hao. In their opinion, www.mentalnovel.com, the head of the financial department may not be the one with the strongest ability, but it must be the one with the most trust. Obviously, King gained Wu Hao's trust through his hard work for more than 1 year. As for the special departments such as the R&D department, the security department, and the confidentiality office, the functions remain unchanged. This is not much to say. The patent application registration operation management team is placed in the company's legal office and is responsible for all the company's work related to laws and regulations. The external advocacy office that originally belonged to the operation department was promoted to the direct management of the company and will help the company's external advocacy work in the future. Finally, I want to talk about the newly established production department. The newly established production department has jurisdiction over our factory facilities in various places, and is responsible for docking with all generations of factories to uniformly coordinate the production of all our company's products. About the director of this production department, Wu Hao looked at everyone present. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. After sweeping around the crowd, Wu Hao said with a smile, for the newly established production department, Vice President Dong will be in charge for the time being. He has rich experience in corporate management. At present, it is necessary to integrate this large group of marketing departments. Business really needs an experienced person to do it. Everyone heard the words and focused their attention on Dong Yiming. Originally, everyone thought that this time the department adjustment, it is likely that Dong Yiming would be overpowered. But judging from Wu Hao's appointment this time, not only did he not lose power, but he secretly improved a lot. Compared with the previous operation department, the production department is a real authority and an important department. This department just started making Dong Yiming responsible, which shows Wu Hao's trust in him. For Dong Yiming, this was a surprise. Originally, he thought he was likely to say goodbye to the real power. From then on, he became a deputy with peace of mind, assisted the Prince Jiang Jun to handle the management of the company, and worked hard to retire. However, Wu Hao did not intend to abandon him, but transferred him to an important department again. It is self-evident that there are many important names in the marketing department. Other than that, the importance of the position of production director is evident from so many factories under its jurisdiction. He originally thought that this position was reserved for He Jinshan, who was in charge of the renovation and upgrade of the Bine Intelligent Manufacturing Plant, but he did not expect it to be on his head. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed to Wu Hao. General Manager Wu, I think He Jinshan is more suitable for this position. In response, Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, He Jinshan will be responsible for the reconstruction of the Bine Intelligent Manufacturing Plant. And his prestige is not enough to lead the entire production supply chain, so let him exercise for a few years. Mr. Dong, I believe that you also know the importance of this department, so I hope you can put the shelf of this department together as soon as possible. Strive to complete the integration of the production and supply chain before our new press conference, and it must not affect our new product launch plan. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Dong Yiming nodded heavily. Although this position is important, it also means heavy work and great stress. It was originally expected to retire after a few years, but now it seems that he is about to take this old life into it. Wu Hao smiled, and then said with a smile, about the company's leadership, this time will also change. The company will formally set up a board of directors, with 4 members tentatively. As for which 4 people, you all know, then I do not talk about it. In the future, we will start the company's options and equity incentive plans as appropriate, and reward some outstanding employees and leaders to share them in the board of directors. After giving everyone a hope, he went on to say, besides, I will be the chairman of the board of directors. In addition, I will also serve as the CEO of the company, which is what we often call the CEO. Jiang Jun will take over as general manager of the company and will be responsible for the actual operation of the company in the future. As for President Dong, he is still the company's deputy general manager, and the director of the production department is only temporarily ad hoc. The reason for this change is, on the one hand, because we will soon enter the international market, we must also be in line with international standards in terms of organizational structure. On the other hand, it is also to free up more space to attract more outstanding management talents to be promoted and joined. After looking at everyone, Wu Hao laughed, In the future, we will also launch a binding plan for positions and options at an appropriate time. I think you can still look forward to this. Hee. Everyone smiled when they heard the words. Obviously Wu Hao said this to them, but this is what they are most willing to hear. Of course, this is also the most commonly used method in companies, especially large enterprises. The purpose is naturally to retain talent and increase employee loyalty. In particular, such changes in corporate leadership will have a great impact on enterprises. When everyone quieted down again, Wu Hao said to the crowd, "These things we are talking about today are just to let us all ventilate privately. The purpose is to let everyone know the future direction of the company. Later, I will let the Secretariat issue a specific structure and smart adjustment plan. At that time, you can give more feedback on some of the issues in it. We will strive to finalize this matter at the company's regular meeting next Monday." So anxious, Jiang Jun was surprised. Wu Hao passed through him privately in this matter, but he did not expect to be so anxious. It's always time to wait. It's not long before the new product launch. Wu Hao sighed. After chatting with everyone for a while, this sent everyone away. But Jiang Jun stayed. After the new girl from the Secretariat cleaned up the office, he sat down on the sofa and rushed to Wu Hao. I said, "Are you in a hurry today? At least you have to digest time." Wu Hao threw a cigarette, and then lighted a road. It is only 3 months from the Spring Festival New Product Launch Conference. If you don't hurry, how can you complete it before that? After the new product launch, we have to prepare for the simultaneous launch of sales around the world, and by that time we certainly cannot estimate these things. Jiang Jun nodded, then took a deep breath. Lao Dong's face was a little bad just now. He seems to be a little disliked when you arrange this job for him. Oh, it's not just you, everyone present can see it. Wu Hao played the soot. Of course, he is not happy leaving the market and operation department he is most familiar with and comfortable with. But it was a conspiracy, and he had to accept it. Not only that, but in the future, he will continue to disperse and digest the cadres he promoted. Now that the company is large, some things have to be prevented. Relax, I will stare. Jiang Jun nodded, and then a thoughtful expression appeared. It took me a long time to wake up, and then I took another look at Wu Hao and teased, "I didn't see it. You are more and more a leader of the enterprise. Everything has to be learned." Do you think those entrepreneurs really succeeded so casually? Wu Hao rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't I enrolled in management courses for you? I have nothing to listen to." Going to listen www.mentalnovel.com. But this class is actually a relationship platform. The real purpose of everyone coming to the class is not to learn things, but to build relationships. So I went too many times and didn't bother. Jiang Jun waved his hand, then showed a helpless expression. "Don't talk about me, talk about you." This year's New Year Charity Association, organized by the Provincial Federation of Industry and Commerce, has sent you several invitations and asked you to attend by name. As I said, you should show up. I still have to give face. After all, we still have a lot of things to do with these snakes from all walks of life. It's easy to mix things up in advance, and it will be convenient to do things at that time. Who makes this a human society? Hearing Jiang Jun's words, Wu Hao showed a helpless expression. Jiang Jun is right. Who makes this a human society? Even if he doesn't like it much anymore, he should still give face. Otherwise, I'm afraid we have to be crowded out. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The New Year Charity Association in Jiang Jun's mouth is actually an annual exchange event organized by the Provincial Federation of Industry and Commerce and some chambers of commerce in the province. Originally, this was just a networking party to celebrate the new year held by business people in the province. However, as the scale of this networking party became larger, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry also participated in it, And what kind of charitable activities were also organized. Putting the words business and charity together can always cause some topics. For some business leaders and entrepreneurs, it seems tacky to talk about money and talk about business. It is better to talk about charity. Therefore, many successful entrepreneurs in the business community ended up doing charity. With the rapid growth of the internet IT industry in the province in the past 2 years, this New Year's Charity Association has also attracted many young entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. Even gradually, this New Year's Charity Fraternity has become an industry communication platform. Many young entrepreneurs have tried every means to get a place to participate in this fraternity. The purpose is to get in touch with some entrepreneurs, business leaders and investors to get investment or some resources. To put it bluntly, this is a vanity fair in a business circle. People who come to participate are either for profit or for fame. Of course, this is not bad. At least it has established a communication platform for business people in the province to promote communication and development between everyone. And every year this New Year's charity sorority can raise a lot of bonuses. This money is also used for charity activities in the province. Under the leadership of the sorority, many good things have been done in recent years. Originally, Wu Hao didn't want to participate in this New Year's charity sorority. He was not famous, let alone Li. It's just that he has risen too fast, and has faintly become the leader of the IT industry in the whole province. With the hot sales of their products, Wu Hao's influence is also expanding. In addition, many people in the original business district were interested in him, so he sent him several invitations in succession, inviting him to participate. As Zhang Jun said, the face to be given is still to be given. Who makes this a human society? Although very helpless, he arrived on time the day before New Year's Day to a New Year charity fellow, our leisure resort hotel on the edge of the South Lake. In order to host this sorority, the entire hotel has been fully contracted. This hotel was originally the property of a vice chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, so the entire reception was also organized by the vice chairman. After getting out of the nanny car, Wu Hao lit a flash of light in front of his eyes. And some beautiful girls wearing exposed dresses gathered early in the hotel's entrance, and saw Wu Hao, a young and handsome man in a suit, all shining brightly, and started to pack up and squeezed forward. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaolai and Li Wenming, wearing a CK uniform, quickly got out of the car, and followed Wu Hao, always alert. These girls. Wu Hao looked at Li Wenming with a wary expression on his face and said with a smile, "Okay, it's fine, don't be nervous. Go and park your car. There are cars coming behind and don't block the door." Li Wenming was a little hesitant, but after a lot of laps, he nodded and went out. Wu Hao looked at the beauties who were banging at him with interest, then walked to the hotel door with a smile. Zhang Xiaolai, who was immediately behind him, quickly handed the purple invitation card he had prepared to the waiter in front of the door. The waiter took a look at the invitation card, and immediately smiled and reached out to lead Wu Hao in. "Xiaolu, did you see it? It's a purple invitation." A beautiful woman wearing a short silver tube top with a smear on her face patted her straight-skinned eyes in front of her. "I saw it. But he can get a purple invitation letter at such a young age, and his family must be unusual." The straight-skinned beauty with straight shoulders was more interested. A tall woman standing beside her could not help rolling her eyes and sarcastically said, "Whatever your family situation, you two are too ignorant. Don't you know Wu Hao of Hao Technology?" "Who is Hao Wu?" "He is Wu Hao." The two women made a sound of surprise at the same time, and the beautiful woman who smeared the glamour couldn't bear the excitement. "This is simply a handsome man. No matter what, the mother must find a way to mix tonight." The identity of these beauties around the hotel is obvious. In fact, they are all related services for those in need, such as serving as a female companion, block wine, a company wine, communication and other related services. Of course, if you have some special requirements, they may choose to agree on your identity or money. As for Zhang Xiaolai's purple invitation letter, it was actually a formal reception for some important business people. In addition, There are actually informal invitations, which are mainly targeted at young entrepreneurs. So these two beauties were a little surprised when they saw Zhang Xiaolai's purple invitation. Under the guidance of the waiter, Wu Hao walked into the hall of the meeting place. The entire hall is relatively large, except for some seats placed in front of a stage. The other areas are relatively empty. On the other side are some buffet tables with various foods, fruits and drinks. And some of the guests who have arrived are standing in groups, with either a dinner plate or a glass of wine in their hands, not knowing what to talk about. Nodded at Zhang Xiaolai, Wu Hao started to walk around in the whole hall a bit boring, while Zhang Xiaolai went to go through the relevant charity lottery procedures. There is a price to be paid for getting a purple invitation. The charity banquet requires each invited guest to bring a lot for himself to be used for the charity auction. If no one is buying your lot, then you have to buy it again. However, under normal circumstances, this will not happen. After all, this is a face-saving society. Unless you really don't have any fame and achievements. www.mtlnovel.com. Of course you can't get a purple invitation letter. After a turn, I didn't seem to find anyone I knew. Somewhat boring, he had to come to the self-service dining table and clip a few pieces of fruit snacks to eat. Hi, Wu Hao? Huh? Wu Haoyan, who was eating, quickly turned his head, and found in front of him a short-haired girl with a delicate face, wearing a white shirt, slim jeans, and high-heeled shoes. Hello. Wu Hao looked at the girl in doubt, although she was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it. I'm going. Wouldn't it be those beauties just standing outside? Wu Hao took another look at the girl in front of him, and then showed a strange look. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear. Click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Seeing his strange eyes, the short-haired girl couldn't help looking at herself, and then asked him, is there anything wrong? No, cough. Hello. Wu Hao responded and smiled. Hello, this is Lin Wei. The girl pouted and smiled, and then extended her hand generously. Lin Wei? Wu Hao took a moment's hold, then shook her hand mechanically, and then quickly let go of it. Seeing Wu Hao didn't answer, Lin Wei, a short-haired girl, glanced at him, and then smiled. This is the first time you've come to this reception? Wu Hao nodded and said, yes. For the first time. Some are not used to it. Lin Wei asked. Wu Hao said lightly, okay. Seeing Wu Hao's carelessness and lack of interest, Lin Wei couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. As a girl, she can take the lead to talk. Can't you a gentleman be a gentleman? Even if you don't feel any interest, at least you don't have to show it so plainly that people can't come down to the stage. Thinking of this, Lin Wei couldn't help glaring at Wu Hao and was about to leave, and heard someone shouting behind him, slightly, Xiao Wu, you are here, Dad. Mr. Lin? Huh? Wu Hao couldn't help looking at the girl in front of him. Dad, is this girl Lin Hongyan's daughter? No wonder it looks so familiar. It turned out that to the plain Xiao Wu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Lin Hongyan laughed as he held the glass. It's been a long time, Mr. Lin. I didn't expect to see you here. Wu Hao showed an unexpected expression. Oh, this charity sorority. I participate every year. Lin Hongyan smiled and looked at his daughter Lin Wei, then smiled at Wu Hao. I just saw there with a few friends. It just looks good to you, so come and say hello. How do you know each other? I just knew she was your daughter. Wu Hao glanced at Lin Wei, who was still sulking, and said a little awkwardly, haha, I slightly dragged me to this party with me this year. On the one hand, I want her to have a long experience, and on the other hand, I want her to get in touch with young talents like you and learn more. The advantages of you. Lin Hongyan enthusiastically directed at Wu Hao. Xiao Wu, talk to her more. You are about the same age and have more topics together. Dad, don't be busy. People don't bother talking to us. Lin Wei glanced at Wu Hao, and then he was angry at Lin Hongyan. Huh? Lin Hongyan glanced at Wu Hao, then turned his head and reprimanded his daughter. What are you talking about? It's so big. Change your bad temper. Xiao Wu is excellent in all aspects. You should contact him more and learn the advantages of him, which will be very helpful for your future development. Saying, Lin Hongyan turned to Wu Hao and said, Little Wu, my daughter has been used to being spoiled since childhood. Don't mind. No, it was my fault just now, I apologize. Wu Hao smiled. Lin Wei glared at him, but didn't leave. At this time, a majestic man's voice came. Lao Lin, why are you here? Looking for you for a long time. Hi Uncle He. Lin Wei smiled and greeted when she saw the person coming. Slightly here too. They are all grown up, so beautiful. The man then turned to look at Wu Hao, and then touched Lin Hongyan, who was standing beside him, and joked, Lao Lin, is this your son-in-law? Old Ho, what do you want to say? Lin Hongyan retorted, and then smiled at him and introduced, this is Wu Hao, the founder of Hao Technology, a promising young talent. You are Wu Hao? It's better to meet each other. It's really a talent. The middle-aged man praised him, and then he took out a business card from his arms and said, what a shame, Xiang, thank you. Wu Hao took the business card with both hands and looked at it. Chairman of Dadong Group. Wu Hao looked up again and looked at the middle-aged oily man with a big belly in front of him. Dadong Group, a well-known real estate developer in the province, has operations in surrounding provinces. The ability to make real estate on such a large scale is a testament to its power and relationship. I'm sorry, Mr. He, I didn't bring my business card. Wu Hao showed an awkward expression. Generally, business cards should be exchanged on such occasions. But Wu Hao didn't bring it, and he didn't like to carry such things with him to deal with people. It doesn't matter. Young people don't like this thing to understand. There is my phone above, we often contact. I am very interested in some of your business. Let's talk when I have time. Xiang Rong waved his hand. Okay. Wu Hao nodded, and carefully closed the business card. Although I don't like it, in the face of the opponent, I still have to give it. Ha. Lao Lin, leave them to the young people here, let's go chat there. A few old friends are still waiting for you. Xiang Rong patted Lin Hongyan's face with enthusiasm. It is good. Lin Hongyan nodded, and then said to the two of them, why, Xiang, you exchange more, we'll see you later. Seeing the two men leaving, Wu Hao was finally relieved, and dealing with such old businessmen is really a tiring thing. Don't you like him? Lin Wei stared at Wu Hao and smiled. Wu Hao glanced at the two who had gone far away, then shook his head and said, I just met. I don't know if I like it or not. Cheat. If you like it, it's impossible to say that you didn't carry a business card. Lin Wei shook her head and determined. Wu Hao smiled and shook his head with a bitter smile. I really don't have a business card and I don't like that thing. Hee. Lin Wei laughed, and then signaled Jiang Xiaolai, who was standing not far away, looking at him. That's your secretary over there. She's been looking over here. If you beckon, she's sure immediately. I don't believe your secretary will not have your business card. Wu Hao took a look at Jiang Xiaolai, who was looking over here, and then chuckled at her with a smile. The girl is too clever, but not very attractive. Really, it seems that you have a good impression of me in front of me. Lin Wei showed a proud expression, then jumped in front of him and asked, honestly, you have a very bad attitude towards me. Do you think of me as the women outside the door? Wu Hao glanced at this woman with a speechless look www.mtlnovel.com and then showed a toothache expression. Really, why don't you die? Lin Wei lifted her legs and gave a flick of his foot, then dissatisfied at him, what's your look? Just don't bring sunglasses. Sorry. You appeared suddenly. I didn't respond. Wu Hao apologized with a smile. Humphrey. Lin Wei snorted softly, and then looked at Wu Hao with a weird expression. I said, shouldn't you be the first time a girl talks like this? Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Okay, our New Year's charity fellowship will begin immediately. Please everyone in an orderly seat in our sitting area. Let's go, Wu Hao said to Lin Wei, who was still playing with his mobile phone. Wait a while, take a selfie first. Lin Wei gathered around him and embraced Wu Hao's arm, then picked up the phone and smiled. Come and laugh. Why so serious? Laugh one, yes, that's it. At the request of Lin Wei, Wu Hao had a smile on his face. It was the first time a girl took a selfie, and he met for the first time. At the same time, she was helpless by Lin Wei's careless personality. How long had the two known each other? The girl had been familiar with the relationship and attracted a lot of guests to look at them. And while Lin Hong'an was chatting and laughing with his friends elsewhere, he couldn't help looking at them. After seeing Lin Wei's intimate move, Lin Hong'an immediately showed an anxious expression, but then slowly changed to a relaxed smile, and then turned to continue chatting and laughing with friends. The seating area in front of the stage was already full of people. Wu Hao and Lin Wei walked over, then found their own actions and sat down, because Wu Hao is an official guest. His seat is in the front of the second row. In the first few rows, some entrepreneurs in the province have more weight in business, so the overall age is around 40 or 50 years old. Wu Hao, a young man in his 20s, can't help but stand out. This also attracted the attention of many people present, and everyone was discussing in private what exactly this young man was about. Guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 2021 New Year's Charity Fellowship organized by the Provincial Federation of Industry and Commerce officially begins. The first item below, all stand up and sing the national anthem. After hearing the words, everyone stood up, packed up, and then stood upright. Even a few beautiful women who just laughed later became serious. Other things can be loosely slack, but there is no room for fun in this patriotic matter. If a person doesn't even love his own country, what do you expect him to love? After the ceremony, the leaders spoke. The leaders of the Federation of Industry and Commerce and the presidents of several chambers of commerce came to the stage one after another, and brought everyone an exciting speech. Although he didn't understand what it meant, Wu Hao gave warm applause. At the end of the speech, there were several literary performances, including piano solos, singing by male and female treble, and so on. For many entrepreneurs in their 40s and 50s present, such a performance may be wonderful. Everyone is watching quietly. But to young people like Wu Hao, they seem a bit boring. But who would let it be in a public place? From time to time, there are still cameras and reporters' shots. Even if you don't like it anymore, you have to pretend to like it. This is why Wu Hao is very reluctant to come to participate in such activities, because he is too pretentious and tired. Fortunately, there are few such programs, and they will soon end. Then he entered the most important charity art auction of this New Year's charity fraternity. Without knowing when, Lin Wei sat next to him. What are you sending? You'll know later. Wu Hao laughed. No matter what. Lin Wei looked at the lot on the stage with interest. The following lot is a purple emerald teardrop pendant donated by Ms. Miao Xili, president of Chunli Group. This purple emerald teardrop pendant is from the northern Myanmar Old Pit Purple Emeraldite type A. Everyone knows that a good jadeite is very rare, and the jadeite from the Old Pit or Purple Ice species is even more rare. When Miss Miao Xili went to travel to southern Yunnan 8 years ago, she started out from the rough that he bought for a large price. The master of jade carving is then asked to finish the carving himself, which can be regarded as the best product in jewelry. This time, Miss Miao Xili willingly took out this pendant for charity, and let us thank her for her warm applause. Poppy Poppy. In the applause of the crowd, a middle-aged woman wearing a dark green cheongsam sitting in a row not far from Wu Hao stood up, and then gestured towards the crowd. And Wu Hao focused on the bracelet she wore on her wrist. This is a purple jade bracelet. In this way, It should be made from a rough stone with the purple jade drop pendant on the stage. It is even possible that the material for this pendant on the stage may come from the scrap of this bracelet. When he shook his head, he found that Lin Wei sitting next to him was staring at the pendant on the stage, showing a longing for affection. "How do you like it?" Wu Hao asked casually. Hearing what he said, Lin Wei reacted, then nodded at him. "It's pretty. I like this teardrop shape. Let your dad buy it for you. Anyway, you are not short of this money," Wu Hao said with a smile. Hearing what he said, Lin Wei kicked him a bit and said, "Won't you buy it for me?" Wu Hao shook his head and said, "It's too expensive to make it." Okay, the starting price for this purple jadeite water drop pendant is 100,000 yuan. And the starting price is 5,000 yuan each time. Interested guests can show their cards. 150,000, 11,000, 12,000, 130,000. Although it is just a pendant, it seems to be much more popular than the pastel-colored pastel vase. There may be many beautiful reasons for the presents, and many guests want to take pictures and make a smile around them. 365,000. Is there a higher price? 3,600,000. The 63 Mr. 43 bids 360,000. You buy it if you like it, it's only about 300,000. Wu Hao said to Lin Wei, who was staring at the pendant on the stage. Lin Wei shook her head, glanced at him and continued to stare at the pendant on the stage. Although he didn't say anything, those innocent watery eyes made Wu Hao fight the Cold War. Well, although he didn't say anything, the expressive eyes had explained everything. Wu Hao smiled bitterly, then raised the sign around him. 390,000, Mr. 23 from the second row came to 390,000. www.mentalnovel.com. Is there any higher? 390,000. The white glove knocked the hammer between his fingers after watching the reactions of the guests present. Congratulations, Mr. 23, for getting this purple emerald drop pendant. Thank you for your congratulations on this charity event. We will contact you later. Papapap. The crowd present gave warm applause, and Miss Miao Xiuli, the president of Chunli Group, turned and smiled at him and nodded. For many people who are doing it, everyone looks good. So I was able to take this purple jadeite water drop pendant for 400,000 yuan. In the eyes of the other party, Wu Hao was releasing goodwill to the other party. And Wu Hao nodded his head slightly in response, but in reality he was voicing, "Sister, you think too much." Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Thank you. Lin Wei smiled at him shyly. Wu Hao heard the words and then looked at him expressionlessly. Thank you. Did I say I want to send you? You don't send me. Who you send? Your girlfriend. Forget it. Just because of your steel straight man's character, it's strange to have a girlfriend. Lin Wei looked at him for being unhappy. Wu Hao shook his head and shook his head a bit speechless. Hey. Don't get me wrong. I took this thing and it was priced right. Anyone sitting here has to take a picture to show their love. It's appropriate to see this. It's really not for me. Lin Wei closed her smile and looked at him seriously. Wu Hao smiled and said, "What do you think?" Cut. Don't give. Don't give. What's so great? Talking about Lin Wei, she tilted her head to one side. Wu Hao laughed and quipped, "How can you just turn your face when you turn your face like a child? Want you to control." Lin Wei turned her head and glared at him, and the two big eyes were already flashing, as if they were about to break the bank. Wu Hao froze for a moment. Isn't it just a joke? Is the reaction so intense? Then touched her and said, "Okay, make you play. Don't get angry." Really? Lin Wei quickly turned to stare at him. Wu Hao nodded and said, "Sent you." Hee, thanks. Lin Wei's face instantly turned rain and a smile of victory appeared. Wu Hao? Girl liar. Silently speaking, Wu Hao, who was speechless, had to turn his head and stare at the lot on the stage. The following lot is from Mr. Wu Hao of Hao Technology. Mr. Wu Hao may be a little strange to everyone, but I believe everyone already knows the intelligent voice assistant they introduced today. This lot donated by Mr. Wu Hao is special because it has no entity. Speaking of which, the auctioneer paused and left the audience a reaction time. What is it? Lin Y was totally disregarding the previous events, bumped into him and showed a curious expression. Just look at it. Wu Hao laughed. Fine. Lin Y raised her mouth and continued to stare on the stage. Please look at the big screen. The lot donated by Mr. Wu Hao is a customized line service. In August of this year, Hao Technology launched a Star Voice crowdfunding subscription service. All the stars whose crowdfunding amount exceeds 10 million will receive the Stars exclusive voice package specially customized by Hao Technology. Today, Mr. Wu Hao donated this customized voice package. The guest present who took this lot will get a personal voice pack customized by Mr. Wu Hao for you. And you will also put your personal voice package into the virtual mall of the intelligent voice assistant for users to download for a fee. And he will also get a certain percentage of the download revenue. Cokes. After hearing the introduction of the auctioneer, the people sitting on the stage became agitated, and everyone talked to each other to discuss this so-called personal customized voice package. What a sly kid. Lin Hongyan glanced at Wu Hao, who was sitting beside his daughter, with a worried expression. In contrast, He Xiangrong, who was seated next to him, showed an interesting smile. It's a bit interesting. Adulterer, full adulterer. Lin Y came to him and whispered at him. Wu Hao said with a smile, "Hey, what are you talking about? I'm very sincere. You see who donated the lot at this auction house is of high value." Cut. Lin Y showed a disdainful expression and was not kind enough to say, "It is not up to you how much this thing is worth, let alone how much this invisible thing can be worth. Also, you are advertising in a blatant manner. What's the difference from the donation number that year?" Nonsense. This one is at least more technical than his. Cut. Yikiu. Okay, the starting price for this personal voice package is 300,000 yuan, and the price is 10,000 yuan each time. Interested guests can show their cards. 300,000, 300,000, 350,000, and 400,000. The Mr. 37 here is bidding 400,000. Is there any more? 41,000, 420,000. 450,000, 500,000. Just at the start of the auction, many guests on the stage seemed to have beaten chicken blood and started to bid. After seeing this scene, Lin Y laughed and laughed. Why are these people so stupid, knowing that this thing is a trap you set, but they still want to jump inside? Wu Hao shook her head and said, "These people are not stupid. On the contrary, they are smart." How to say? Wu Hao said with a smile. These present are some old churros that are smashing into the business world. Do you think they will not see them? The reason why I am so active is to see the value of my lot. Don't refute it first. I want to tell you the fact that we can't fully open the relevant personal customized voice, which they have all seen. In this way, the price of this personal customized voice package is naturally high. Let's not talk about other aspects. Let's talk about its actual value. If someone can make good use of this opportunity, or sell it to someone who needs it, then they must earn much more than the price they get. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Lin Y showed a thoughtful expression. It took a long time for me to reflect on Wu Hao and said, however, in the end, you will benefit the most. Wu Hao shrugged his shoulders and said, of course. Who makes this our product? What a cheeky face. Lin Y was unhappy. Hee. One is willing to hit the other, one is willing to suffer, the other is willing. And how to count as a traitor without robbing or cheating? Wu Hao smiled, and laughed in front of her. How about, don't think about it, go to death. This time Lin Y didn't lift his feet to kick him, but directly held a meat around Wu Hao's waist with his hands, making him feel sour for a while. Woman, let's live. It's late. I will kill the people today. 1.8 million. The gentleman on the 7th bids 1.8 million. Is there any higher? 2 million. I saw He Xiang Rong sitting next to Lin Hongyan holding up a sign and shouted directly. 2 million. Chairman He from Daedong Group bids 2 million. Once every 2 million. www.mentalnovel.com 2 million to 20.1 million. Mr. 7 bids 2.1 million. He Xiang Rong glanced at the middle-aged man holding the number 7 sign and smiled, and then said, 2.1 million. And the Mr. Number 7 didn't panic at the sight, but slowly raised his sign, added, these two people are on the bar. Wu Hao said at the sight. Isn't it good? It can shoot higher. Lin Wei asked. Wu Hao shook his head. It's okay to fight, but it's not good to get angry, especially on such occasions. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. 3.4 million. Mr. He Xiang Rong bids 3.4 million. Is there anyone else to add? Although the auctioneer was speaking to everyone, his eyes did not leave the 7th guest. As for the 7th guest, he shook his head this time, saying that he had given up to continue bidding. The hammer in the auctioneer's hand fell, and then announced loudly, okay, congratulations to Mr. Xiang Rong He for successfully taking this personal voice package for 3.4 million. We will contact you later. At the same time, we also thank Mr. Wu Hao for contributing a good product to our charity auction. Thank you. To PayPap, the crowd burst into warm applause, and Wu Hao nodded at He Xiang Rong who was looking at him over there. Congratulations, the price of your donation set a record for this auction house. Lin Wei laughed at Wu Hao beside him. Wu Hao shook his head and shook his head. This was actually not what he wanted. Originally thought that for a product of 1 or 2 million, I did not expect to encounter two people raising the bar and forcibly raising the price, which inevitably made him a target of everyone's attention. Don't like it? Lin Wei asked closer. Wu Hao looked at many people looking at him, and shook his head slightly. I didn't expect to shoot so high. And Lin Wei, looking at the people looking around, seemed to understand something instantly. The auction is still going on, but the next lot is diverse and various. Although there are more than 1 million lots, it is difficult to compare with the previous lot of Wu Hao. In the end, with the applause, the auction ended and the reception officially began. But for Wu Hao, the trouble has just begun. Comrade Wu Hao, good evening. A middle-aged man in his 50s with glasses and a suit and shoes, probably in his 50s, stretched out his hand beside Wu Hao. Secretary General Kim is good. Wu Hao immediately shook the middle-aged man's hand. It really is young and promising, the middle-aged man said to the person next to him, and then said to him, your rapid growth really surprised many of us. But this is also what people want to see. Your growth also represents the rise of fresh blood from our province's business community, and it also reflects the vitality of your younger generation. I hope that you will continue to work hard to grow into a towering tree at an early date and support our province's business community. Thank you for your encouragement. I will continue to work hard. Wu Hao answered with a smile. Okay, I'm optimistic about you. The Secretary General patted him on the shoulder, then showed a reassuring expression. The reporter who followed him pressed on the flashes of the light several times against the two, making Wu Hao's eyes open. Hello, President Wu, thank you for taking my pendant. Secretary General Jin and others just left, and the Miss Miao Xiali, the president of Chunli Group, slowly walked up to him and stretched out his hands. Wu Hao gently held her hand and smiled lightly and said, I like your pendant very much. In any case, thank you Mr. Wu for your glory. We can also contribute to charity, Miao Xiali said with a smile. Yes, this is my little mind. Wu Hao smiled back. This is not a small idea. President Wu is willing to come up with an individual customized voice package for auction, which shows that you are sincere. You laughed. Seeing that Wu Hao was not easy to contact, Miao Xiali smiled at him immediately. General Manager Wu, I'm very interested in your new products. I don't know if we can cooperate." Here, Wu Hao looked at the middle-aged woman wearing a cheongsam in front of him, and then asked with a smile, "Mr. Miao, we don't seem to have a cooperation project at present. Are you Chunli Group going to enter the technology manufacturing industry?" Hey, now the traditional industry is getting more and more difficult to do, so our group is also trying to transform. How about if you have any interest to talk in depth? We are very interested in some of your company's business. Miao Xiaoli Chong close him. Is it true that everyone has come for a share? Wu Hao smiled and responded, "Of course, we welcome the majority of companies to come and cooperate with us in related fields. If Miao always has this desire, he can start our company another day. When we negotiate, we will certainly welcome you." "Oh, that's okay." Although I know Wu Hao's words are actually being rejected, if Wu Hao had this willingness, I'd probably have given them down, instead of saying that he would come to the company another day. But Miao Xiaoli did not give up, but responded to his words. "Looking at it, maybe one day I will actually visit the company." "How's it? You've seen awesome." Lin Wai didn't know where it came from, and joked at him. Wu Hao watched this Miao Xiaoli, who was slowly leaving and holding a wine glass to continue talking with others, and nodded. "It's really difficult, not a fuel-saving lamp. What kind of woman would you think would make Chunli Group from a small business to a woman of this size?" This one rose all the way from the position of a secretary. It was a lot of dead bones that fell down onto her pomegranate skirt. Lin Wai looked at Miao Xiaoli's back with a disdainful expression. He. Wu Hao smiled. "Xiao Wu, you are here." At this time Lin Hongyan and He Xiangrong held the glass and came over. "Mr. Lin." Wu Hao nodded at Lin Hongyan, then smiled at He Xiangrong. "Thank you for taking my personal voice bag. If you want to know how to use it, please contact us as soon as possible, and we will send someone to serve you." "Oh, no hurry. I managed to take a picture of such an interesting product. I think about how to use it." He Xiangrong shook his head and smiled. Wu Hao nodded his head and said, "I am also looking forward to seeing the different usage of this product in Mr. He, but I have to remind Mr. He, no matter how you use it, you must accept our safety supervision. You know, if this kind of personal voice package is used in the wrong place, it will easily cause harm." www.mentalnovel.com. Rest assured that I will not do things that violate the law and discipline. He Xiangrong glanced at him and kept smiling. "Oh, then I can rest assured." "You don't know, after this time, we have encountered a lot of troubles in this regard. Some also involve criminal cases, which really gives us headaches." Wu Hao apologized. He Xiangrong heard a laugh and laughed. Any product has its double-sidedness, both its positive and beneficial side, and naturally its bad side. This is not something you can stop. What you have to do is to make up for the deficiencies and loopholes in this product as much as possible and guide it to the good side. "You're right, you've been taught," Wu Hao said modestly. "Add bookmarks for easy reading." Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. After finally sending He Xiangrong away, Wu Hao encountered a lot of people who came forward to talk and also gave business cards. There are some business seniors who really want to associate with you, and there are many who want to come and try your depth and see if you can start with the evil wolf. Young talents. Fortunately, Lin Wai was always accompanied by him, and from time to time he had a gag, which relieved him a lot of pressure. "Thank you tonight." After finally getting out of the banquet hall, Wu Hao thanked Lin Wai. "Thank you, it's worth helping friends. Besides, didn't you send me such an expensive pendant?" Lin Wai motioned to the box in her hand and said, "Oh, you like it?" Wu Hao smiled. For him, it was just a pendant. "Anyway, I'm definitely going to shoot something to show my heart, so why not shoot? Rather than take pictures of the so-called chairman and chairman, it is better to really take something worthwhile. Are you leaving now? Lin Wai asked Wu Hao as Li Wenming drove the car and Jiang Xiaolai carrying a bag behind him. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. This side is also exposed, and the money has been given away, so it is time to leave. It's less than 9 o'clock. In fact, there are still many excellent entrepreneurs in it. You can try to talk with them again, which will help your career. Lin Wai urged him. Wu Hao shook his head about this. It's so easy to get out. There is no need to mix in again. Say goodbye to me and your dad. Seeing Wu Hao's resolute attitude, Lin Wai revealed a trace of regret. Well then, be careful on the way. Thank you for your dinner. It seems that I can only wait for the next time. Hee. You have added both the phone and WeChat, there will be opportunities in the future. Wu Hao smiled back. This was added by Lin Wai grabbing the cell phone from him, but it saved him from opening his own hands. That's what it says. Lin Wai nodded, then reached out and gently waved at him. Wu Hao also reached out and gestured, then got into the car. And the car that had started was quickly driven out. And Lin Wai stared at the car for a long time, then looked at the hand ornament box in her hand, could not help showing a happy smile. Pico, Dad. As Lin Hongyan came out, Lin Wai quickly put away the jewelry box. Okay, don't hide it and see it. Lin Hongyan was not very angry. You said that you just received such valuable things from others as soon as you met. What kind of thing is it? See how your mother says you when you look back. Who said that we just met? Didn't we see it on the plane before? Besides, he gave it to me. He didn't have a girlfriend to take a picture of himself and it would be a waste. It might as well be sent to me for safekeeping. Lin Wai stroked the jewelry box, then looked at the end of the road where the vehicle disappeared, and sighed involuntarily. Without this pendant, why would I have the courage to ask him to take the initiative next time? Looking at her daughter's disappointed look, Lin Hongyan sighed and sighed resentfully. The real woman is not staying, and after raising you for 23 years, it would be better for a mixed kid to say a few words. Dad, Lin Wai said, clutching Lin Hongyan's arm. Well, I didn't say anything. Lin Hongyan was angry. I can remind you that this is not a good owner. He can start such a large company at such a young age, and what a simple character he would be. And you should also see today that dazzling young talents like him, even if he does not take the initiative, there will be many beautiful girls desperately crowding around. It will be tiring if you want to fight, and not necessarily a good result. Of course, how can a man who can tear a piece of fat from your father and you be simple? I admire his talent and appreciate his confidence at the press conference. Compared to the so-called geniuses, I don't know how much better this is. My love must be won by myself. Even if it is difficult, I will not give up until the last moment. Moreover, in my eyes, I don't think he will follow those rouge powder. Lin Wai said proudly. Lin Hongyan looked at the slim and confident daughter in front of him and didn't know what to say. After sighing, he said, I was busy with your mother when you were young, so I threw you in my hometown to be a boy. And you gradually developed a freestanding character of a boy. It rarely bothers me and your mother. But now that you are grown up, you are a big girl, and you will be able to follow your previous personality. Girls are confident, but not too proud. Too proud, too strong women often don't have any good results. And sometimes you can gracefully ladylike. Dad, am I still like that? And I believe the man I fancy, he should not like the kind of woman who can only groan and be weak. Lin Wai's eyes were firm. Hey. Lin Hongyan sighed, and then annoyed a little. Anyway, whoever wants to marry my daughter must show my sincerity that pleases me, otherwise he won't step into our house. Giggle. Lin Wai covered her mouth and laughed, looking at his father's desperation. On the other side of the car, Wu Hao leaned on the back of the chair and rubbed his back. It was really tiring when I got down that night, and it felt more tiring than staying up all night in the laboratory. Although there is no communicative phobia, he can't adapt to pretend to deal with so many people. Wearing a mask at all times, talking and laughing with people who are also wearing a mask, and fighting with each other, is really stressful for people of his age. Lin Wai, thinking of this girl, Wu Hao smiled. At least it was fun to meet an interesting girl at this boring banquet, and this evening was not completely unharmed. Of course, at the beginning, this carefree character, he couldn't adapt. But after getting acquainted with it, I feel pretty good. At least I have a good chat and don't need any intrigue. Or maybe she's so different when set against others. Wenming. Wu Hao opened his eyes and said to Li Wenming, who was driving in front. Mr. Wu, www.mtlnovel.com. What's wrong? Li Wenming glanced at the rear view mirror, then continued to drive. Help me investigate the situation of Lin Hongyan and his family, and focus on this Lin Y. Wu Hao thought and then ordered. Okay. Lin Hongyan glanced at the rear view mirror, then nodded. At this time, Zhang Xiaolai, the co-pilot, opened his mouth and reminded General Manager Wu, when we previously negotiated with Henfu Industrial, the company had collected the basic information of Lin Hongyan. No. The share is only on the front. I want it privately. Some people are superficial, they are afraid of private confusion. The goal is too big, and everything must be guarded against. Wu Hao shook his head, and some things were only his own. After you understand it, you can rest assured. After all, you can know what you don't need to avoid by chatting with someone who knows the best. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear. Click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. After the New Year's Day, it came to the middle of the winter, and the weather became colder and the human heart became more impetuous. People in a busy year have long been out of work. Now they are thinking about going home to reunite with their loved ones. The start of the annual Spring Festival transportation has opened the largest population migration cycle on the planet. This year's Spring Festival transportation ticket source is still tight. In order to allow employees to work with peace of mind, Wu Hao specially opened the company's dedicated network for everyone to grab tickets. But even so, there are still a lot of people who haven't grabbed the tickets to return to the new year. Some people immediately decided not to go back this year, while others were looking for other ways. For example, there is an employee in the company's marketing department. His family is from the Northeast. In order to get a ticket to go home, he took a different approach. He first bought a flight to Laos and then transferred to Northeast from there. Although the fare is a little bit more expensive, I can finally go back. This is the tradition of our Chinese people, and it is also the blood and blood relationship that can be found in the bones. No matter how much suffering you experience, you are reuniting your family. While nothing happened a year ago, the company's department integration and adjustment work began. Although experiencing some turbulence, the whole is still underway. However, Zhang Jun and Dong Yiming were in charge of all these, and Wu Hao himself got into his personal laboratory. Hey, how did you hear that a few days ago you went to that charity party and met a girl and heard that you gave someone a few 100,000 pendant lots? The big screen shows an image of Zhang Jun sitting in the office. This guy now likes to dress like dogs. A large custom-made suit made him more and more a general manager's head, but his weight of 203 had forced him to start dieting and lose weight. Wu Hao glanced at this guy in the big screen, and then continued his busy work and said, "What are you doing so gossip? Hurry up your work." "What gossip? I'm concerned about your lifelong events." "Okay. I heard that the girl is not bad. Your kid should hold on tight." Zhang Jun smiled at him wretchedly. "Get out of the way, let's take care of yourself." Wu Hao stunned angrily and then said to him, "How is your situation today?" Seeing Wu Hao taking the business seriously, Zhang Jun immediately smiled and said solemnly, "It's not going well. There have been many problems in the merger of the marketing department and the operating department. There have also been some internal disputes. It may take time for the two groups to merge. In addition, there is a lot of trouble in the production department, especially in terms of setting up a departmental framework. In this regard, Dong Yiming and I are working out a solution with Lin Jianliang to see if we can dig a few key positions from other places first, and the others will be replenished slowly after the year." Wu Hao nodded and said, At present, this is the only way, but you have to pay attention to it. The management can delegate power, but the personnel appointment must be firmly grasped. Can't other people interfere with it clearly? Relax. I'm not a fool. Jiang Jun smiled, and then asked him, Xiaoxian asked me to inform you that the annual meeting will start at 7 tomorrow night. The company will be closed tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget it. Can't forget it. Wu Hao smiled back. What have you been playing with in the lab these days? Are there any results? Jiang Jun looked at the various devices placed behind him with the camera and was curious. There has been some progress, but it is still being tested. Well, I don't want to talk about it. I'm busy first. You pay attention to rest yourself. Don't forget everything when you get busy. Jiang Jun ordered a few words to him and quickly went offline. As soon as the picture on the big screen flashed, Coco's avatar appeared. The call is over. Coco, how many times have quick charge-discharge experiments of samples 1 to 5? The experiments of the rapid charge-discharge cycles of samples 1 to 5 have been tested 273 times at 80% full charge, and 1,326 times in the case of half power. What about the sample? Wu Hao asked, looking at the data on the big screen. The capacity decay of sample number 1 is 10% after cycling, and the actual electricity in the sample is currently 72%. The capacity decay of sample number 2 after cycling is 10% to 14%. The actual power is 68.8%. The capacity of sample 3 after the cycle is attenuated by 7%, and the sample. So, the best body is currently sample number 3? Wu Hao asked. Yes, from the current test situation, the sample number 3 has the lowest capacity attenuation after cycling, and the shape is the most stable. 7%, it's worth for 5.6%. Sir Coco. Wu Hao looked at the image of Coco on the screen. Coco smiled on the screen. Yes, sir. Don't answer before me in the future. Coco still smiled slightly on the screen. Okay, sir. What's the strength of my program? Wu Hao patted his head, then sat down and took out the sample labeled number 3. This is a battery that Wu Hao is testing. In simple terms, it is a lithium-ion battery, but he has optimized the battery technology. In fact, the structure of the battery itself and the formulation of the electrolyte are optimized. In simple terms, the energy storage density in a single volume is increased. Take 2 pieces of lithium ion, which are also 30 grams, as an example. At present, the main lithium-ion batteries on the market, 30 grams can hold 1000 mAh of electricity. After optimization by Wu Hao, the lithium-ion battery, which is also 30 grams, will have a capacity of about 1300 mAh, and its energy storage density will increase to about 30%. Of course, this is just experimental data in the laboratory. Wu Hao also achieved a relatively ideal result only by using the knowledge stored in his brain and joining the materials that can be used in the current contact. Specific results require further experimental data to obtain. www.mentalnovel.com. And the development of a battery depends not only on its capacity, but also on a series of other factors. For example, whether this battery is safe or not. The news of the battery explosion has been repeated. In a modern society that values safety performance, if a product's safety is not guaranteed, it will lose its competitiveness. Take a mobile phone brand as an example, because a mobile phone exploded several times a year. As a result, this mobile phone brand has been greatly affected worldwide, and even caused a serious crisis of brand trust. In the end, the mobile phone company had to apologize and recall all overseas mobile phones of this brand. In addition to this, there are also whether the materials used inside the battery are safe and reliable, whether they are toxic, and how much pollution they can cause. Finally, the most important thing is how much this battery is manufactured. If the cost is too high, it will lose market competitiveness. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Xiangming, President Wu just sent a technical document to our project team. It is top secret, and my authority cannot be opened. A young man with thick glasses, probably 28 or 9, came in, shouting at a distant young man who was wearing a white coat and was experimenting with short fat. Oh, let me see. The short-haired, fat young man dropped his work, walked to the computer, and opened the technical kit. Li-ion battery optimization technology. Okay. The two men staring at the screen could not help but show a deep affection. Both are members of the company's hardware research lab and battery research project team. This short-haired, slightly fat young man named Xiangming is called Hu Xiangming. He is 30 years old this year. He is a PhD student in the Department of Materials Science of the University of Electric Science and Technology. His main focus is on battery materials. The man with thick glasses next to him, named Fang Ziyuan, is a doctoral student in electrochemistry at Tsinghua University, specializing in electrochemistry. Xiangming, who was an engineer that Wu Hao had dug from a well-known battery manufacturer in China. He was also responsible for the research and development of lithium-ion batteries. It is just that there is a big difference in direction with the scientific research team, and it is more casual in work, so it is marginalized by the research and development team. Finally, Lin Jianliang found a relationship and dug in. After a long talk with Wu Hao, he decisively asked him to take charge of the battery project research and gave him sufficient authority. And Fang Ziyuan is his postdoc from King Dagu AI. In addition, the entire project team also has 7 or 8 graduate students in the fields of new energy materials, materials science, electrochemistry, electronic engineering, condensed matter physics, etc., which can be said to be a high-quality scientific research team. After the project team was established, although the company and Wu Hao did not ask them anything, but these people did not relax themselves, but have been engaged in related research and development work in the battery field. For them, this is not so much a job as a career. Therefore, the relevant scientific research work is not forced, and they are very conscious of themselves. But battery technology can also be called materials and chemical technology, and progress in these two areas has been very slow. Today, with the rapid development of technology, battery technology is still like a difficult bone, and there has been no progress. Therefore, Hu Xiangming did not expect any breakthrough in the field of battery technology. What they did was the same as the research content of all battery technology research laboratories around the world. That is, to improve the battery performance as much as possible under the existing battery technology conditions. Of course, this is just a short-term goal. Their long-term goal is the same as the ideal of all battery technology research laboratories around the world. That is to develop a new battery. And if this battery is developed, it will bring a new round of technological revolution around the world. How is this possible? Where is this technology from, Mr. Wu? Looking at the materials, Hu Xiangming opened his eyes wide, and then showed an expression of disbelief. Fang Ziyuan, who was next to him, looked at the information on the screen and stroked his glasses. Is it possible that it was made by President Wu himself? I heard that he has stayed in his laboratory these days. Impossible. This is a very mature technology for optimizing lithium batteries. Even if he is even more powerful, he can't compare with so many laboratories in the world. Hu Xiangming shook his head like a rattle. After all, this information is a bit exciting. He's gone. No. I'm going to see President Wu. Hu Xiangming stood up excitedly, and Fang Ziyuan next to him stopped him and said, "Come calmly first. Mr. Wu must give you this information. It definitely has his reason. And you can't see him now, except for himself on the 4th floor. Who has gone up? Contact him first and listen to what he says." Hearing Fang Ziyuan's words, Hu Xiangming calmed down a little, but immediately put on an intelligent voice assistant and contacted Wu Hao. Soon, Wu Hao appeared on the computer screen. "Receive it, Wu Hao smiled. Received. The two nodded quickly, and Hu Xiangming couldn't wait to say, General Manager Wu, I would like to ask where this technology came from, and the optimization performance increased by 30%, which is too ideal. Where did it come from? Of course, we made it ourselves, Wu Hao said with a smile. Such an important technology, do you think the laboratory of that company will give us? Even if you buy it, do you think you can buy it? Hu Xiangming shook his head. Every 5% improvement in battery technology is a huge change and may even cause a serial reaction in the entire electronic technology market. Especially the current popularity of new energy technology makes the value of this technology inestimable. So he didn't believe that company would be stupid enough to easily sell this heavyweight technology to them. Seeing Hu Xiangming shaking his head, Wu Hao went on to say, rest assured, this thing was made by me before, but it has been tested repeatedly. Now that I have a preliminary result, I will leave it to you for subsequent research and development. You all know the follow-up research and development work, and I won't be stingy. But there are 2 points that need your attention now. First of all, you must quickly analyze this technology. Look at those areas that we need to keep confidential, and those areas that need to be patented. I will let Chu Hongwei of the legal office assist you to speed up the completion of the application for registration of related patents. Second, accelerate the related research and development progress, and strive to put this technology into practical use as soon as possible. I have completed a series of tests on this technology before, and I will sort out the relevant information and samples and give them to you. I hope you continue to work hard to make this technology take root as soon as possible. You can rest assured that we must take the time to complete the subsequent research and development work to ensure that you will not be disappointed. Hu Xiangming was excited. Well, come on. I am optimistic about you. You should also pay attention to your body in addition to your research work. Don't be too tired. I will let the administrative department protect your logistics. After finishing, the screen turned off. The two, who were still excited, did not respond. Call ended. The reminder of the intelligent voice assistant finally made the two of them react to www.mentalnovel.com. Hu Xiangming was a bit lost. I haven't had time to discuss the technical aspects with President Wu. Relax, there will be opportunities in the future. Fang Ziyuan patted his shoulder. Hu Xiangming nodded, then looked at the information on the screen, then stood up and said, pause the current project we have, and call everyone to a meeting. Starting today, we will work on a new project. I want this technology develop it early and move the whole world. Looking at Hu Xiangming's spirited look, Fang Ziyuan nodded, and then quickly went out. Hu Xiangming, however, sat down again and stared at the information on the screen. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wu Hao and Jiang Jun arrived at the hotel where the annual meeting was held. Sometimes the size of the company is too big, which is also a trouble. For this annual meeting, Shengxiuxi and they contracted a hotel. The entire 3 floors and 6 banquet halls were filled with their employees. In order to facilitate the period, of course, the seat is divided according to the department. However, at the beginning of this, everyone must first gather in the grand banquet hall on the first floor. After all, as an annual meeting, the leader's summary speech is still required. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand ceremony of Hao Technology officially began in the 2020-2021 S. Let us welcome Mr. Wu Hao, the founder, chairman and CEO of Hao Technology, with a warm applause. Poppy poppy. Among the applause of everyone, Wu Hao came to the stage and looked at the people gathered below, then raised the microphone and laughed. Dear colleagues, all staff of Hao Technology, good evening. I'm glad we all have such a chance to gather together. After a busy year, We gather here to raise a toast together and remember the pains and pains. This is something to be happy and happy. This is the first formal annual meeting of our company since its establishment. In the past year, with the efforts of everyone, we have achieved remarkable results. The specific results have been explained in my annual thank you letter to you a few days ago, and I will not repeat the waste of time here. However, how to say this is a joyous moment, I still want to share a few sets of data with you. Let us all have fun together. First of all, the number of employees in our company has increased more than 10 times during the year. From 100 people at the beginning of the year, we are now a big family with more than 1,400 people. Moreover, the overall growth rate continues to increase, and more people will join in the future, and our family will continue to expand. To be honest, as a parent in this huge family, I am not only happy and proud, but also feel pressure from time to time. More than 1,400 people also represent this more than 1,400 long mouths, and the cost incurred every day is huge. And these accumulate to a year. It is an amazing number. Sometimes I am very worried. I am afraid that if there is any problem with the company's business, what to do with the food problem of more than 1,400 people. So every day, every time I walk on thin ice, be careful, for fear of any accident. Fortunately, with our joint efforts, the company is developing and expanding step by step. Our various businesses have also achieved very good results, and the annual turnover has reached an impressive result of 56.9 billion. Pap. After everyone heard him announce the number, they applauded again. This achievement is dazzling and impressive, and everyone did not expect that their company, which has more than 1,000 people, could actually create such a high turnover. So the sense of pride and a sense of belonging sprang up for a while, and everyone couldn't help cheering. Wu Hao pressed his head to calm everyone down, and then continued, in this year, we have involved a lot of business. From the initial cluster array control technology, drone technology, to intelligent unmanned storage, smart unmanned farm. From our smart voice assistant, to the smart home concept we launched, and the second generation smart voice assistant we are about to launch. In addition, there are some other businesses that I will not repeat here. So many fruitful results are naturally inseparable from everyone's hard work and struggle. In particular, I saw colleagues in the marketing department staying in the company for many days and nights to work overtime in order to face the promotion festivals without complaints. I see that the laboratory's scientific researchers leave the company at the latest every day, and the laboratory lights are always on all night. I also saw a lot of colleagues working on the plane for 26 days a month. Some colleagues have been unable to stay home for months. I have seen many of them, including those that have not been described. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. This achievement should also have your contribution. Now let's applaud and thank all of us with warm applause. It is our joint efforts that have made our company achieve today's impressive results. Poppy. Wu Hao pressed his hand to signal everyone to calm down and said, after saying so much, you may think I'm too embarrassed. Actually, I think so too. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the audience smiles when they hear the words. So in order not to be annoying, I won't stop talking nonsense. Let's do something practical. Oh. When he said that, the whole ballroom was boiling. First of all, I announced that all old employees who have worked in the company for 1 year will receive an additional 3 salary at the end of the year in addition to performance bonuses. Other companies are paid double salaries, so we will double the salaries. Hard work during the year. Oh. Secondly, employees who have worked for less than 1 year but for half a month will receive double pay at the end of the year, while those who have been less than 6 months and 3 months will receive half the salary reward for their positions. Oh, originally, Wu Hao set them at 5,000 yuan, but after soliciting everyone's opinions, I felt that it was too general. It should be based on the actual situation, so it has been changed to this way, which is also fairer to everyone. Second, the company will set up 3 awards, including the company's outstanding employees, the department's outstanding employees and the project's special contribution award. Among them, the company's outstanding employees will be selected by the company. 100,000 yuan bonus. Then there are excellent employees in the department, which are selected by various secondary departments. The bonus for each excellent employee in the department is 50,000 yuan. As for the final project special contribution award, it is used to reward individuals who have made outstanding contributions to various projects. Each project special contribution award winner will receive a prize of 500,000 yuan. Wow! Everyone in the room burst into exclamation www.mentalnovel.com. Then it turned into warm applause. After the people calmed down, Wu Hao continued with a smile. I always insist on a credo, that is, you will get as much as you pay, and we will eat by our means. So please rest assured that the company will not forget your achievements. In addition, I also want to tell you that all the above awards are fair and fair. We will publish the list of relevant winners for your supervision. If you feel that it is unfair for anyone to get the award, or you are more suitable than him for this award, you can send an email to the special mailbox set up by us. We will have someone to handle your mail, and we will investigate according to the things you report and explain. Once verified, we will deal with it immediately, and we will never tolerate it. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. This is the first time Wu Hao has spoken in front of more than 1,400 people. Originally Zhang Xiaolai had drafted a very formal speech for him, but Wu Hao thought that speech was too formal and somewhat hypocritical. Moreover, the letter of thanks that was sent to all employees of the company in his name was already a formal document. It is not necessary to be so formal at this annual meeting. It is better to relax a little. So what he said on stage was actually randomly spoken according to the outline outlined earlier. Although the first speech may be a little bad, the overall atmosphere is not bad. Moreover, most of the people here are young people under the age of 30. How to find a way of speaking that they accept and like is also a question worth exploring. At least his speech is more acceptable to everyone than the so-called formal speeches. After the speech, the company's outstanding employees and project outstanding contribution awards were awarded. As for the outstanding employees of the department, the heads of the respective departments are responsible for issuing them. In order to further demonstrate the visual impact of the awards and to motivate all employees, the awards are awarded in cash. In particular, the envy of many young people at the age of 26 and 65 years, holding a bonus of 1.5 million yuan, really envied many. This project's outstanding contribution award rewards a total of 5 employees who have made outstanding contributions in various project groups, including 3 researchers and 2 in the marketing department. These 2 people in the marketing department both achieved important roles in related cooperation projects, and then stood out from the many candidates and became one of the 5. In addition, they will also get promotion opportunities. Wu Hao, what they have to do is to show employees such a fair competition system. Whoever has the ability and who gets on, the incompetent gives way to the able. In this way, you can tap more talents, give them more opportunities to show themselves, and contribute to the company. In addition, it also encourages all employees to establish a healthy competitive relationship internally. There is no such thing as a friendly company. Only through constant competition can we continue to struggle, and such companies can maintain their firepower, so that they can continue to win in the competition. The end of the award ceremony is all kinds of cultural performances and collective activities. Everyone is young. Everyone's programs are naturally rich and colorful, and there are many wonderful programs that are full of color. As the company's person in charge, Wu Hao has naturally become the target of many employees' reorganization. Usually there is no such opportunity. So these people finally seize every opportunity to make many irrational requests to him. Of course, most of him is satisfied. Who makes today happy? It's just that some are too much. In order to keep the ethics, he never agreed. The event is almost over, the next party is, and the employees return to their banquet halls to arrange dinner. Wu Hao and they can't rest yet, they need to go to the various banquet halls to thank everyone for toasting. Of course, he also became the object of everyone toasting. Fortunately, there are many people around him, otherwise 10 of him would be so versatile to face so many people. Seeing that the banquet is about to begin, Wu Hao and they are also seated at all the company's middle and senior executives to have a dinner together. After all, this is also a rare opportunity to meet together. Although usually gathered, but this atmosphere is far from idle. Everyone also let go of their restraints and truly merged into happiness. The whole party lasted until 10 o'clock, and Wu Hao left each of them after explaining the relevant matters. But for Wu Hao, the party is not over. There is still a party waiting for them. There is a charcoal grilled lamb chop in an inconspicuous alley in South Pedestrian Street. Although the store is small, it is so full that there are many outdoor tables and chairs in the alley outside. Despite the winter, these tables and chairs are still packed, and good food always attracts so many people. Because it is late, coupled with the approaching year, and it is really cold, there are not many people here. Finding an empty seat, everyone sat down. Boss, a char-grilled lamb chop, 8 skewers, and a pot of shochu, a plate of edamame peanuts. Jang Jun yelled at the top 5 bosses with a menu. I'll tell you, you can eat the waste and grilled whip yourself. Can you eat something decent this evening? Wu Hao said unhappy. Jang Jun put down the menu, and then took the hot tea handed over by Yang Fan. He said, don't be ignorant of people's hearts. I'm not looking at your recent tiredness, I want to make up for you. Just one person, 2 strings, everyone make up. The problem is that we didn't release it after we made it up. We can't get angry anymore, forget it. Xiaodong shook his head with a smile. Jang Jun grinned and said, what's so difficult? Do yourself a lot of food and clothing. Get off, anyway, it's the company's general manager. Don't be so unproductive. Wu Hao cursed with a smile. I'm not profitable. You're profitable. The girl asked you, why don't you go out? Not to persuade. Jang Jun shouted at him. He ha he, and Xiaodong and Yang Fan both laughed when they saw it. This party belongs to 4 of them, and only 4 of them. Of course, Li Wenming and Jang Jun's drivers were sitting at other tables, but they were not included. In the joke room, the hot yellow lamb chops were brought up, along with other skewers and shochu in hot water. Come, we have 4 of you in this cup, everyone has worked hard this year. Wu Hao raised his glass and said to the other 3, dry. Everyone took a sigh of relief, and Jang Jun put on disposable gloves and said, come, start eating. I drank all night and didn't eat a few bites. Well, really sweet. Still the same as before, the 4 robbed after scrambling. In the trouble room, the lamb chop bottomed out, and 4 people also leaned on the back of the chair, enjoying this leisurely time of fullness. Wu Hao took out 3 cards from his arms, and handed them to each of them and said, I won't tell you more. Everyone knows well. We will continue to work hard for better results next year. These 3 cards are your dividends this year. www.mentalnovel.com. Among them, Jang Jun is 10 million yuan, and you 2 are 5 million each. The part of our advance has been deducted from it before, and the relevant bills have been sent to your respective mailboxes by the finance. You can go back and check for yourself. Although we have made a lot of profits this year, you also know that we are currently at a critical stage of development and we need to spend money on all aspects. So this year, we will give out 100 million to paid dividends. As for the dividend ratio, we agreed according to the original, 10% fat, 5% of each of you. I will follow this in the future, but in the future the company will take a part of our respective shares for the construction of our company's stock option pool. This is also for the long-term development of the company. I hope you can understand. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Regarding the specific shareholding ratio, this was settled when they first established the company. However, it was only an ambiguous agreement at the time, and it was not clearly stated. With the rapid development of the company, the scale and revenue continue to expand, so the company needs to be re-registered. The original company registration only used $1,000, which is obviously not in line with their company's current status. So the new company's registered capital this time increased by $100 million. After re-registration, the company's business has also expanded a lot, covering many areas. In addition, the company's shareholders have also been formally determined. At present, the company has a total of 4 shareholders, of which Wuhao is the largest shareholder and holds 80% of Heihao Technology. Jiang Jun is the second shareholder and holds 10% of the shares. Zhu Xiaodong and Yang Fan are 2 other shareholders, each holding 5% of the shares. Of course, this is not the final share allocation plan. Wuhao also said that in order for the company to establish a share option pool, a portion of each of them would need to be drawn for the establishment of the share option pool. But no matter what, Wuhao is an absolute major shareholder, and he has control of the company, which will not change. To say that among these 4 people, in fact, the most loss is Jiang Jun. He and Wuhao were co-founders at the time, and they also had funds to invest in. 10% of the shares are a bit less honest, but this is what Jiang Jun himself asked for. In his words, 10% is enough. At the beginning, using 100,000 yuan to obtain this 10% stake was already a big profit. If the world is to choose a successful investor, he will definitely be selected. As for Yang Fan and Zhu Xiaodong, they both felt that this was more than 5%. In the eyes of the two, they didn't seem to be doing anything, so they felt a bit sad about holding these shares. I didn't feel it at first, but now the 5% gold content makes them feel a little hot. Everyone has a selfish side, and of course Wuhao thought about owning all the shares. But this is unrealistic. On the one hand, when he established the company, he did promise Jiang Jun for their shares. Otherwise, at that time, they would not be able to fight with you for more than a month based on just a few words, and eventually follow you to go to Hangzhou. Moreover, when treating friends, you must always distinguish friendship and interests. Friendship can help you maintain the relationship, and interest is the cornerstone of your long-term stable relationship. Rather than letting them be jealous, friendships are broken and trust is broken. Might as well get them grateful and strengthen the relationship. After all, the company's scale is getting larger and larger, and few people who trust themselves really don't necessarily live on. Wuhao understood this, and Jiang Jun and Yang Fan and Zhu Xiaodong also knew this. It's great. With this money, I can finally go to a decent house. This public rental house really lives in Koping. Jiang Jun held the card in his hand and said with a happy face, "Yes, Jose, how much did you get for the large flat set? Even the decoration, a total of more than 6 million. Why do you want to buy it?" "Just we can be neighbors," Wuhao said with a smile. "It's so expensive." Not only Jiang Jun, Zhu Xiaodong and Yang Fan both showed a surprised and affectionate feeling. Wuhao looked at them with a smile and said, "The house on the shore of Yanming Lake is expensive by itself, and it is also the flat floor of a high-end community. It is 280 square meters. How much money do you count?" Wuhao jumped out of the many listings Jiang Xiaolai was looking for, a high-end residential area near Yanming Lake. Although the house is a bit expensive, the overall environment is good. The important thing is that the decoration has been done. Wuhao only needs to change the decoration to move in, and it is located on Yanming Lake with beautiful scenery and nice environment. Coupled with a flat floor of 280 square meters, it can fully meet his daily accommodation needs. There is also stricter access control in this community, so security is guaranteed. This is also strongly recommended by Wei Bing and Li Wenming. That's only more than 5 million, and you used more than 1 million just for decoration. Jiang Jun said with wide eyes. Wu Hao smiled and said, do you think it's expensive or cheap? Expensive, of course. The three nodded in unison. Jiang Jun said with a look of frustration, originally, the three of us still wanted to buy a house in your house after this dividend. Let's be neighbors together. I didn't expect it to be so expensive. Let's forget it. Look at your profit. Anyway, it is a major shareholder of a company with a market value of 10 billion. What is this money? Wu Hao looked at the three of them angrily, then raised his finger and said, if you want to buy, there are two ways. Isn't the first one to give you money? You can first pay the down payment and then pay it back slowly. The second method is simpler. Anyway, the money I share is also a waste in the bank. I can lend it to you first, and you can return it to me and pay it back. This method is good. I like it, and I will go to the house tomorrow. Jiang Jun said excitedly. Let's think again. Yang Fan and Zhuge Xiaodong looked at each other, and hesitated at him. What more hesitate? Come and live together. Jiang Jun took the shoulders of the two and sneered at Wu Hao with a smile. Anyway, this guy has split so much money, so let's borrow a little. Let's live together. It's good to have a meal together. Get off. Wu Hao cursed with a smile, and then said to the three of them, okay, one person borrows 10 million of you, so you can also be more relaxed. They are all major shareholders, but not as shabby as before. There are still pomps for this talk. But let's just say, we need to write an IOU. I rely. Are you afraid we will not pay back? Jiang Jun said unhappy at him. Wu Hao nodded and cursed. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried that you guys too skinny. When I was at school, I didn't know who borrowed money from me and my girlfriend went out to open a room, and then I saw you soon. I trust, you still remember this. At that time I didn't just care about two people and forgot about it, but in the end I didn't pay you back. Jiang Jun blushed. After hearing the conversation between the two, Youkanzu www.youkanzu.com Zhuge Xiaodong and Yang Fan both laughed. And he and Jiang Jun secretly nodded at each other for a glance. The reason for saying so was to dispel the concerns in the hearts of the two. In fact, for him, it doesn't matter if he writes an IOU. The reason why I still write is to make Zhuge Xiaodong Yang Fan more comfortable. It's just borrowing, not giving. Without giving up dignity or anything. That's it. I'll have someone transfer you money tomorrow. You three go together, so maybe you can save a lot of money. Wu Hao smiled. Jiang Jun and the three of them heard each other, then nodded and smiled. Come on. The last drink. Done. Dry. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. As the annual meeting ends, most companies and employees are waiting for the Lunar New Year. As the new year approaches, the company's work is relatively easy. So employees are anxiously waiting while enjoying this relaxed working state. Wu Hao was finally busy with most of his work years ago, but as the company's principal, he had to wait for all employees of the company to take a vacation before leaving. However, compared with other employees, he seems much more relaxed and casual. After going to the company every morning to finish some work, he was relaxed at other times, and he took the time to enjoy this leisurely year-old life. Since moving to Yanming Lake, Wu Hao has learned to cook by himself. Originally, it was more convenient to order outside the public rental housing. There was a snack street downstairs, and he didn't cook much at all, so he either ate in the company restaurant, ate outside or ordered takeout. But after coming here, although the surrounding environment is beautiful, it is not very lively, and there is no snack street. Even ordering takeaway is not enough, because the access control is strict. It is difficult for the takeout staff to enter. So Wu Hao went to the supermarket to buy something and learned to do it. At first I bought some cooked or frozen foods, but slowly later, he would learn to cook simple home-cooked dishes according to recipes and some food bloggers. The weather was good on the weekend. Wu Hao, who woke up naturally, woke up and washed up, only to find that it was more than 11 o'clock. A bit hungry, he decisively gave up cooking, but changed his clothes and went out to eat something. Upon learning that Wu Hao went out, Li Wenming hurried over. Although Wu Hao said several times that he didn't have to follow him on the weekend, Li Wenming kept his duties silently. I found a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of green pepper and mustard pork noodles. Wu Hao started to look at the mobile phone boringly, where a message flashed out of WeChat. When Wu Hao smiled slightly, he pressed a few words and sent it over. Why eat out? A person? Okay. Send a position. What are you doing? It's up to you. Wu Hao smiled helplessly, and sent a positioning. Wait for me. The other party responded with 2 words and then did not move. Wu Hao shook his head, then took the green pepper and mustard pork noodles handed over by the waiter and ate them. It's so refreshing to be able to eat a bowl of hot noodles during this hungry winter moon. After eating half, I saw a black Wrangler parked outside. From the car, a short-haired girl wearing sunglasses, wearing an army green casual jacket with a black t-shirt, wearing blue slim jeans and stepping on a pair of black long-waist military boots quickly walked into the store. After seeing Wu Hao eating noodles, he immediately sat in front of Wu Hao, and threw the car keys in his hand on the table and shouted, "Boss, pour me soup. Come here, or have something to eat together." Wu Hao asked with a smile. Looking at the carefree girl in front of her, Lin Wei waved her hand and said, "I've eaten it, I'm not hungry." After looking at the environment of the lower hall, Lin Wei said to Wu Hao, who was eating noodles, "You usually eat this. Does anyone cook at home?" "Just me, a bachelor. Who will do it?" Wu Hao laughed. Lin Wei heard that she was not very angry. "You wouldn't hire a nanny? Would you like this money?" Wu Hao shook his head. "I'm used to living alone." Cut. Lin Wei rolled her eyes, then lifted the noodles and drank carefully, and then smiled at him. "What are you going to do today?" Wu Hao thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "There is no arrangement. I will go to the supermarket in a while and then go home to rest." "I'm boring. Do you usually live like this?" Lin Wei asked involuntarily at him. Wu Hao shook and said, "I often go out to eat with my friends or watch a movie or something." "This is not a home. Otherwise, let's go out and play. I know there are a few interesting places," Lin Wei suggested. Wu Hao took a look at Li Wenming, who was sitting, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'll go home and rest." "Hey, why are you like this?" But after seeing his eyes, Lin Wei's eyes suddenly smiled and said, "Are you afraid that it will be inconvenient for him to follow? Is it okay? Just send him away?" "Now," Wu Hao shook his head and said, "When I usually rest at home on weekends, he will go back to rest. If I come out, he will be affected and follow, so I usually don't go out on weekends. Do you want him to rest?" Lin Wei glanced at Li Wenming, and then she expressed an admiring expression. "Did you think that you were thinking for someone else? I really don't understand you. You have to follow the bodyguard when you go there, for fear that others will harm you." Wu Hao smiled and didn't speak, but continued to lower his head and finish eating. Lin Wei was a little annoyed when she saw this, and then exasperated. "I'm afraid of you. Don't go if you don't. But I don't mind if I go to your house." Speaking of Lin Wei staring at Wu Hao looked at her with a smile and said, "As long as you are not bored, you can follow." "Great." Lin Wei smiled victoriously. Looking at Lin Wei's smile, Wu Hao smiled unconsciously. After Li Wenming gave him survey information, he also got to know the girl in front of him. As a child, Lin Hong'an and his wife were busy with their careers, so she was sent back to her hometown to live with her grandparents, and thus developed her torrid personality. All day with a bunch of boys to provoke trouble, so Lin Hong'an and his wife had a headache, and finally had to return to the city to strictly discipline in junior high school. It may be that the significant changes in adolescent girlhood caused her character to converge a lot. Although still careless, she has already looked like a girl. There was nothing special throughout the high school period. At this time, Lin Wei was quite self-reliant and matured a lot, and she was admitted to Fudan with excellent results through hard work. During college, He participated in many societies and was said to have had a relationship with a boy from the province of Suzu. When I was a junior, I participated in the inter-school exchange program, and obtained an international exchange student from a university in the infant country www.mtlnovel.com. After that, I was admitted to the Institute of Oxford Business School. Completed all studies. I just returned home after graduating this year, but after I returned, I didn't want to enter Henfa industry. My father's Hongan. So what are you thinking about? Wu Hao looked at the beautiful girl and was lost in thought. What are you thinking? Lin Wei could not help asking. Ah, nothing. Suddenly I think you are still pretty, Wu Hao said with a smile. Cut. Only to find out. Having said that, Lin Wei's face still showed redness. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Oh, the Wrangler. Wu Hao looked at the powerful black Wrangler in front of which he had been blasted and couldn't help but marvel. What's wrong? Lin Wei opened the door and asked. Wu Hao shook his head. It's nothing. I just think that a girl can drive such a powerful car. It's rare and weird. There are more girls driving the Wrangler. Gee, get in the car. Lin Wei shouted at a glance. Well, you drive. I'll take my own car. Wu Hao watched Lin Wei sit in the driver's seat, and could not help but stunned. Why, look down on the female driver. Lin Wei raised her eyebrows. Where? I just haven't sat in the Wrangler. Having said that, Wu Hao slowly uploaded and carefully fastened his seatbelt. I couldn't help praying, and I still had many ideals. Don't plant them in the hands of this woman. Look at you like that and go. Lin Wei looked at Wu Hao, then started the car and flew out. Li Wenming, who was sitting in the back of the car, watched the speed of the Wrangler, and his car quickly followed. Slow down. Wu Hao could not help shouting. Hey, why are you a big man so timid? Lin Wei continued to look ahead and looked at him. Wu Hao adjusted her sitting position, then shook her head. I have the courage, but I don't like to put my destiny in the hands of others. I don't believe in people. Lin Wei gave him a white look. Where? Turn right in front of a big supermarket and park there. Wu Hao smiled and shook his head. I don't understand anything. How to trust? Then I will give you enough time to understand. When they came to the supermarket, Wu Hao and Lin Wei pushed the car around, while Li Wenming followed. Originally he wanted to step forward to the cart, but Lin Wei cleared it up in a few words. What to buy? Lin Wei asked, looking around. Wu Hao laughed and threw a packet of food into the shopping cart. You look at it and I check out. That's what you said. Then I'm welcome. Lin Wei jumped to the food area with a look of excitement, then suddenly took a lot of snacks and walked over and threw it into the shopping cart. These are junk food. Wu Hao could not help but be full of black lines. You said let me watch it. Wu Hao was a little speechless about this. I asked you to take it, but we don't need to take so much at once. Leave a few, take out the others. No. You have to do all this. Lin Wei grabbed the shopping cart and glared at him. Wu Hao laughed. Let's say yes, you can leave these things in the car and bring them back to eat. Don't take them to my house. What? You don't like it? Lin Wei pursed her lips. Ah, hey, pay attention to the image in public, Wu Hao said helplessly. After hearing him talking, Lin Wei glanced around, then coughed and took the contents of the shopping cart out one by one. Wu Hao was relieved to see what was happening. What kind of wind did the fairy have today? Fortunately, after experiencing what just happened, Lin Wei's side has become much more normal. They walked in the supermarket with their shopping carts, and it was a good experience. Give me a loin? Yes. That's it. Wu Hao looked at the fresh pork on the franchise booth and stopped to pick it up. £2. 4.263. The aunt in the booth glanced at Lin Wei standing next to him, and then smiled. This meat was just slaughtered this morning. It is absolutely fresh. You must go back and fry it. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Wei smiled beside him. You're welcome. this girl is so beautiful. The meat-selling aunt's admiration immediately made Lin Wai's face happy, and Wu Hao deserved to stand beside him and laugh. Saying goodbye to the meat auntie, Lin Wai said to him unexpectedly, "Will you still cook?" "Rare and strange," Wu Hao murmured, then pushed the car out. Lin Wai looked at him and bit her lip with her hands on her hips, and then followed it with anger. Maybe in revenge Wu Hao's answer just now, Lin Wai started to become cold. No matter what Wu Hao did for her, she nodded or shook her head, and could answer in one word, never in two words. Wu Hao smiled when he saw this, but did not go to comfort, but bought food by himself. This makes Lin Wai even more angry, and every time he looks at his face, he is bulging. "I don't know what I bought, anyway. I pushed a large car out, and it cost more than 1,000. All the way, Wu Hao took Lin Wai back to his home. The door just opened, the lights in the house, the fresh air system started to start. Wu Hao handed her a pair of light-colored cotton slippers. "Hey, new, no one is going through." Giggle. Lin Wai's face then smiled, quickly changed into slippers and went into the room to look around. "General Manager Wu, I won't go in." Li Wenming stood outside the door and handed him the bag. Then Lin Wai smilingly glanced around the living room. Wu Hao looked at his eyes, then took the thing and was not very angry. "Hurry up." "Hey." Li Wenming ran out with a smile. Closing the door, Wu Hao puts things on the table and starts to sort them out. "Hey, your family is quite big." Lin Wai sat on the sofa and bounced to novelty. Wu Hao glanced at her, and then he busily said, "What to drink?" "Whatever." Lin Wai stood up and ran to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at the scenery outside. Wu Hao smiled and said, "Coco, help our guests pour a cup of jasmine tea." "Okay, sir." I saw a gentle girl voice coming from the speaker next to the TV. Then I saw a charging arm that stopped in the corner, quickly slid to the cabinet, opened the cabinet, squeezed out a paper cup, and put a small bag of jasmine tea into the tea bag. Then came to the water dispenser with the cup in place to make the paper cup full, and then slowly slide the paper cup in front of Lin Wai, who was already surprised. "Hello lady, please have tea." Lin Wai Mun took the teacup, then looked at the robot arm that was leaving, and for a while didn't know what to say. Miss www.mentalnovel.com. The water temperature is relatively high, be careful of burns. Coco voice came from inside the speaker again. Oh, okay. Lin Wai quickly put the paper cup on the coffee table and blew a blow, and then directed Wu Hao, "Is this artificial intelligence?" Wu Hao, who came out of the kitchen, took out a paper towel and wiped it. Looking at Lin Wai with a doubt on his face, he smiled. "This is the intelligent home system we developed." "Coco, come out and say hello to the guests." "Okay, sir." At the same time, the TV screen lit up. I saw a beautiful long-haired girl in a red mini dress with a tall figure mimicking a real-life girl standing and waving at the screen in front of a pure white background. "Hello miss, I am Mr. Wu Hao's personal steward, Coco. Nice to meet you." Hello." Lin Wai stuttered a little, then turned her head and stared at Wu Hao. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. After an introduction by Wu Hao, Lin Wai started to talk to Coco as if she had found a new toy, and burst of cheerful laughter from time to time. She is not without a smart voice assistant, but she uses the kind of goods that Wu Hao sells, and Wu Hao's smart assistant Coco is a private product hidden by him. Naturally, it requires intelligence and humanity. How much higher than in the market? I washed some fresh fruits, cut them into a platter, and handed them to a coffee table. Seeing this, Lin Wai picked up a bite and ate. "How did you do that?" Lin Wai looked at Wu Hao for a moment, then curiously. Suddenly, she found that the boy in his age was handsome. A grey shirt and a pair of dark jeans, paired with that short hair, gave the feeling of the sunshine of the brother next door to her, and suddenly, She seemed to have returned to her high center to sprout and secretly love the one stage. Thinking of this, she felt her face and ears very hot, her heart beating constantly. Before, she was only interested in Wu Hao and wanted to try to make contacts. After all, in her opinion, this young man was excellent. And now, my heart seemed to be melted all of a sudden. Love is like this. Two people who haven't known each other for a long time may like each other in an instant. Nothing else. Just for that moment. What's wrong with you? Wu Hao couldn't help asking when Lin Wei suddenly flushed. It's nothing. Lin Wei stood up all of a sudden, then quickly ran to the bathroom. Wu Hao watched Lin Wei's back running out quickly, then shook it and ate a piece of pear with a toothpick. After a long time, Lin Wei came out of the bathroom and looked at Wu Hao, who was already busy in the kitchen. She began to explore around, very eager to know what secrets were still hidden in the treasure boy. Wu Hao's house is very large. The propaganda is more than 280 square meters, but in fact it is only 223. This is already a very contents. Of course, for Wu Hao to live alone, it must be more than enough. The whole house is divided into 4 rooms, 2 halls, 1 kitchen and 4 bathrooms. In addition to the main bathroom, the master bedroom and the other 2 rooms have bathrooms. Only the study room does not. In addition, there are 2 large balconies. The inside of the master bedroom was very clean, and there was no room for a boy. There are no signs of check-in in the other 2 rooms. The most chaotic in the whole room should belong to the study. In other words, this is not a study at all, but a home laboratory with many computers and equipment. From this perspective, this ordinary person should stay here at home. The creatures with high IQ and low EQ are the evaluation that Lin Wei gave to Wu Hao in this circle. What are you doing? Lin Wei asked at the busy Wu Hao at the kitchen door. Wu Hao was busy and said to her, "How do you say that guests are coming from the house? I must not prepare it. I will pick and wash the dishes and wait for a while. I help you." Lin Wei rolled up her sleeves. "No, it's over soon. You can sit and rest." Wu Hao quickly refused. "Come on." Lin Wei came to Wu Hao, then picked up the leeks in the bag and started picking them. Seeing her skilled movements, Wu Hao quipped with a smile, "Oh, very skilled, let's do more." Lin Wei gave him a white look and continued to work. "I have cooked for myself for 4 years in the infant country. I didn't see it." Wu Hao looked at Lin Wei with a smile again. Lin Wei smiled and said, "You don't see that there is still a lot, mainly because the local food is too unpalatable. I am not used to it. So I either go to a restaurant opened by our compatriots for Chinese food, do it yourself." At first it was certain that nothing would be done, and all the cooking was dark, but learning would be enough. It must be very hard. Although she said with a smile, Wu Hao could still hear the hard course of a girl studying in a foreign country from her words. "Not bad." Lin Wei brushed her hair with her hands, and then she showed a bright smile. "How hard is it to study abroad? It's just more inhumane." In fact, most of the students who went out to study were very hardworking, but our group of people were ruined by the young people. What's more, they are not serious colleges. The courses of really good schools are very tight, and it is difficult to graduate. Hearing Lin Wei telling that, Wu Hao listened quietly, but also moved by the strength of the girl in front of her. The scary thing is not that others are better than you, but that people are better than you and are constantly working hard. As far as Lin Wei is concerned, she has lived in a wealthy family since she was a child, and she can live a good life without much effort. But even so, she still worked very hard. Not everyone can get a master's degree from Oxford Business School. Since this is the case, let's make this meal today and let me taste your craft, Wu Hao said with a smile when she saw Lin Wei being awakened. The responded Lin Wei gave him a blank look and said, "Why, this is your house. How can you let a guest come to the door and cook for the first time? Isn't you good at craftsmanship? I just learned it soon, and I'm afraid I can't do it well." Wu Hoxiao laughed, originally expecting to show off his hands, but did not expect to meet a connoisseur. He was a little faint. "It's okay, I believe in your level," Lin Wei encouraged him. Okay." Seeing that it was almost time, He immediately put on an apron and started to move. And Lin Wai seems to like watching him cooking, always leaning on the kitchen door. Although he didn't know the bottom of his heart, who made him come down. Fortunately, after exploring this period of time, he also mastered a lot of technology. Shredded pork with green peppers, spicy chicken, hot pot beef, tomatoes and eggs, sweet and sour fish, stir-fried tofu and vegetables, plus a diced scallion. Looking at the dishes on the table, Lin Wai couldn't help but choke and said, "You call this bad workmanship?" Wu Hao unlocked the apron and said, "Well, I just learned it. I'm not very skilled." "How do you taste it?" Cut. Hypocrisy. After giving him a white look, Lin Wai immediately picked up the tableware and added a piece of sweet and sour fish to her mouth. Good to eat. www.mentalnovel.com. Just like it. Wu Hao smiled when she saw Lin Wai's happy expression. Lin Wai beckoned at him immediately. "Did I not buy a bottle of red wine when I was in the supermarket?" "Take it out." Such a good dish should be served with red wine. Wu Hao hesitated slightly when he saw the situation. "Well, you have to drive a while. Drinking is not good." "Oh, I'm going to get it." Lin Wai stood up and ran to take the red wine out of the wine cabinet, and brought 2 goblets. "Drunk, please drive it." "If you can't do it, I will live here. Anyway, I have a free room." Wu Hao, add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The slightly curled eyelashes slowly trembled. Turned over. Lin Wai saw everything in front of him in a blur. No, this is not her house. Lin Wai suddenly became alert and was completely sleepless. Sitting up quickly and looking around, she thought of a serious problem. Well, she quickly looked into the quilt. After seeing that her clothes were more neatly dressed, Lin Wai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then rubbed some messy hair, and slowly got up from the bed. She patted her red face, and then she summoned the courage to open the door. "Wake up, there are new toothbrush towels in the bathroom, let's go wash." And Washington. As Wu Hao made the morning at the top of the table, he directed at Lin Wai, who was still in a bun. "Last night." Lin Wai looked at Wu Hao as usual, not knowing how to speak. "You were drunk last night, and you didn't say your home address, so I helped you to sleep in the guest room," Wu Hao said with a smile. "Oh, that last night." Lin Wai looked at Wu Hao and seemed to want to ask a question, but she couldn't say anything. "Nothing happened last night." Wu Hao said something quickly, then looked at Lin Wai, who was a little panicked, and quipped, "Why, what else do you want to happen? Go to death." Lin Wai stomped her feet, then quickly entered the bathroom. Wu Hao looked at her in a hurry and shook her head with a smile. "The girl can drink a lot of wine." After drinking a bottle of red wine, some of the 2 people drank another half bottle of the remaining half of Motai from the last housewarming party. Later Wu Hao wanted to call Li Wenming to take her home, but looking at Lin Wai, who was drunk, she immediately dismissed her thoughts and then helped her to rest in the guest room. And he himself knew nothing when he fell on his bed. "It was already noon when I woke up. I thought Lin Wai should be awake, but I was still asleep." He didn't bother, but started to clean up the last night's end, and began to prepare breakfast or lunch. Bring a pot of white porridge with the casserole, and then bake 2 oil cakes according to the tutorial, steamed 2 bowls of egg ravioli, and fried 2 refreshing vegetarian dishes. Except that the oil cakes can't grasp the heat, the baking time is too long, and some are too crispy and hard, the others are not bad. After washing Lin Wai, she was completely awake, came out of the bathroom and turned into yesterday's cheerful look, as if she did not remember the embarrassing thing just now. Slightly. "Your cake is too hard, too." Lin Wai rushed to him and buried the cake. "Well, for the first time, I can't master the heat. I'm afraid I'm not familiar, so forget the time, you pay attention to eating," Wu Hao said with an awkward expression. Hee. Lin Wai smiled, then continued to bite into the cake. "By the way, Your father and your mother seemed to call you a lot last night, Wu Hao said with a smile. Ah. Did you answer it? Lin Wei quickly took out her cell phone. Wu Hao shook his head. How dare I take it, and let them know that you are here with me, and I have to take my life. Cut, coward. Lin Wei gave him a white look, then put down her cell phone and said, no power, just talk back. After drinking the eggs in the bowl comfortably, Lin Wei stopped and looked at Wu Hao, who was sitting opposite, and asked, are you going back the day after tomorrow? Wu Hao heard that he picked up a paper towel and wiped his mouth. I haven't been back for several years. How can I go back to spend a holiday with my family this year? Lin Wei nodded, then asked, go back for a few days. Look, I'll be back after the new year. There are still employees working overtime in this company. How can I come back earlier to condolences? Wu Hao answered with a smile. Lin Wei glanced at him, then smiled. Wait for you to come back. I'll invite you to dinner. Do it yourself. Lin Wei raised her eyebrows and said, why? I don't like my craft. Where? I'll have to taste it then. Wu Hao laughed. It's pretty much the same. Lin Wei smiled satisfactorily, then stood up and said, okay, I've eaten, now it's time to go back and make up. I need someone to send you off, Wu Hao asked. Lin Wei waved her hand and said, no. The wine wakes up early. Looking at the back of Lin Wei leaving chicly, Wu Hao shook her head with a smile, then continued to pick up the spoon and drink the porridge. In addition to some employees in the marketing department who are on duty, there are 1 or 2 project teams at the laboratory who need to work overtime. The other employees have been on vacations for 2 days, and he has to wait until these people leave before he can leave. As the lunar 30s approach, the taste of the year is getting stronger. Although firecrackers have been banned in the city, 2 beeps from time to time are telling everyone that the year is coming. More than a month ago, the family began to tell him that he must go back to Chinese New Year this year. In the last 2 weeks, the calls have been constant. Although hesitant to go back, it still can't stop the power of family, especially his younger sister. The voice of expectation every time he called him could not help but soften his heart. How are you packing? Wu Hao asked Li Wenming. Li Wenming gestured to the things he was carrying. The last 2 are left, and they are all done. Oh, let's go. Wu Hao looked at the house, then closed the door and walked into the elevator with Li Wenming. Wu Hao's hometown is more than 400 kilometers away from Anxi. Even under normal conditions, it will take 4 or 5 hours. Not to mention this is the Spring Festival, the traffic is relatively large, so stop and go for 7 or 8 hours. They had set off early in the morning and it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon when they got out of the highway. As his driver and bodyguard, Li Wenming also followed him home this time. Originally felt that it was not necessary, but under the persuasion of Wei Jun and Jiang Jun, Wu Hao agreed to let Li Wenming follow him. Yeah. His status is different now, and there is someone who can be at least more at ease with him. Although he doesn't like to talk about pomp, he should pay attention to personal safety. After all, it is indispensable to guard against people. In the eyes of many people, he is a top fat sheep. Since the last time his identity was revealed www.mentalnovel.com, the family has been harassed from time to time. So after his persuasion, his father Wu Jianhui finally agreed to move. Over the years, parents have saved some money. Originally, the money was said to be for him to buy a house and for his sister to dowry. But now seeing Wu Hao so prosperous, the two have dispelled this idea, and will save the old age and dowry for the girlfriend. Immediately using the money Wu Hao gave them, Wu Jianhui bought a ready-made villa in the high-end villa area near the famous scenic spot of his hometown. It has been under renovation for the past few months, and finally moved in before the new year. So Wu Hao directly let Li Wenming drive to this villain area. It just embarrassed him that he didn't enter the gate of the villain area. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. fresh reading without ads. After some twists and turns, Wu Hao finally entered the community. Under the guidance of the security guards, they drove to the area of single-family villas at the back of the community near the lake. I thought I had to work hard to find it, but the stepmother Jiang Xiamen and my sister Wu Tong, who had received the call, were already standing on the side of the road. There, Wu Hao signaled at Li Wenming. Li Wenming nodded, then drove the car slowly and parked in front of the two. Wu Hao, who was already prepared, quickly opened the door and jumped off the car. Aunt Jiang, Xia Tong, brother, sister Wu Tong, wearing a long black down jacket, saw this, and quickly stretched out his arm and rushed at him. Wu Hao quickly caught it, then rubbed her short hair blown by the wind. Well, it's so tall. It's a big girl. What is crazy like crazy? Jiang Xiamen reprimanded with a smile. Brother, why did you come back? Wu Tong hugged his arm and said sweetly. Wu Hao laughed and joked about her fluffy mushroom head. Why, hair cut so short, like a mushroom. Break the school's requirements. Don't cut it and don't let it go to class. Wu Tong heard the pout and then sued at him. On the other side, Jiang Xiamen laughed at the two of them. Okay, let go of your brother. Xia Hao, let's go in. Okay. Wu Hao nodded, and then introduced to Jiang Xiamen, this is my driver. Come back with me this time. Okay, the road is hard. Come in and park your car in the yard. Jiang Xiamen looked at Li Wenming, and then said enthusiastically at him. Okay. Li Wenming nodded, and got back in the car. Wu Hao entered the villa courtyard with Jiang Xiamen and Wu Tong. The whole villa has 2 floors, although it is not high, but the area is not small. Facing the lake and the road, the overall greening and environment are good. When they came to the courtyard, Wu Jianhui, the father of development, was already standing at the door. Dad, Wu Hao called quickly. Well, why did you come back so late? Wu Jianhui nodded, and then looked at Li Wenming coming down from the car. There are too many cars at high speeds, which are more congested. This is my driver Li Wenming. He brought me back this time. Wu Hao introduced quickly. Okay, let's go in, the house is warm. Wu Jianhui glanced at him, then nodded at Li Wenming. Okay. Wu Hao and Li Wenming began to carry the contents of the trunk. Xia Hao, why brought so many things? Everything in the family. Jiang Xiamen quickly stepped forward to help. Oh, this is my little caution. Wu Hao said with a smile. Don't be busy, just let us come. It's all right. Brother, I'll get it for you. Wu Tong took a thing from his hand and quickly hugged it to the house. Wu Hao smiled, and then carried things in with Li Wenming. Entering the living room, suddenly bright, huge floor-to-ceiling windows make the living room still bright even without turning on the lights. The decoration style of the entire living room is very simple, but it is also very delicate. Looking at the decoration, his stepmother spent a lot of thought. Even if you have just moved in, the atmosphere of life is everywhere. For example, there are several orange trees full of oranges in the corners, the big red knots at the corners of the building, and so on. Looking at the various things on the hill in the living room, Wu Jianhui frowned and said, why so many things? Some are some of the special products I give to others when I travel to other places, and some of them are usually bought by myself. I don't have any use, so I bring them back to you. As Wu Hao took out a gift box from the bag and handed it to Wu Jianhui, Dad, this is Longjing, which was given to me by my horse when I went to Hangqing. You know I don't know what tea, drinking wasted, so I gave it specially. You brought it back, you taste it. Oh? Wu Jianhui's eyes brightened, and he took the gift box and looked up. Xiao Li, drink tea, sit, just like at home, don't hesitate. Jiang Xiamen greeted Li Wenming to sit down, and then came over with a cup of tea and smiled at him. Tired on the road? Sit fast, take a break. It's okay, Aunt Jiang. This is my dog's head jujube, raisins and some Chinese herbal medicine or something from the core during my inspection in West Xinjiang. You keep a porridge. Wu Hao pointed to the 2 cardboard boxes. Laughed. Okay, you sit, I'll clean up. He was asked to sit down. Jiang Xiamen walked over to clean up, and smiled and exchanged with Wu Jianhui and found the surprise. Lao Wu, look at it, such a big dog head. This raisin, one by one, is not cheap. This is Dangshan, Angelica, so many herbs. Oh, they were all stuffed into my car. I didn't look at it carefully. Wu Hao looked at Jiang Xiamen with a look of joy and said with a smile. Although this stepmother had some response and could not really accept it, she still had deep feelings. So looking at her happy, Wu Hao naturally followed. But while they were happy, Wu Tong was sitting there pouting, watching the pile of things his mother was packing. The first to discover that she was abnormal was Wu Jianhua. For this daughter, he was almost spoiled. Ahem. Have you brought your sister a present this time? Wu Jianhua gave him a glance, then looked at his daughter and smiled. Wu Hao, who responded, looked at Wu Tong and found out that the little girl was sitting there and pouting, and she was about to cry. Ah, I forgot to give you some dog head jujube to eat. It's sweet. Wu Hao joked with a smile. Wu Tong heard that his mouth was stubborn longer, his eyes began to blink, and tears kept swirling in his orbit, as if he were about to fall. Well, your brother lied to you. Jiang Xiamen glared at him, and then handed a beautifully packed box to Wu Tong. Seeing this, Wu Tong quickly took the box, glanced at him, then quickly lowered his head and opened the gift box. Wow, so beautiful. There is a pendant lying in the middle of the box. The body of this pendant is a pale pink pearl, almost 3 centimeters away. The pearl is wrapped in platinum carved vines, which is very beautiful. It's too expensive. She's still going to school. She can't take this, and it's not safe. Wu Hao said with a smile. www.untlenovel.com. It's okay, you can take it first. Wait to grow up and bring it. Hee. Thank you, brother. Wu Tong hugged the jewelry box, squinting his eyes and showing a happy smile. Just like it. Wu Hao nodded with a smile, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, this pendant was not sent by him at all, but was sent by Lin Wei after learning that he had a younger sister. As for how much money, he didn't ask. Lin Wei said that it was a thank you for the purple emerald teardrop pendant he had sent before. Ordinary pearls are not expensive, but the prices of such high-quality large pearls are generally not low. In addition, Lin Wei also gave Jiang Xiamen a set of famous cosmetics, and gave it to Wu Jianhua's party. They all brought him back. Lin Wei's mind actually understood that he couldn't help grinning. On the one hand, it was difficult to refuse the kindness of the girl. On the other hand, it seemed that it was nothing, just some gifts. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Going home after a few years, although very kind to everyone, but still a little uncomfortable, especially in the face of his father. Wu Jianhua, I didn't even think about it, but it didn't work right after I met him. Father and son are born enemies, and this statement is true. Rarely he came back, and created such a great career. Wu Jianhua naturally talked about this in a few sentences, from the beginning to the east and west, to the various instructions in the back. Although Wu Hao knows this is a good intention, he always feels annoying when he talks too much. Once you show an impatient look, he will always catch it for the first time, and then take the opportunity to teach you something. It's like if you haven't come back for a few years, he has been unable to catch the opportunity. Now he finally has a chance. How can he let go of this enjoyable opportunity? Fortunately, there was a stepmother Jiang Xiamen mediation, which made him a lot easier. Seeing that he was not in the right situation with his father, Jiang Xiamen greeted Wu Tong and said, your brother has been in the car for a day, so take your brother to his room for a while, and call him when the meal is done. Oh, okay. Wu Tong's eyes turned and dragged his hand. Brother, let me take you to your room to see. Before leaving, he made a face at his father Wu Jianhua, making Wu Jianhua funny. Without the object of play, Wu Jianhua turned his attention to Li Wenming, who was picking vegetables for Jiang Xiamen. Xiao Li, don't be busy, come and have a break for tea. Li Wenming. Under Wu Tong's leadership, Wu Hao came to his room on the second floor. After looking around, Wu Hao smiled and said, "The furnishings and layout have not changed." Suddenly Wu Tong jumped to Wu Hao's bed and laughed. "Mom said you haven't been back for a long time. I'm afraid you're unfamiliar, so let's not move your room. Except for the furniture and the bed, everything is new, nothing else has changed." Wu Hao nodded, then walked to the front of his bookshelf, took out a cup of weapon knowledge and turned it up. Because he liked military affairs since he was a child, he bought many military magazines of this kind when he was a child. I didn't expect that it could be kept until now, which is really difficult. With the development of the internet nowadays, the living environment of physical journals becomes more difficult. Many military publications that he liked as a child were discontinued, and only a few were still difficult to maintain. Sit down, open the desk drawer, and look at these familiar items. All of a sudden slowly remember. When I moved before, I wanted this, but my mother scolded me and put it back. Wu Tong pointed at a snowflake crystal ball wrapped in yellow straw paper in Wu Hao's drawer. This is a snowflake crystal ball ornament. Inside it is a lighthouse and two little men carrying lanterns. When you shake the crystal ball, you can see white snowflakes falling. The crystal ball was wiped clean. It looked like it was wiped by Jiang Zemin when he last moved. On the base of the crystal ball, there is a gap, which he bumped when he was a child. Looking at this crystal ball, Wu Hao couldn't help falling into thought. This crystal ball was a birthday gift his mother gave him as a child, and it was also the last birthday gift he received from his mother, which meant a lot to him. Wu Tong did not know at this point, but Jiang Zemin knew it clearly, because when he was a kid, whenever he was aggrieved or encountered something unhappy, he would hide in the room and cry with the crystal ball. At a glance, I didn't expect so many years to pass. "Brother, are you okay?" Wu Tong's voice awakened him from his sleep, and wiped the tears in the corners of his eyes. Wu Hao said with a smile, "This crystal ball is broken, and I will buy you a new one." "Okay." Wu Tong smiled narrowly and heartlessly. Wu Hao rubbed a mushroom head, then continued to look up. There are some New Year and birthday cards he received, several diaries from school that are still locked, and some poems written by himself. Wu Hao sighed, and thanked the stepmother in her heart. If it was just a cold room, he might not feel anything, but everything he was familiar with moved him inexplicably. "Brother, take a break first. I'll call you when the meal is done." Seeing his brother was always fascinated, Wu Tong felt boring, and then stood up and said, "Okay." Wu Hao nodded, watching his sister leave. Picking up familiar objects and playing for a while, Wu Hao lay directly on the bed, and then went to sleep. In the dream, he was a 6 or 7-year-old boy who was struggling to get up on roller skates with encouragement from his parents. He was so young, and his parents were so young. "Brother, have dinner." "Oh, come on." After waking up, Wu Hao sent his sister away, then went into the bathroom to wash her face, then put on a smile and went downstairs. "So many dishes, only 29 today," Wu Hao said with a smile. Wu Jianhua, sitting on the main seat with a smile on her side, said, "Knowing that you are back, your mother started preparing this morning. You finally came back for a few days, so the day of the return is the Chinese New Year." Jiang Zemin came over with a dish and smiled at him. Wu Hao couldn't help feeling a little touched, and then laughed. "Then I must come back often after that. Let's celebrate the New Year every day." "Good." Jiang Zemin smiled and responded immediately. Wu Tong also shouted at him quickly, "Brother, you are not allowed to talk and count." He. Wu Hao smiled, then got up to pick up the motai that he brought back this time, and said to Wu Jianhua, "Let's drink a drink." Lin Jiango glanced at him, then nodded with a smile. "Put it on Xiao Li." "Uncle, I can't drink." Li Wenming quickly shook his head. Lin Jiango smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, this is in our own home. Come and drink with my uncle. Thank you for taking care of my son this year." "Uncle, I..." Before Li Wenming's words were finished, he was interrupted by Wu Hao. "Since my dad said, you should have 2 drinks with him. Anyway, I won't go out today, it's okay." Seeing him say so, Li Wenming nodded. During the mission, he could not drink, especially as Wu Hao's driver, so the security department had stricter requirements in this regard. As the year passes, 2 new security members from the Ministry of Security will join in www.mentalnovel.com to form Wu Hao's personal security team, responsible for his personal security issues. As his net worth and influence continue to expand, the security department has also continuously improved their security level. Not only that, the security department and the public security department also take special care of experts in such important research fields as well as entrepreneurs in large enterprises. No. The security department applied for relevant police security equipment. For example, stun guns, etc., were first equipped to Li Wenming. Aunt Jiang, come soon too. Don't be busy with so many dishes. Wu Hao shouted at Jiang Xiamen, who was still busy in the kitchen. Wu Jianhui, who was sitting on the side, frowned at his name, but did not end up speaking in order not to destroy the warm atmosphere. There is one more fish. Good soon. You eat first. Jiang Xiamen stretched out of the kitchen half-length and looked at him with a smile. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Go out of the cemetery. Wu Hao sighed at Li Wenming, who was waiting at the intersection. Li Wenming nodded, and followed him silently. Li Wenming knew a lot about him, but it was hard to keep silent. As Wu Hao's closest and trusted person, he knew that sometimes silence was more valuable than comfort. The hometown has a strong annual flavor, and the firecrackers in the city kept ringing early in the morning. Although in the past 2 years, the city has also intentionally promulgated the ban on fuel combustion, but it has not been implemented. Fortunately, Wu Hao and his family are located on the outskirts of famous suburbs, so they are slightly quieter. Looking at the unhappy look of Wu Hao sweeping the tomb, Jiang Xiamen then said to his daughter, Xiaotong, go and paste the Spring Festival couplet with your brother. It is good. Wu Tong ran over with the Spring Festival couplet. Brother, here. Wu Hao looked at her sister's smile, and immediately smiled, and then took over the Spring Festival couplet. How about this? Go up. How about this? Offside. A bit to the right. Is it okay now? Just a little further down. That's it. With the help of the brothers and sisters, several couplets of spring couplets were finally posted, and they were standing in the courtyard with their arms folded and watching the fruits of their labor. And Li Wenming, holding a broom, followed Wu Jianhui and started cleaning the yard. Dad, let me. Wu Hao snatched the broom in his father's hand. Wu Jianhui nodded, then sat on the side of the stone bench, watching him and Li Wenming clean up there, while his younger daughter Wu Tong said he was helping, but he was actually making trouble there. How many days will you stay here this time? Wu Jianhui lit a cigarette duct. Wu Hao glanced at him, then continued to clean up. I will accompany you all through the new year, and leave on the 2nd day of the 2nd. Why don't you leave now? And how long will it take to get back? Wu Jianhui's face suddenly collapsed and he reprimanded at him. Wu Hao didn't know what to say. He said, for a long time, there are still employees working overtime in my company. I have to go back early to give condolences. If you and Wu Tong are okay, you can play with me for a few days. I just bought a house and it's quite big enough for you to live. Wu Jianhui glared at him, then went into the room. Wu Hao smiled and shook his head, then continued to pack up. Soon after the yard was cleaned up, the uncle's family came. You must know that uncle is more traditional, or rather old-fashioned. Before the Chinese New Year, he took the initiative to go to their home to pay New Year. This time uncle and his family were able to come here on their own initiative, which made his father Wu Jianhui happy. Uncle Wu Jianzhong is in his 50s and is currently working in his hometown. Uncle Wang Yu used to be an employee of the state-owned supply and marketing cooperative, but she has been laid off at home since she was laid off. The two had previously looked down on their family, thinking that their father was just a small contractor, who had better rely on the leadership of his town over the years. Therefore, The relationship between the two brothers has not been good in these years, but no matter how bad they are, the family has to go to the new year. Originally this year Wu Hao and they planned to pass later, but did not expect the uncle's family to come in early. Also with the old couple were his wife Wu Jun and his younger son, who were very enthusiastic about Wu Hao. Uncle Wang Wu kept pulling Homie and asking him about his situation. Wu Hao is not a fool. Naturally, he knows why the uncle and his family came here this year. But in the end, it is the elders who should answer it carefully, and those who are not good at answering also haha. For example, my aunt asked him to make a lot of money this year, and he passed it with a smile. Of course, the contradiction of his father is his father's. He has a good relationship with Wu Jun, the lobby brother. But this cousin is more than 30 years old and has long become a middle-aged oily man. When communicating with Wu Hao, it was more short in some parents, and there was no previous way of getting along. Maybe this is real life. The status is different, and the perspective of things is different. On the enthusiasm of these people, he could not bear it anymore, and felt that he was not getting along as normal as before. By the way, my second brother Wu Bin hasn't returned this year. Wu Hao asked Wang Wu, who was stepmother-in-law with her stepmother Jiang Xiamen. It is said that this year's family visit leave will not return without approval, and your second wife did not return to take care of the child alone. Wang Wu said kindly. His second brother was one of his most admired characters. After practicing sports for a few years, he was admitted to the military academy, and later served in the Western Theater. Therefore, the number of meetings between the two is relatively small. It can be said that over the years, they have met once or twice. Xia Hao, you did not have a girlfriend. Do you need an aunt to introduce one for you? My niece has a niece who graduated from Wuhan University. Now she works in a public institution. She is a good person and matches you well. Wang Wu Hao said with enthusiasm. Auntie, I already have a girlfriend, Wu Hao said wryly. Faced with this situation, even without him he would say yes. Not to mention Lin Wei, whom he already knew. Even if he hadn't already met, he would not have agreed to let the aunt introduce him to him. Really, why haven't you heard your mother and your father said it? Wang Wu looked suspiciously at Jiang Xiamen. Jiang Xiamen laughed quickly when he saw this. This child is kept secret, and we haven't known it until recently. No, that girl also gave us a lot of gifts. She gave Xiatong the girl a string of necklaces and gave me a set of cosmetics. Also gave Lao Wu a party platform. Just Xia Hao's sloppy temperament. How come to think of giving us these things? Wang Wu heard this and then nodded, then watched Wu Hao smile and said, you child keeps a girlfriend a secret. When will you bring it back for your aunt to look at you? Hee. There will be opportunities in the future, Wu Hao said with a smile on his face. But my heart could not help secretly voicing, no wonder when I saw the stepmother and father's eyes wrong when I took out the gift yesterday. It turned out that I had seen these things for a long time and I didn't buy them. Xia Hao, come here and talk to your uncle and me. Wu Jianzhong, who was sitting opposite his father, rescued him from his auntie, but thought of having to deal with his own uncle. www.mentalnovel.com in his heart can't help feeling bitter. If there is no problem in front of other people, who can make this a loved one? Facing them, even if Wu Hao was capable, he had to be careful and respectful under his father's gaze. Students are afraid of being careless, annoying each other, and making their father angry. The dialogue with the uncle is more like that the subordinates are reporting to the leaders, which makes Wu Hao very uncomfortable, but it cannot be revealed yet. In fact, the meaning of the uncle's words is nothing more than that. That is, he is now prosperous, and he must not forget the cultivation of him in his hometown. Now he is going to build an agricultural and sideline food processing plant in the town and ask him if he has any intention to invest and so on. This makes him very helpless at the same time as he is speechless. It really is the most difficult thing to deal with. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. fresh reading without ads. In the early morning of the second day the Wu Hao family rose. Because they have to leave, the family is naturally a little unhappy, especially at a time when the taste is strong. The younger sister reddened her eyes several times and pouted at him. The stepmother Jiang Xiamen was more telling, and prepared a bunch of things for him: bacon, sausage, and some homemade steamed meat, braised beef and so on. Anyway, she could find a way to get it out, which was the result of Wu Hao blocking it several times. Although his father Wu Jianhui didn't say anything, he still helped from time to time. You can see that there is still a lot of perseverance in his eyes. Wu Hao is also very uncomfortable. He certainly hopes to stay a few more days, but the schedule has been arranged and there is no way to change it. I stayed at home, counted the day I came back, and stayed at home for a total of 3 days. These 3 days are actually only 1 day with my parents. On the first day of yesterday, he had to go to the grandmother's house to pay the new year. Especially since he hasn't been back for several years, he has to go. The grandmother left him late, and his grandmother even held his hand to tears, and he stayed a few times when he wanted to leave. My grandmother is a little older. Although she was in good spirits this time, her hair was obviously whiter. As a child, he loved to run to grandma's house as soon as he was aggrieved at home, so he had a deep relationship with grandma and grandmas. Even after graduating from work, he would talk to grandma from time to time. But as soon as I get busy, the number of calls is reduced. He didn't leave his uncle's house until it was too late. Before leaving, a card was reserved for grandma and grandma, each of which contained 200,000. Originally they were thinking about being together. Anyway, they lived together, but later think about it or separate. After all, whoever wants to use this money will be somewhat restrained or embarrassed. Moreover, auntie also involved auntie and cousin who were not easy to handle, so they separated directly. Giving money has no other meaning, that is, he is now big, and it is time to honor them in turn. After all, his grandmother and grandma took care of him very much these years. Even if he didn't take care of him, as an elder, he should respect him. In fact, he thought about giving a little more, but he turned around and thought it was inappropriate. But it's better to keep it flowing. If you give too much money at one time, it may cause some trouble. It's better to just take it slowly. Although there are not many 200,000, there are also many. In their small third and fourth tier cities, they are still very moist. As for giving 200,000 yuan to her grandmother, she actually wanted her to have money to support her. Although grandma's frugal nature is reluctant to spend, but with money, at least mother-in-law relationship can be much better. As for the home side, Wu Hao also left money. Originally, I was thinking about visiting the uncle's family for 30, but I didn't expect that their family would come first. So when they left, Wu Hao directly stuffed the money into the baby son's pocket in the lobby. It is also 200,000, and a bowl of water is flat. As for the family, Wu Hao directly stuck a card to his stepmother Jiang Xiamen. He didn't say how much. This card was originally intended to be handed to his father, but thinking of his father's disposition, it is estimated that any friend or relative would come to him to borrow money, so Wu Hao directly gave it to Jiang Xiamen. Compared with father, stepmother is much more rational. It can be said that this family can have today, and it is inseparable from the management of Jiang Xiamen. Jiang Xiamen originally did not accept it, but after he persuaded it, he reluctantly accepted it, and kept telling him to keep it first, when he would need to come again. As for what uncle said about investment, Wu Hao did not directly refuse. Instead, he was busy with his work and had no time, and entrusted the matter to his father. New Year's Eve, if you refuse directly, it will hurt your face and affect the atmosphere. And given to his father, Wu Hao rest assured that the uncle can accept it. My father is familiar with things in his hometown, and has been mixed for a lifetime, so he should know what to invest in. After the uncle's family left, he also told his father, don't think about what to make money, just watch the project is reliable and invest a little. Anyway, their family moved into the city very early, and he didn't have a deep feeling for this hometown. After eating dumplings together, Wu Hao started packing. The whole family was busy again, and her sister's eyes became red again. Wu Hao smiled and pulled her down before rubbing her mushroom head and said, "Obviously, when you finish the exam this year, I will take you and your parents to Anxi and have a good summer vacation." I must take the test well." Wu Tong pursed his head and looked very unhappy. Wu Hao pinched her fleshy face and whispered, "The intelligent voice assistant I gave you can directly contact my home's intelligent voice assistant. If you miss me, you can have a direct voice or video call with me." "Really? Thank you, brother." Wu Tong smiled instantly. "What are you two underestimating, Xia Hao? Don't promise her any messy requirements." She passed the middle of the exam this year, and exhausted all the important points in her score. Jiang Xiamen said sternly at Wu Tong. Wu Tong made a face and ran away quickly. "Although this girl has some fun, she is still very clever. I promised her and waited until the end of her high school entrance examination, and then took you to my summer together. Anyway, my big one is enough to live with our family. As you guys can take a chance to play in the past, Anxi still has a lot of fun places." Looking back at Wu Tong running away, Wu Hao said with a smile, "This girl is too disturbing. I've got you another agaric mushrooms. These are wild goods that you got from the mountain under your father's care. You can take them back to eat." Jiang Xiamen gestured to the bag in his hand and said, "No, Aunt Jiang, leave it to you to eat. I have everything over there." Wu Hao shied away quickly. "Everything is sold. Those that are sold are artificially cultivated. Not only are there no nutrition or drug residues, how can there be such a good thing? You keep eating, there are still many at home." www.untlenovel.com. Jiang Man could not help but tuck into the trunk of the off-road vehicle until the whole trunk was full. Jiang Xiamen was carrying a bunch of thoughts on where to see if there would be more stuffing. Seeing that it was almost time, Wu Hao said goodbye to his family, and then got into the car. The sister Wu Tong, who had already run away, quickly ran back when she saw this, waving her hands with red eyes. "Let's go," Li Wenming said. Wu Hao waved at his family outside the car. The father, stepmother and sister stood on the side of the road and looked at the car until it disappeared for a long time. Then they walked slowly towards the house with loneliness. Wu Hao in the car is also uncomfortable. This kind of uncomfortable is more uncomfortable than any previous walk. Maybe it is affected by the strong taste of the year outside the window. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Heo Technology Park has been opened during the Chinese New Year. In addition to the marketing department, which requires some staff on duty, there are several project teams on the laboratory side working overtime. In addition, there are actually some people in the company during Chinese New Year. These people are employees who have not returned or cannot return this year. In order to make these people have a good year, the company specially provides these people with free New Year's food. No, on the 30th day, all the remaining employees were organized to have dinner together in the restaurant, make dumplings, play games, watch Spring Festival Gala and so on. For nothing else, I just want to make those who stay here no longer feel lonely and let everyone feel the warmth of the home. In the early morning of the third day of the third year, Wu Hao came to the company. In order to show the festive atmosphere of the new year, he also wore a red sweater. As soon as he walked into the gate of the company's park, he began to work at the gate of the gate, and gave everyone a New Year greeting and distributed red envelopes. $200 in each red envelope indicates that good things will be good in the new year. Of course, this money is not much, but it is also his heart. Happy New Year. Wu Hao passed the red envelope to the aunt cleaning the restaurant. Thank you President Wu, and you a happy new year." The cleaning aunt quickly wiped her hands on her apron, then took the red envelope with a smile on her face. "I should thank you for that. This New Year's Eve has to be exhausted and you come out to work. Everyone is working hard." Wu Hao arched toward the restaurant employees who were standing in front of him. "I wish you all the best on behalf of the company in the new year. I wish you good health, fullness, work, congratulations on getting rich." Originally, he wanted to say that the work was going well, but in a flash, he didn't mention the work during the Chinese New Year, and replaced it with Kung Hai Fat Choi. "For the hard work of everyone, it is not yet making money to support their families, so this congratulations to Fa Ki is more in line with everyone's expectations." Poppy poppy. Everyone started to applaud, holding red envelopes. Everyone's smiles couldn't stop. Perhaps this is the life of ordinary people. Happiness always comes so simple. Later, he went to the marketing department and laboratory to pay tribute to employees who were holding their posts for a year. And at noon, he ate a meal in the cafeteria with the security personnel of the security department. No matter when it is, the security department cannot be left alone. In particular, the size of the company is getting larger and larger, so security work is crucial. And compared with other employees, the security personnel of the security department work harder. Most of these people are veterans. Many of them recruited this year were directly sent to the army. So many came out of the barracks, and there were no days to go home and reunite. It's really not easy to stay on the post during this big new year. I think the members of our patrols outside are still wearing a little thin. Let everyone wear more clothes and don't freeze. In addition, let the cafeteria prepare more hot soup so that everyone can drink at any time. It does not have to be soup or hot for porridge and the like. Buy some beef carbone corn for some nutrition, and boil more soup. In this way, whether it is our team members, employees of various departments, and the management committee, security and police who take us as a training break, they can all take a hot sip. Wu Hao said to Zhao Jieping, the person in charge during the Chinese New Year. "Okay." Zhao Jieping nodded. It has been a year here, but Zhao Jieping is still not good at speaking. But it did not hinder his ability. On the contrary, he performed very well this year. He was also appointed by Wu Hao from the captain as the Deputy Minister of Security. If Li Wenming stays in the security department, his ability and character will definitely develop better than Zhao Jieping. But he chooses to stay with Wu Hao. Of course, although nominally Wu Hao's driver, Li Wenming's rank in the security department is not low. In theory, he is on an equal footing with Zhao Jieping. And compared to that, he is more popular as a driver. "Hey, where?" The phone rang suddenly, and Lin Wai's voice came from inside. "What's wrong with the company?" Wu Hao laughed. "Why don't you say a word when you come back? Is there anything in the afternoon?" Lin Wai on the phone complained first, and then asked. Wu Hao replied with a smile, "I just came back yesterday and I was too busy working on things, so I didn't have time. There was nothing in the afternoon for the time being." "Why did you see it?" "Look, I'll go to your house at more than 3 in the afternoon," Lin Wai said on the phone. Wu Hao said with a smile, "If you are a Chinese New Year, don't you go to visit relatives?" "Hey, don't say that." Those relatives asked Dong Wenxi's annoyance. "When they met, I went to hide from you, and didn't I say it a year ago? I'll invite you to dinner when you come back and wait for me to make it for you." Lin Wai complained on the phone. Upon hearing her complaining voice, Wu Hao laughed and said, "Yes, then you come over." It happened that I came back this time with a lot of special products from my hometown, and I was worried about not knowing how to do it. "There is something delicious, then you wait for me." Then, Lin Wai hung up. Putting away the phone, Wu Hao smiled, and then continued to look down and get up to work. Although there is still more than a month to go before the Spring New Product Launch Conference in March, but because this launch conference is released globally simultaneously, more things need to be prepared. To this end, they have sent several teams to Laos, infants, Laos and other places to prepare related matters. The home of the domestic press conference, this time in Shanghai. Compared with Anxi, Shanghai has more international influence. Therefore, after careful consideration, they finally decided to set up the main venue of the conference at Shanghai International Conference Center. Like last year, although the new product launch is internationally oriented, the number is not large. This year they plan to invite a total of 600 guests to participate, in addition to more than 100 media and related influential marketing bloggers. www.mentalnovel.com. They will also open 200 seats for their users. 20 tickets were drawn through their official blog, in order to preheat the network in advance. The other 30 tickets were handed over to the relevant departments for distribution to bloggers and netizens who supported them in the past. The remaining 150 tickets are drawn through the virtual service platform of the Intelligent Voice Assistant. So click on the users who participate in the lottery. There will be a chance to get related tickets. And tickets are tied to the account and cannot be traded. There was originally a scalper ticketing website that wanted to cooperate with them, hoping that they would expand the size of the conference. They helped sell tickets, but Wu Hao directly rejected it. This press conference is a kind of activity to give back to users. How could such a rat feces ruin the soup? Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. On the 15th day of the first month, the Jiayuan Festival, there is no holiday on this day. However, many companies are based on the principle of putting people first. They either leave work early or go on vacation in the afternoon. Only very few companies not only do not take a holiday on this day, they may also work overtime. The Shangyuan Festival, also known as the Lantern Festival, is on the 15th day of the first month. But no one is comfortable listening to the Shangyuan Festival. People today have long forgotten the significance of the Yuan Festival, and just remember that they will eat the Lantern Festival and enjoyed the lanterns on this day. In fact, many traditional festivals have gradually transformed into this. Everyone only remembers what to eat on this day, but few people go deep into the culture of these festivals. Of course, with the development of the domestic economy in recent years, people's lives have been improving. So these festivals are slowly returning to tradition, and everyone is more and more interested in these traditional cultures. For example, on the evening of the 15th day of the first month, everyone will go to the Lantern Festival, guess the lantern riddles, or go to a blind date organized by the Youth League Committee or other organizations. This also makes this festival very popular with young people, so it is getting more and more lively, and now some people have proposed to take a holiday on this day. Based on humane care, the company is taking a half day off today. In addition to the marketing department, customer service center and the security department are on duty. All employees of the company are on vacation, retaining those project team members who are working in the laboratory. No matter what work you need to be relaxed. Sometimes it collapses too tightly, but it will cause problems. After talking with his family, Wu Hao came to Zhang Jun's house. They will gather for each festival, and this time is no exception. The three of them have already bought a house in the neighborhood where Wu Hao lives. Although it is well decorated, they need to be furnished to stay. A few boys didn't say anything at the party, so they naturally needed a drink. The wine was from Motai and Zhang Jun bought it. In the words of this kid, when they met at the university in the first few of them, they said that when they got rich, they drank Motai for the next party. Now this wish is finally realized. As for the dishes, it is a mutton copper pot packed from little sheep. The big-tail sheep in Mongolian area are used. The meat is delicate and fat, which is best for hot pot. Come, cheers. Zhang Jun raised his glass and said, "Fuck." Everyone touched the glass together and drank. Open to eat, open to eat. The pot is open. Zhang Jun picked up the chopsticks and fell down to pick up a piece of meat and put it in the pot. Wu Hao and Xiaodong Yangfan did not show weakness, and put the meat in a copper pot with the meat in between. After holding it for a few seconds, the flesh was discolored and rolled up, and everyone immediately clipped it out. wrapped it in a bowl, put it in his mouth, and immediately showed a satisfied expression. Slow down, don't grab. There are still several pounds of meat. Although Jiang Jun said so, his chopsticks did not slow down at all. Hey, Huko, 15 today, why don't you go with your girlfriend, but come with our brother to drink? Xiaodong did something with him and asked him. Wu Hao was angry when she saw this. She's not my girlfriend yet. Besides, I'll be here with you during the holidays. Hey, why haven't you won? Jiang Jun said gossip at him. Get off. Wu Hao glanced at him, then raised a glass of wine at a few people and said, come, respect this glass of you. Everyone is busy again today, let's cheer together. Come on. While eating, Wu Hao rushed to Jiang Jun and said, you're going to Europe tomorrow night. Are you all arranged? Basically everything has been arranged. I am not in this period of time, and the company's usual operations are entrusted to Dong Yiming. But some important things still require your approval. He and I feel a little uneasy. Jiang Jun said to him. That's okay. Wu Hao nodded, and then said to him, when you go to Europe this time, you mainly open up the relevant sales channels. Although the baby stroller market is not too big, it has a huge influence. Generally only they took the lead, and other infant slang countries will slowly accept it. Judging from the news that the marketing department sent back from the past, the other party intentionally wanted to use this opportunity to knock us hard. So how to break the game from this depends on your ability to adapt. Rest assured, I know the main purpose of this past will not affect our spring new product launch conference in mid-March. Jiang Jun put a smile on his face. Wu Hao took a sip of juice and watched him tell him, although I have said it many times, I would like to emphasize it to you again today. The main purpose of your past is to open up channels. The revenue obtained by those channel agents is more important. As long as the channel is opened and the foothold is established, then we have the initiative. Who we cooperate with and when, how to cooperate is up to us. So don't hesitate to give up the benefits. Your past purpose is to cut the knife quickly and take it down as soon as possible. Of course, although it can be said that concessions can be made, huge core benefits cannot be conceded. This is our bottom line. I understand. Although Jiang Jun nodded, his face was abnormally solemn. He also knew that the trip was certainly not going to be so smooth, but it must be taken down anyway. Well, Wu Hao looked at him and nodded, and then watched him continue. After the contract is finalized, the relevant business team that will go with you this time will be divided into two. One part will go to Canada, South Philippines, and the other part it is with you to go to India and the country. Although Canada has a small population, it is backed by the United States, and winning the Canadian state is tantamount to opening the door of the United States, even if there is a ban. And the important destination of your trip is to Print Poison. Although our early team has already finalized the sales channels, you know in this country that there are too many uncertain factors and you need to personally implement them. As for Laogo, this is a special case. If you go there in person to make an appearance, it is a turning point. Since Canada is so important, do I need to go for a trip? www.mtlnovel.com. Jiang Jun gave a cigarette to everyone, and then I lighted it all the way. Wu Hao spit out a smoke ring, and then waved his hand. No, you went a bit self-defeating, thinking that we are designing the same conspiracy. What I want is a moisturizing sound, which slowly affects. By the time they reflected, it was too late. Hatko, I'm still a little worried. It's impossible for Lomi and Lomi's internet giants to just watch us develop like this. It will definitely cause us some trouble. It's inevitable. At this moment, Xiaodong frowned and worried. Wu Hao played the soot and laughed. It's certain to make chaos, but as long as we don't put a handle on them, nothing will be fine. And this time our products and those internet giants don't have much profit, so they won't. There are too many problems. So we should now be as low-key as possible, just as this is an ordinary smart Bluetooth headset. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, Date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Unmodified version. Smart Bluetooth headset. This is Woohow's official name of this product abroad. Compared with the intelligent voice assistant, the name is more pointed. And of course, it is not too noticeable. After all, playing the banner of Bluetooth headset can save a lot of trouble. If it is an intelligent voice system, then it is more troublesome. They talked to Jang Jun for a while, and the party ended with a phone call. In fact, the call didn't come, and the party was almost over. After all, they have to work tomorrow, and they can't be drunk. It was Lin Wai who called on the 15th day of the first month, so she called and asked him to go out for a lantern festival. At first he wanted to refuse, but he heard Lin Wai's voice unconsciously. After taking a bath home and changing clothes, Wu Hao came to the agreed mall door, and Lin Wai, waiting for him here with a bag. Today she wore a short red down jacket with a black low-necked sweater, wearing a pair of black tight slacks, a pair of Martin boots, looked full of British spirit. Of course, what satisfies Wu Hao or lets passers-by turn back is her tall figure and exquisite face. How come? Seeing him coming, Lin Wai quickly greeted and complained. Sorry for being late. Wu Hao put his baseball cap over his head and apologized. Because there are many people at night, in order to avoid being recognized and cause unnecessary trouble, he made a simple disguise. Jeans, sneakers, short down jackets like Lin Wai, plus a baseball cap. Looks very much like a fashionable boy who is going to school. This one is pretty handsome tonight. Why haven't I seen you wear it before? Lin Wai looked at him and praised him. Really? Just bought it. Wu Hao laughed. Lin Wai walked to him and sniffed, then frowned. You're drinking? I've showered. You can smell it. Dog nose. Wu Hao asked himself. You are the dog too. Lin Wai kicked him with a stance, and embraced his arm and said, if you say you drink, I won't let you out. Oh, it's okay. It's more comfortable to go out for a walk. Lin Wai suddenly grabbed her arm. Wu Hao coughed a bit awkwardly. Seeing that Wu Hao didn't pull his arm away, Lin Wai tightened her expression, and her face turned red. Today, why don't you see you're idiot? The follower in Lin Wai's mouth was naturally Li Wenming. In the past few days, every time Lin Wai dragged him out to play, Li Wenming would follow, so Lin Wai had a big opinion on this wood. He's resting today, so he's replaced, and that's the back. Wu Hao signaled that a tall man, 70 or 8 meters away, was wearing a long down jacket and was about 25 years old. This person is called Cao Wai. He is 24 years old and once served in the Airborne Brigade Reconnaissance Company. He has won the second place in the Air Force competition and has a solid hand. This time Wai Bing went to the army to recruit, and they saw this boy at first sight. At that time, many units wanted it, but Wai Bing came over. After a series of assessments, the security department finally incorporated him into Wu Hao's personal security team. Besides that, there is one person in Wu Hao's security team. This man is a girl, or veteran woman soldier, and his name is Luf. Unlike Wai Bing and Li Wenming, the girl is from the Navy and is a Marine Amphibious Reconnaissance Company. As the size of the company is getting larger, the security department also urgently needs a women's security team to take charge of security tasks in special cases. For example, for the inspection of women, etc. Male security team members are a little embarrassed in this regard, and accidents may cause some trouble. Therefore, the security department formed this women's security team. Although the team was still under construction, Luf was sent over first. The reason for such a girl to join his security team is mainly to deal with some special security tasks. After all, like Li Wenming and Cao Wai, the goal is too obvious and not suitable in some occasions. On the contrary, female security personnel like Luf, wearing casual clothes, are not easy to be found or not obtrusive. Of course, Luf has another identity, that is, her personal assistant, responsible for some of his personal work and life. This matter was co-authored by Jiang Xiaolai and Li Wenming, and there was no special recruitment. But as Jiang Xiaolai's work gets more and more busy, she certainly can't take care of it. And since the company's internal adjustments, her work has become more busy, for which he also assigned 2 staff. And Li Wenming, as the leader of his personal security team, is no longer suitable to be an assistant for him and by him early all day, so he needs such a person to be responsible for this. Since the establishment of his personal security team, a shift system has also begun. In the past, Li Wenming was in charge alone, so there was a lot of pressure. This time, Wu Hao intentionally let him rest for a few days in the new year, so that the 2 newcomers can adapt to it first. So tonight, he only took Cao Wai out. Maybe it was the first time to perform such a separate guarding task. Wu Hao didn't let him follow too closely, so this made Cao Wai very nervous. Basically, he was watching the situation around him intently, ready to rush forward all the time. Of course, he was not only nervous about performing such a task alone, but also because he was too long and out of touch with society, so reintegrating into the society again made him somewhat uncomfortable. Everyone adapts differently. Maybe for Cao Wai, it takes a little longer. Lin Wai glanced at him, then embraced Wu Hao's arm and said with excitement, "Let's go to the Lantern Festival. I heard that this year's Lantern Festival is particularly lively." "Oh, they say so every year." Wu Hao chuckled. "This year is different. I heard that there are still some new lamp shapes on display." Lin Wai grabbed his arm and walked out quickly. www.mentalnovel.com. This phrase sounds familiar to me. Although his mouth was vomiting, he still allowed Lin Wai to take a quick walk in the street. Cao Wai, who had been watching the clearing up afterwards, quickly followed him. Upon entering the Lantern Festival, Lin Wai was just as excited as the child, dragging him around and starting to wander around. "I want to eat marshmallow." Lin Wai watched as she watched a small stall making colorful marshmallows. "How old are people and still eat this?" Wu Hao advised. "Regardless, I'm going to eat." Lin Wai shook his arm and coquettishly, "Okay, bye. Wait in line." Wu Hao said helplessly, how could a girl who was quite capable, how to throw jiao so tired and crooked? "Dear, click in and give a good comment." The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. As the time for the launch of the New Year's new products is approaching, the publicity work for this conference and new products has been fully launched. As the company's most important new product release conference of the year, the success of this conference is directly related to the company's development strategy this year. Therefore, the publicity of this new product launch conference has become the top priority of the external publicity office and the entire company. Because Zhang Jun led the team abroad, and Dong Yiming was not good at this aspect of the work, this matter fell on Wu Hao and was personally guided by him. The director of the company's external advocacy office is Liu Yufeng. He is 36 years old and was the former creative deputy director of a 4A advertising company. Because he lost in the battle for promotion, because his face resigned. Later, under the excavation of the Human Resources Department, he became the director of the External Publicity Office. It is somewhat overkill to have a 4A advertising agency's creative deputy director serve as the director of this external advocacy office. But for Liu Yufeng, this is a brand new challenge. Because he has to undertake the publicity work of a large company. This is undoubtedly very different from his previous work. And what annoyed him was that it seemed that his boss didn't pay much attention to the publicity work, so he still encountered some troubles in his work. One of the biggest headaches for him was that the funds for publicity were too small. Although they completed tens of billions of sales revenue last year, the expenses for publicity were only 15 million. In order to expand the international market this year, they have increased their funding to 35 million. Although this fund has more than doubled, it is still a waste of money in the face of such a huge market. Therefore, with limited funding, how to run this conference well is also the most problematic issue for Liu Yufeng. Because of limited funding, it is simply impossible to use traditional propaganda methods. Therefore, Liu Yufeng had to change his mind and focused on the topic of creating hype on the internet. Fortunately, the smart voice assistant they released last year was shocking enough, and received a lot of praise from users, and gained a large number of fan users. So for this year's new product release, everyone is still full of interest. In particular, a series of preheating in the early stage, and several occasional exposures of Wu Hao and Zhang Jun on Weibo also made everyone look forward to this conference. Regarding the new products released this year, they can actually be posted on the website of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. It's just that the pictures on the website are scum, and only a rough outline can be seen. Judging from the styling, it seems no different from the product released last year. Of course, as an intelligent voice assistant, its most important function is to look inside. Therefore, many guesses about new products. It's just this product that Wu Hao has done a good job of keeping secrets. So far no useful information has been exposed. Although there are so-called spy photos on the internet, they are all fake photos or videos. Even if 2 or 3 genuine photos were accidentally exposed from the production chain, they were submerged in many cost photos. In addition to Wu Hao's preparations, Wu Hao has also been following Zhang Jun's move to Europe this time. Judging from Zhang Jun's feedback, progress is quite smooth. Although individual channel agents are a little bit entangled in the distribution of some benefits, they take the opportunity to blackmail. However, under the strategy of Zhang Jun's fast-cutting chaos, there were no waves. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Europe does not know much about their products. Although this intelligent voice assistant has been released for a year, the main market is still in the Chinese-speaking area of China. Although a small amount of products are imported overseas through some channels, Southeast Asia, Dong, Korea, and some other regions. But the impact is not great. Many people have only heard of this product on the internet, but have never really touched it. Therefore, this has brought some difficulties to the announcement of this product. Fortunately, with the help of channel agents in various regions, the entire preheating publicity work is still making good progress. In particular, this is also a press conference held in multiple countries and regions at the same time, which has filled many people with interest. What's going on with you? Are you done? Through a video call, Wu Hao talked with Zhang Jun, who was far away in Laos. After a few seconds, Zhang Jun over there nodded at him and said, "Basically it's done, and the publicity work has begun. Tomorrow I will take the team to India Drugs. After staying there for 2 days, I will fly to Laos after seeing our employees and agents there. After I was busy with my country, I flew directly to Shanghai where we will meet. The printed poison is an important market for our overseas sale this time, and its market potential is huge. In the early stage, our team has finalized the relevant sales channels, and various preheating publicity work has also been carried out well. You mainly go this time, try not to get involved in our work over there. Meet with various channel agents and understand the local situation clearly. I also urgently need your observations." Wu Hao thought for a moment and instructed. The reason why such an admonition is mainly because India is a very special country. In order to determine the channel distributors in various regions in this country, their staff there have spent a lot of effort and also overcome many difficulties. The press conference is about to be held. Don't cause some new problems caused by Zhang Jun's involvement in the past, which will affect the sales of their products. In fact, whether it is a person, a company or even a product, there must always be a process of adaptation in a new place. In the process of adaptation, the new party needs to make some adaptive changes in accordance with the relevant local customs and environments, so as to integrate into the local society. India is a very special country, www.mentalnovel.com, and it is very special in all aspects. The situations and difficulties that have not been encountered in other countries before have appeared in this country. Therefore, the team they sent to work in the early stage can be said to have overcome many difficulties before they were ready for the relevant sale and preliminary preparations. Of course, there are also some methods and means used in this, not particularly glorious, but this is also no way to go to the countryside. Therefore, Wu Hao was worried that Zhang Jun would not be able to adapt, which caused problems, so he specifically asked. Zhang Jun responded with a smile in the video, "Relax, I'm not a kid. That way, you can fly to Shanghai and join us after you're busy. After that, there are still many things waiting for you." Wu Hao smiled. Roger that. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Unmodified version. On the evening of March 24th, Wu Hao and his party flew to the Sea of Business in a low-key manner. In fact, many employees have already been here in the early stage, and they are the last batch. There will be a simple rehearsal work before the press conference tomorrow morning. At 7 p.m., the press conference officially starts. This time was chosen mainly because of the consideration of the time zone relationships of several other club venues. Before he came, Zhang Jun was brought back, and after a short period of repairs, he was suddenly in the intense preparations. In addition to Wu Hao, who came to participate in the new product launch this time, there were actually some companies and special guests. For example, Xunian, as an in-depth content partner of this new product, they are naturally invited to participate in this conference and have the opportunity to speak on stage. In addition, there are many related representatives who cooperate with them in some fields such as mobile phones, home appliances, and automobiles. Of course, this press conference also invited more than 100 media, in addition to some influential technology bloggers, self-media people and so on. Finally, as I said before, there are 200 seats open to users and fans. 150 of them are registered and drawn through the official virtual service center of the intelligent voice assistant. Once eligible for invitation, it is not transferable before the deadline for confirming whether or not to arrive at the venue expires. If there is no confirmation, the quota will be automatically ranked to other users. Of the remaining 50 places, 30 were directly invited to some relevant guests who had helped them in the past, and only 20 were used for Weibo preheating draws. So for these 20 places, everyone is very fiercely competing. From the release of this lottery Weibo to the deadline for the draw, the repost volume of this Weibo exceeded 5 million. It can be said that it has become the most reposted Weibo in the new year. But what made Wu Hao a bit speechless was that when the 20 places were finally confirmed, only 2 were real netizen fans, and the remaining 18 were some blogger netizens. Of course, it is not that the lottery is unfair, but that there are too many opportunities to operate during the period from the end of the lottery to the confirmation of identity. It is said that the most expensive invitation qualification clamoured to 50,000. Which made netizens who had drawn this place a big profit. This shows that the situation of the other 17 award-winning netizens. Although there was some speechlessness and even a little bit of anger, there was no way who asked them to release too few places this time. The reason for tightening the number of related invitations is mainly that he hates these messy marketing numbers and what bloggers. In order to gain popularity, it can be said that everything is used to the extreme, and even in the end it is naked rumors. In the end, I never expected that these people really want to spend money. Of course, for Wu Hao, they have nothing to lose. With 20 invitations, the entire internet can be disturbed. On the morning of the 25th, it drizzled drastically. Wu Hao got up early in the morning and ate breakfast with Zhang Jun at the same time, and then they started to work separately. Wu Hao will perform rehearsals for related press conferences in the morning. Although the time can be adjusted in time, the general content order cannot be changed, so it is necessary to go through it in advance to achieve a good mentality. Although there will be an inscription device in front of the stage, the manuscript used for the conference needs to be adjusted and modified according to his habits. Some places need to be formal, Some places need to be casual, and some places need to mobilize everyone's atmosphere and so on. A successful press conference will not be successful if you just casually come to the stage to say a few words. You must do a lot of preparation in the early stages. For example, the lighting on the scene, the position on the stage, the music, the back PPT, the video playback, etc. Every detail needs attention. Despite the past years of press conferences and several exhibition presentations, Wu Hao couldn't help but feel a little nervous in the face of such an important conference. Since the rise of the CEO of the company's CEO in person, the CEO, President, General Manager, and Chairman of all the new product launches have basically taken turns. In the past 2 years, some product development directors and other technical department heads will also come on stage to announce their ideas, and then throw out some new words, and some concepts and data that do not know why. The audience may not understand, but feel that these noun concepts and messy data are so big and powerful. What's the use of it? I don't know. You just know cat'll be. So some people teased about these so-called new product launch conferences, came here in a mess, listened in a muddled way, and walked ignorantly. Although Wu Hao didn't like this method, and also strongly encouraged it, in this big environment, he still had to follow the trend. Of course, he also made some changes he felt necessary to preach their products in a language that everyone can understand. Instead of talking about a bunch of unintelligible things, let the audience in the audience follow the guide and shout newbie. Although I was just familiar with the process, the rehearsal took 3 or 4 hours, and it was close to the end. Quickly returned to the hotel and ate something in the restaurant, so he had to take time to rest for a while, because there was still a big battle waiting for him at night. At 3 p.m., after taking a bath, a related makeup and styling team came in to help him clean up. Although I don't like it very much, as a global conference, there are still requirements for the image of the speaker. After all, the image of the preacher also represents the image of the company and the product, so it is very important. Although he didn't like to apply these things on his face, he could only endure temporarily for the conference. Not to mention, after a lot of cleaning by this professional makeup team, plus the foundation is already good, coupled with an industry leader, some people have a dog-like success. Handsome. Sending a photo to Lin Wei, Wu Hao murmured. But after waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Wei sent a little bit of it, apparently disdainful for his bad behavior. You are reading book www.yuukanzu.com. Just when he was a little speechless, Lin Wei immediately sent a grimace and said, "When I look pretty, my mother is very happy. Come on, I'll wait and see with my parents." Well, is this encouragement or pressure? Mr. Wu, it's time. A staff member came in and said to him. Wu Hao nodded, then got up to tidy up his clothes, and walked towards the International Convention and Exhibition Center, surrounded by the crowd. Mr. Wu, it's time. A staff member came in and said to him. Wu Hao nodded, then got up to tidy up his clothes, and walked towards the International Convention and Exhibition Center, surrounded by the crowd. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. When Wu Hao arrived at the International Conference Center, Zhang Jun was already waiting here. When he saw him in, the guy looked at him and laughed. "Oh, in this case, I know that you are here to attend the press conference. I don't know that my aunt is here." Wu Hao gave this guy a look, then looked up. It seems that this product also knows that this press conference is important, so it is a dog-like person. A large tuxedo suit made this guy quite imposing, like a walking emperor penguin. All the guests are here. Zhang Jun nodded and said, "Basically all here, now in the lounge. Let's go. Let's talk to them and take care of them." Wu Hao nodded, and then said to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun nodded, then followed him and said, "Yes, this time, Deputy Secretary Chen of the city government is here." Okay. Wu Hao stopped, and was a little surprised. Where's the leadership of the city government? Jiang Jun shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm not quite sure. We originally just sent a polite invitation letter. It's customary that the other party doesn't come back. Even if they come, they will come to deal with it personally. Such a big leadership. So he suddenly appeared, and we were caught by surprise. Oh, it seems that we are underestimating our influence. Wu Hao thought deeply and smiled slightly, then walked quickly to the lounge. Vice Secretary Chen, why are you here? Entering the lounge, Wu Hao stretched out his hands and walked quickly towards a middle-aged man in a suit, 50 years old, with a pair of eyes who looked very spirited. Laughed. Ha ha, Comrade Wu Hao, I finally saw a real person this time. Deputy Secretary Chen stood up and held his hand and smiled. Just call me Xiao Wu, Wu Hao said quickly. Oh, sit down and say. Deputy Secretary Chen motioned him to sit down, and then looked at him with a smile and looked at him. Then I will call you Xiao Wu. Well, the real person looks younger and handsomer than the picture. You have won the prize, Wu Hao said modestly and modestly. Deputy Secretary Chen looked at him again for a while, and then said to the people present, the purpose of my visit this time is to see the young handsome talent in the legend. It's amazing. A young man who has just been out of school for a few years can create such achievements with his own efforts. This is an example for young people in our new era to learn. Then, he turned to Wu Hao and said, this time you can choose this important press conference in our business. See, this is our honor. As an international metropolis, we have unique advantages. The technology industry has always been an important industry that we focus on building and supporting. In recent years, we have been adjusting the industrial structure. Our city government takes the lead in guiding and organizing the coordination between various industries to improve the ability to transform the industrial structure so that it can better adapt to changes in market demand. Accelerate the process of the proportional relationship between various industries, economic and technological connections and interactions to achieve a balanced balance, realize the upgrading of industrial structure, enhance the comprehensive competitiveness of various industries, and build a digital technology capital. Having said that, Deputy Secretary Chen paused, and then said to the crowd, over the past few years, we have been adhering to various preferential measures to encourage powerful technology companies to settle in the Sea of Commerce. Xiao Wu and everyone here, I think you can learn more about this. The people in Shanghai are very hospitable and hospitable. He. Everyone laughed when they heard the words of Deputy Secretary Chen, or the purpose of his visit this time, are very obvious, that is, they came from these technology companies. Of course, other companies are scrambling to beat rabbits. By the way, the key goal is still on Wu Hao. You know, Wu Hao they don't have their own office building now, and the scale is relatively small. But there is no doubt that the development prospect is huge. So this time he came to see Wu Hao on the one hand, by the way to explore the tone, and express their sincerity. Wu Hao also knew what Deputy Secretary Chen meant, but this matter was of great concern and he could not promise it immediately. You need to know that the relocation of a company is not something that can be moved casually. It also involves many problems. Moreover, companies like these, which are registered in provinces and cities and are also supported by local governments, are not easy to move out of. Of course, as long as the sincerity is in place, it is not impossible. The point is to see how much the sincerity is. After a few more chats, the staff came in and urged, because it is linked with other overseas venues, the time of this press conference is fixed and cannot be changed. After seeing this, Deputy Secretary Chen stood up and laughed. Xiao Wu, then you go and I'll go back first. Stay in Shanghai for a few days and feel the charm of the city here. Okay, Deputy Secretary Chen, I will come to visit you when I am busy. Wu Hao laughed. Vice Secretary Chen only revealed a reassuring smile upon hearing the words. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come. You can't make an appointment. Sure. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. I'll send you. Stay back, do your favor. Deputy Secretary Chen turned to smile. Wu Hao nodded, then stopped and rushed to Jiang Jun next to him. Send me Deputy Secretary Chen. Jiang Jun nodded and then went out with Deputy Secretary Chen. Wu Hao finally took a sigh of relief when he saw this, and shook hands with the representatives of the brands in the conference room, and then came to the background with the long-awaited staff. These representatives were also led by the staff to sit in the front row of guest seats, waiting for the launch of the conference. Wu Hao, who walked into the backstage, was quickly surrounded by the makeup and modeling team who came forward. After helping him to make up and organize his clothes, he came to the waiting area to stand and wait for the signal to come on stage. At this point, the lights on the scene had gone out, and the special promotional film for the conference had been placed on the large screen behind the stage. Said to be a promotional film, it is actually a documentary from Wu Hao's startups to the present. From the first few people, the old classroom in the beginning, to their participation in the exhibition, and the establishment of the company, the new road of research and development throughout the night. Then the release of the intelligent voice assistant www.mentalnovel.com has been selling well in China, and has helped more people in need, and messages from these people. Next, the style of the painting turned to the outlook and speculation of new products. From the exposure of Wu Hao and Jiang Jun and the official blog from the beginning, to the speculations and assumptions of netizens. In the end, it is a sentence that is worth your expectation. The lights turned on instantly, and the host's voice came from the huge speakers on both sides of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hao Technologies' spring new product launch in 2021. The applause is from Mr. Hao, Chairman and CEO of Hao Technology. Poppy Poppy. With applause and hard spotlights, Wu Hao took a deep breath and walked quickly to the stage. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Going to the stage, watching the crowd at the huge conference hall, Wu Hao said with a smile, "Hello everyone, everyone is welcome to join Hao Technologies' spring new product launch conference." At this press conference, we also set up branch venues in 4 countries overseas, infant countries, Laos, India, and Laos. At the same time, the conference images will also be transmitted to various branch venues through the network. Here, I would like to say hello to everyone on behalf of Hao Technology. Are you ready? After his remarks, the following 200 user fans cheered. Wu Hao smiled and calmed down. He went on to say, last spring, at the new product launch, we launched the Smart Voice Assistant, as well as smart home terminals and accessories based on the Smart Voice Assistant. Once these products are sold, they're loved by consumers. As of 12 o'clock on the evening of March 20th, the total sales volume of our H1 Intelligent Voice Assistant has reached 3,286,427. Papap. Everyone in the audience saw the numbers on the big screen applauding. This is indeed an achievement worth applauding. The representatives in the front row also began to talk and whispered, apparently a bit surprised by this achievement. Thank you. This result is really amazing. It should be regarded as the highest annual sales volume of a single product in the past 10 years, Wu Hao said with a smile. In addition, our smart home terminals have sold a total of nearly 2 million units. Other auxiliary equipment also had a very good result. So how about the usage of these 32 million users? We also do continuous tracking. After our long-term tracking and monitoring, the average daily utilization rate of our intelligent voice assistant is more than 82%, which means that we have more than 26 million active users every day. This is an impressive achievement, but at the same time it brings us a lot of pressure. How to better serve this huge user group has always been a difficult problem for me and my colleagues in the company. For this reason, in the past year, we have totally optimized our intelligent voice system more than 100 times, of which more than 30 are key optimization upgrades. In order to make it understand you better, smarter, and better serve everyone, we have worked the system. Some people think that the recognition rate of dialects is somewhat unsatisfactory, so we will correct it. Send a team of professional language experts and technical experts to the relevant areas to find local dialect cultural heritage collectors to collect material data, ask the relevant dialect pronunciation, meaning, etc., and strive to make it understand more people's voices. With the hard work of these colleagues, I can proudly announce to you today, our intelligent speech system has been able to recognize more than 80% of Chinese Mandarin dialects in the country and understand their meaning correctly. After a long burst of applause, Wu Hao's voice slowed down. Of course, there are still some dialects that we can't translate because they are too many and too complicated. We often speak 10 miles of different sounds, and it is basically impossible to accommodate all the dialects because our country is too big. In addition, there are some types of dialects or languages that are different from Mandarin, such as Southern Fujian, Cantonese, Mongolian and Tibetan, etc. We cannot recognize these languages. On the one hand, because they are really difficult to understand. On the other hand, we lack the relevant experts and data resources. This is a huge project that cannot be completed by our own strength. Some regrets, but this is reality. Seeing that the scene was a little quiet, Wu Hao then turned around and said, "Of course, we will continue to do things in this area and strive to include these languages. Although there are some regrets, we have also gained a lot in the past year. We are glad to have helped many people in need in the past year." Mr. Lee of East Island suffered a sudden cardiac arrest while cooking. Thanks to his smart voice assistant, he was in time to ask for help, and finally got out of danger. Miss Ma in Yangqing encountered gangster harassment during night running. With the help of our intelligent voice assistant, Miss Ma secretly reported to the police and dealt with the gangster when prompted, and finally escaped. The children of Yangguogo in Los Angeles, with the help of our intelligent voice assistant, not only slowly got rid of autism, but also gradually learned to speak. There are many such examples. According to statistics in the past year, we have helped more than 2,300 people get out of various difficulties. I'm glad that our products can help so many people in need. While Wu Hao was talking, the big screen behind him was showing photos of these story heroes in real time, and then more and more photos gathered to form the logo of Hayo Technology. PayPap. Looking at this screen-filled photo, the crowd broke out again with warm applause, which lasted for a long time in the venue. Waiting for applause to stop, Wu Hao, who drank saliva, returned to the middle of the stage again, and smiled at the crowd. This is an achievement and an incentive. It is a responsibility and a pressure. We have been following the feedback from our users and watching everyone's developments closely, then learn lessons and carry out targeted optimization and upgrading. But everyone knows that some things can be optimized, but some things are difficult to optimize once they are formed. For example, some users have reported that our smart voice assistants are inconvenient to stay on the ears, long-term damage to hearing, and easy to fall during exercise and sleep, etc. To this end, we have also carefully listened to the opinions of users and optimized them in new products. As Wu Hao pressed the remote control, he changed a PPT and said, "Many people like the personal health monitoring function in our intelligent voice assistant, but we feel that it is not convenient to match our intelligent voice assistant. So this time we responded to the needs of these users. www.mentalnovel.com made a bracelet for personal health supervision alone." As he spoke, a picture of the bracelet appeared on the background screen. This is a bracelet, but it is also different from ordinary bracelets. In simple terms, it has no screen, and it is still a type of hidden buckle, which looks like an integrated whole. And the colors in the photos are gorgeous, and many bracelets present a rainbow-like appearance. This bracelet has a one-piece design, and all our components are hidden in this bracelet. In other words, this bracelet is a real bracelet, not a watch or bracelet holding the banner flag. He. Everyone laughed and clearly understood the point of laughter. Wu Hao said, "Add bookmarks for easy reading." Dear Click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. After changing the PPT of the page, Wu Hao introduced to the audience. The entire bracelet is designed with a concealed buckle. After wearing it, it looks like an ordinary sports bracelet. But in fact, the wristband of this bracelet is hidden inside. Here, we integrate the world's most advanced health monitoring sensors. Of course, this is not unusual, because everyone will say so when each bracelet is released. But what I want to say is that these sensors are perfectly integrated into such a thin wristband. We are definitely pioneers. In this bracelet, we have implanted our Beidou navigation system, barometer, 6-axis inertial sensor, PPG heart rate sensor, infrared wear monitoring sensor and so on. And this bracelet also supports intelligent measurement of blood oxygen saturation SpO2, detecting blood oxygen value at any time, to grasp the changes of your body. We recommend that the following people pay attention to blood oxygen conditions, such as those engaged in high-intensity mental workers, elderly people, people in high mountains or plateau environment, hypoxia, snoring, etc. Combined with AI intelligent heart rate algorithm, automatically convert non-visible light to monitor heart rate at night, without interruption. More intimate, real-time monitoring of sleep heart rate and breathing quality can analyze sleep structure. Speaking of this, Wu Hao paused to give everyone a digestion time, and then said, "Yes, we have added a sleep quality monitoring function and SpO2 to measure blood oxygen saturation in this bracelet. In other words, as long as you wear it, it can monitor our physical condition in real time without interruption 24 hours a day. And it will remind according to the real-time physical condition of the wearer." But how to remind such an integrated bracelet without a screen? Wu Hao sold a key and then answered with a smile. In the bracelet, we have a set of intelligent breathing lights. This group of intelligent breathing lights can be changed into different colors and flashing frequencies according to the user's physical state. When your heart rate breath is steady, it flashes very rhythmically, and the light turns into a mild green. When you exercise, it will change different colors according to your exercise volume, heart rate, breathing, and blood oxygen saturation. When your exercise volume exceeds the limit your body can withstand, its flicker frequency will increase and the light will turn into a dazzling red. So what to do when the user's physical signs appear dangerous, such as cardiac arrest, difficulty breathing? Throwing this question, Wu Hao waited and watched the reaction of the audience. The guests from the audience reacted differently, but they all watched him intently, eager to hear his answer. When there is such a crisis situation, we have a total of 3 ways to deal with it. First, the breathing light on the wrist will flash red and blue high-frequency lights alternately. As you know, this kind of light is originally a kind of special rescue and emergency light, and it is universal in any country in the world. Therefore, this kind of high-frequency flashing red and blue lights can be more noticed by others, thus finding out the crisis situation of the wearer and giving a helping hand. The second is that it can connect to our smart voice assistant, or a cell phone, and play related distress signals through the cell phone. At the same time, it also allows you to set up emergency contacts to call, or directly dial the relevant emergency help phone. And it can report the patient's detection situation remotely in real time. If the rescuer arrives, it can also serve as an emergency call line for doctors in the emergency center to remotely guide rescue. Everyone knows that in this crisis situation, every minute is crucial. In fact, 80% of cardiac arrests can be released from danger if they receive timely palpitative resuscitation and rescue intervention. Here, I also appeal to the people of the world. If you find a patient who is in danger like this, please extend your helping hand in time. Your little move can get him out of danger. To PayPap, the crowd under the stage burst into warm applause, and some excited people stood up and clapped their hands firmly. If all that Wu Hao said is true, this bracelet really has such a function. So after the sale, I don't know how many lives can be saved. This is definitely a huge act of kindness and deserves everyone's respect. As long as it is normal, no one will not care about their health. According to Wu Hao, everyone looks forward to this bracelet. When the applause of the crowd gradually fell, the venue was quiet again. Wu Hao said in a warm tone to the crowd, "I know, I have said so much that you may not believe it and think that I am exaggerating. This is a gimmick. I don't want to promise you anything here, and I don't want to emphasize any explanation. This bracelet is now in our new product experience area. After the press conference is over, everyone can experience it in the past. We hope that it will become your health bracelet and life bracelet, and even more that it will become your life guardian." The applause gradually fell, and he drank back to the middle of the stage, and then changed his voice. "The powerful function is inseparable from the strong and long-lasting battery life. We equip this bracelet with our own new triple lithium battery. This is not a gimmick, but a hard technology." So how hard is it? In the previous feedback on the use of our intelligent voice assistant, a large number of users reported that our products have insufficient battery power. This is indeed a problem, and it is still a difficult problem to solve. Everyone knows that lithium-ion battery and polymer battery technology are widely used in electronic products, or what kind of lithium-ion polymer battery is. These batteries are the same. To get huge capacity, you have to increase the size and weight. And our products are relatively small, so the batteries used in these products are smaller and lighter. This also severely limits the capacity of the battery and affects the battery life of the product. In order to change this defect, www.mtlnovel.com, we made a difficult research in this area, and finally achieved a breakthrough in the field of lithium-ion battery technology. Only on March 10 did we obtain a patent for this new lithium-ion battery technology. We then decided to apply this technology to our products. Originally this was a major technology, enough to hold a special technical conference, but we still put it on this conference, because we feel that no matter how good the technology is for the product, a single technology is not too important compared to a product with excellent overall performance. After sweeping the crowd, Wu Hao smiled, so much said, "Let me introduce you to this new type of lithium battery technology that we have hardly developed. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update." It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Suddenly Wu Hao's new battery technology suddenly attracted the interest of representatives of various brand partners sitting in the front row. I originally thought that I was just attending a product launch, but I did not expect Wu Hao to throw such a heavy bomb midway. Therefore, this also attracted the attention of everyone, and began to stare attentively on the stage, for fear of missing any details. After another page of PPT, he introduced to the audience, the reason why we call it new lithium-ion battery technology is because it has not left the scope of lithium-ion battery technology. However, we have innovated in lithium battery technology to improve battery performance. Before explaining this technology, we need to figure out what the battery is and what it does. The so-called battery is actually a device used to store and release electricity. As the energy storage density in a battery increases, so does its capacity. Therefore, we have made innovations in traditional lithium-ion battery technology. After numerous scientific researches, we have successfully developed new lithium-ion battery technology. Look at everyone. Wu Hao changed the background image of the page, and then introduced to everyone, it is also a battery weighing 30 grams. Our new lithium-ion battery is 25 to 3% smaller than the traditional lithium-ion battery. About 10 cokes. The audience began to talk about it. Not only that, the parties watching this new product launch conference also started to riot. And Wu Hao's words did not end, but continued to say, "This is not all. This is the same battery. The battery capacity of our new lithium-ion battery technology is about 30% higher than traditional lithium-ion batteries." In other words, The capacity of this 30-gram traditional lithium-ion battery is 1000 mAh, so the capacity of a 30-gram battery using our new lithium-ion battery technology is as high as 1300 mAh. Cokes. The humming of the audience was even louder, which made him have to stop and wait for everyone to finish the discussion. At the same time, netizens who watched the live broadcast of this conference directly quarreled in the live broadcast room. 666. How can that be? Impossible. How could such technology be possible? Fake. Bragging. How can a global conference or a live broadcast be fake? I'll know if it's true or false. Finally, Wu Hao pressed his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then smiled and said, I know, this data is too shocking. Once this technology is released, it will definitely affect many industries. But what I want to tell you is that the domestic part of the patent for this new lithium-ion battery technology has been approved. The international part has been sent to the relevant national authorities for approval, and after the approval, the international patent application can be carried out. But this will not affect the export restrictions of our battery products, so this battery will also be used in our products later, to serve you. How about the specific performance? You can wait for the battery test after the launch. Papapap. The crowd in the audience gave applause as soon as he said nothing. It can be seen that this battery technology really shocked everyone. In a different tone, Wu Hao immediately expressed a helpless expression. However, it will take some time for this battery to be applied to our products. Because we have obtained relevant patents and related to large-scale manufacturing, it's not exactly the beginning. Therefore, this super battery will not be launched with our products first, and the specific launch time will be launched on the official website later. His remarks disappointed the users and the media. Having said so much, it cannot be launched yet. It's like putting an apple in front of you but not eating it. Of course, this battery has many advantages, such as low toxicity, high safety, long life compared to traditional lithium-ion batteries, and fast charge and discharge speeds. We set this in the experience area this time. The experience zone of this super battery. You can pass the experience test at the end of the upcoming conference. After talking about this, Wu Hao took a sigh of relief, swallowed his throat and moistened his throat, and then continued, the super battery is over. I think what you are most concerned about is that this bracelet is equipped with traditional lithium batteries lifetime. Regarding the battery life, this seems to have become a topic that all brands are keen to chase in recent years. However, I don't think the length of time really matters. In this thin wristband, we installed 3 lithium-ion batteries with a total capacity of 120 milliamps. This also makes the overall battery life of our bracelet reach an amazing 50 days. Of course, this is the data under normal mode. If you have some special dangerous situations during use, its battery life will be shortened appropriately. With 20% of the power remaining, it will notify you through its own light or mobile phone application, or the intelligent voice assistant reminds you that it is time to recharge. If you happen to be unable to charge in the wild, it doesn't matter, because it can still work normally for a week with 20% of the power, which is enough to cope with most use environments. Speaking of the use environment, Wu Hao changed a PPT and said, in order to satisfy everyone's use in most environments, we have adopted a one-piece design for this bracelet, which also makes it highly waterproof and dust-proof. Basically, it doesn't matter if you take it for a bath or take a journey, just go and see the camels in the desert. However, it is not perfect. For example, extreme temperatures such as extreme high temperature, high cold, and high corrosivity will affect the normal operation of this bracelet. But for us ordinary people, it is enough to deal with the use in normal environment. Everyone is assured. So how much is the price of this bracelet? This problem was thrown, and Wu Hao paused. The following fans also started to respond. www.intelnovel.com shouted everything. Wu Hao smiled and said, we have also talked about the price of this bracelet for a long time. Some people have proposed to take the high-end route, so the price must be higher. After all, we have a huge investment in developing a product. It has also been proposed to simply follow the path of being close to the people and launch a product that everyone can afford, such that the profit is small and the sale is large. In the end, after everyone's discussion, we decided to put the price on a stall that everyone can afford. Then, Wu Hao pressed the remote control. On the large black screen, a few golden figures fell from the top. 395. Oh, Poppy. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. In fact, this price is still a little expensive to many people. After all, it is customary to buy cheap things. Various bracelets introduced by other manufacturers are generally at $100 or $200. Wu Hao came up with nearly 400 bracelets, which made some people unacceptable. You are not a famous international brand manufacturer. Why do you sell so expensive? The response from the audience. Wu Hao naturally took a panoramic view. He grinned in his heart, and smiled. His complexion said, the so-called 1 penny and 1 penny, how exactly this product is, you will know after experience. Next we will launch Smart Home Terminal 2.0. This product is developed based on user feedback from the previous generation of products and combined with new technology. The new generation Smart Home Terminal has many upgrades compared to the old one. First of all, we have comprehensively upgraded the appearance. The new technology is used to make its appearance more technological and fashionable. In view of the previous user's abandonment of the external microphone, it is more troublesome and the effect is poor. So this time we built a microphone radio array into this smart home terminal. 8 groups of microphone array radio can make you call it anywhere in the room and talk with it easily. For many people, this kind of embedded microphone radio array seems to be insecure, easy to be monitored and leaked privacy. In this regard, you can rest assured that our smart home terminal, like our smart voice assistant, uses a closed system, which prevents hackers from attacking this product and using this product to monitor. In fact, our system has not been breached since we released a $1 million reward last year. And up to now, we have not suffered a personal data and privacy breach incident due to our products. So have we used these devices to collect users' privacy information? Having said that, he paused and looked solemnly at the more than 600 guests who said, here, I assure you and promise that we have never added a sniffing program to our system to collect relevant information. Privacy. And if the user allows it, only the corresponding language data of the user is collected, such as your language habits, tone, and so on. This information does not involve utterance content, but only generates relevant voice data packets for individual users. Our users will find that my smart voice assistant is getting smarter and more understanding of you. This is the result of this special optimization of voice packets. Of course, we will also collect these data to optimize our system. But these are data features and do not involve the privacy of personal data. This is true of our smart voice assistant, and so is our smart home terminal. Papap. The applause was given to him by the audience. To be able to make the grey industry and part so clear on this stage, it really takes some courage, because it will offend many people. After the applause, he continued, and the data is collected without labeling and encoding, but only big data analysis. That is to say, even if we do not know which data was transmitted back from the device, this also makes these data information more secure. When the user no longer uses our product and chooses to log out, the personal voice data packets that you store in the personal management background will be cleaned up synchronously, which also prevents these information outflows from causing confusion to the user. If there are still some users who are worried about what to do, we set up a physical switch behind this smart home terminal. Users do not need this microphone radio array function, or if they are worried about it, they can turn it off manually. In this way, it cannot be turned on unless it is manually turned on again. This function is good. It's not really necessary. It's safe enough. 666. Specializing in all kinds of bars. I'm worried about the price right now. Is the price of such a multifunctional device going up? Oh, he said, I believe without you. Naive. Don't treat everyone as dark as you think. Don't make people think so bright. Naive. Whether there is anyone, naturally someone will do the evaluation. Anyway, I feel good using it in the previous generation. +1. On the internet, more than a dozen media this time set up special topics for the conference and conducted real-time tracking reports. As a result, a large number of netizens are also watching the actual situation of the press conference, and there was a lively discussion. The so-called public-private wife said that the wife is reasonable. How exactly this product is, no one can say before seeing the real thing. Taking a sip of Binquan mineral water placed next to the stage, Wu Hao went on to say, compared with its stylish appearance, its powerful inside is more experiential. In this year, with the outstanding performance of a generation of smart home terminals, we have established cooperative relationships with many domestic and foreign big-name appliance manufacturers and jointly established a set of smart home appliance control standards. With this set of standards, our smart home terminals can be better linked with these home appliances to provide better services for home users. What kind of family life will be in the future? I think we have given preliminary answers. We have combined more than 300 domestic and foreign brands of home appliances, kitchens and bathrooms, and we want to bring people better quality smart technology home life. As Wu Hao spoke, the big screens on the back began to flash the logos of these brands. Basically, most home appliance brands are included, and domestic brands account for the majority. In the past, trying to establish this set of standards was basically impossible because too many benefits were involved. Until Wu Hao's strong intervention, www.intelnovel.com can be considered to break this inherent pattern. And Wu Hao's strong technology in intelligent control has become an object that these home appliance brands can hardly surpass. Therefore, in this case, all major home appliance manufacturers have chosen to cooperate and want to seize the opportunity of the smart home appliance market. As more and more home appliance brands come to cooperate, under the leadership of Wu Hao, everyone discusses together to form this set of smart home appliance control standards. At this moment, most of the representatives of these brands have come to our conference site. Let us thank them for their arrival with warm applause, and also for their continuous support for us and for the smart home plan. Under his instructions, several beams of light passed through the front row of guests, and the illuminated guests waved their hands, which also caused applause from the crowd. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Inside a low-key blue brick, grey tiled, 3-story villa in a high-end community on the outskirts of Anxi. At this moment, a family is sitting in front of the TV, watching the live broadcast screen of Haoy Technologies' spring new product launch. Looking at Wu Hao's confident smile on the stage, a 40-year-old woman with a luxurious face and an unforgettable charm gently drank a cup of tea and said with a smile, "This guy is good, very good." Mom, what is better? Wu Hao is called a genius who is as famous as Gates Jobs. A 17-year-old boy sitting beside him was dissatisfied. He. Instead of laughing, the woman turned her head to her father and daughter who were watching the screen with more interest. "It's too good to fit." "Mom, isn't it good?" "Why not?" Lin Wei, who was staring at the screen, was dissatisfied when she heard what her mother said. An excellent man is certainly good, but too good is not good, especially for a woman. The woman, Lin Wei's mother, turned her head and looked at Wu Hao on the screen. A man like him who is too good, There must be many women around me. It would be very hard to fight with these women. And men like him will only focus on their careers and easily ignore the family. Women are their byproducts relative to career. The conditions in our house are good. Not all of my father and I worked hard in this life to make you better. Therefore, Mom does not expect or require you to find a particularly good one. In contrast, it is more suitable for you to find someone who is sincere and sincere to you. Seeing that Lin Y also wanted to refute, Lin Y's mother shook her head slightly and said, "Your personality has been very similar to me since I was young, very independent, very opinionated, and strong. Do you go to study in the infant country? Do you not hope that you can do something in the future? Follow him. You will only become a vassal of him, and then drowned in his light. Are you willing to waste your talents like this, and go to be an ordinary woman and mother?" Aunt has never objected to your free love and will not interfere with you, but I hope that when you make a decision, you must think clearly and not lose yourself. Lin Y wanted to retort a few words, but she stopped talking, and then looked at the screen and lost her thoughts. Lin Y's mother smiled slightly, then looked at her husband sitting next to her daughter. "Aren't you going to say something?" Lin Hongyan glanced at her daughter, then continued to stare at the TV screen and said, "You should say what you should and should not say, and I'll forget it. As long as she is willing, if she likes it, I will support her. After all, I really like this smelly kid. Last time I ate a small loss in his hand. This time he hit his idea on my baby girl again. How could there be such a cheap thing in the world? I want to marry my daughter, go through my level first and then talk." "Dad." Lin Y responded and dragged Lin Hongyan's arm and said sweetly. At this time, the 17-year-old boy stretched his head again and said in front of his eyes, "If Wu Hao is my brother-in-law, that seems to be good." "Go." Lin Y threw a pillow in anger. "Okay, don't say, watch TV, but I want to see what bombs this kid will throw out." In the TV screen, Wu Hao changed the page PPT and said, "A beautiful appearance must be matched with a strong inner one, so that it can be the same on the inside and be called excellent." In order to better serve the family, this time we directly implanted the relevant functions of the intelligent voice assistant, making it more intelligent. That is to say that our users can return to their homes and completely escape the shackles of smart voice assistants and talk directly to our smart home terminals. But is this all right? Wu Hao shook his head. "If this is the case, it is really insincere. Let me introduce you to the new members who are about to enter your family." Last fall, I showed a conversation with my artificial intelligence assistant Coco in an interview show. After the broadcast of the show, it caused a lot of repercussions. Some people thought it was fake, and some people eagerly asked when it would be launched. Today, it's here. Many people hope that they can have an infant country housekeeper at home, which can provide you and your family with quality family life services. It's just that the high price is prohibitive for many people, and everyone is dreaming about it. And we fulfill everyone's wish. Immediately pressed the remote control. A large screen female figure with a beautiful face, a tall figure and an elegant temperament appeared on the large screen behind. "Don't you guys try our smart voice assistant only voice? This time the screen comes. Come on. Say hello to everyone." After he finished speaking, he pushed aside, and the female image on the big screen began to talk with a smile. "Hello everyone, I'm the AI housekeeper introduced by Hayo Technology, and I'm happy to meet you. We hope that through our service, you can enjoy high-quality family life in science and technology, and hope to help more people regain the warmth of the family." Although this passage is relatively short, the elegant and vivid facial expressions and physical movements of this female image in the picture make the viewers doubt whether this was shot by real people. www.mentalnovel.com. I think everyone must be wondering this is not a recorded video shot by a real person in advance. What I want to tell you is that this video was completely generated by our system and we did not intervene. As for the character image, we fabricated it in advance. This time, we had given the user sufficient permissions, and you can fabricate your favorite character image according to your preferences. Like this, or this, and this. At the same time as Wu Hao's introduction, different character images are flashing on the background screen. There are beautiful girls, elderly people, active children, handsome boys, playful Lalai, and so on. Every time I changed roles, there was a cheer from the audience. There are many more such images, and I will not show them one by one, leaving it to everyone to explore and create. We hope that it can truly enter your life and integrate into it perfectly. We also hope that users will accept it. Make it part of your family. I want to emphasize that it is not a simple avatar doll. We give it rich body movements and facial expressions. It will show completely different performance according to different environments, different objects, and different content. Its functions are extremely powerful. In addition to some of the functions that the smart home terminal originally had, this time we have added a lot of functions to it, which are left to users to dig for themselves. Bookmark for easy reading. Regarding this smart home terminal, Wu Hao has not announced the price. So everyone here, including watching the live broadcast, is wondering, what is his idea? Is it a mistake? But he looked as usual on the stage and continued, although I think the function of this smart home terminal is already very powerful, for me and for many people, it is still slightly inadequate. It can help us do a lot of things, such as sending and receiving home emails, managing home appliances, querying information, and so on. But in the end, these are all virtual. It has no hands and cannot help us with some housework. Many people come back from work and lie on the sofa and don't want to move. At this time, if you open your mouth, someone will bring you a can of cold cola or a glass of orange juice. I think this moment should be very happy. The party is over and a messy home needs to be cleaned up. At this time, if someone comes to take care of all this, it is also a kind of happiness to you. Or, if you change clothes, one hand will help you put it in the washing machine to wash and dry it, and then help you take it out and fold it. This may be a family happiness when you come. After a pause, Wu Hao watched the audience change the tone with some regrets. But for young people living in the city, for tired family couples, many times you need this very much at all times. It did not appear. The cost of hiring a nanny was too high, so even if it was very tired and reluctant, it still had to be done. So can we invent such a hand to help us do these things? After throwing this question, Wu Hao looked at everyone and laughed. In fact, there are. At many previous technology exhibitions, many companies have launched their own home robots or said this hand. But it is a pity these are only conceptual products and have not entered the market. So we already have such robots or robots in industrial production to help us engage in various heavy production work. Why can't such robots and robots enter the home? I glanced at the people thinking about the stage. Wu Hao pressed the remote control to change a PPT. We have summarized 3 constraints: cost, technology, and availability. First of all, the cost of such a mechanical arm or robot is tens of millions, at least hundreds of thousands. For most families, it is basically difficult to afford. Second, technology, which is also an important factor restricting its entry into the family. Do not think that the family environment is simpler than the factory production. In fact, the family is a very complicated environment. The robots that were first engaged in production in the factory have actually fixed programs. Even if there are some variables, they are still within a small controllable range. But the family can't. The family environment is not a factory, and there are many uncertain factors. This requires robots to think and make adjustments accordingly. And for a home device, security is paramount. It must be reliable enough not to threaten and affect the health and safety of family members, especially the safety of some children. This puts higher requirements on this device, which also increases manufacturing costs. The last is usability. What this robot or manipulator can do when entering the home is also a question we have been thinking about. If the function is too single, then it may be a chicken rib. Do you still need to buy it? After saying this, he took a sigh of relief after sweeping the crowd, and then continued, so, At the beginning of the project and doing research in this area, our technology research and development team was caught in tangles and quarrels. On the one hand, it is arguing about its functions, and on the other hand, it is also arguing whether this product should be developed. Is it necessary? This is a question many people are asking me. I think it is necessary, as long as it can improve the quality of family life of users. And I think it is necessary. It depends on the advanced level of our development of this product. If the performance of this product is good enough, then there is no need to have this problem. The cost and usability issues that everyone was worried about before can be solved. So we entered along scientific research and public relations work, and cooperated with many industrial robots and manipulators before and after. As you know, the production volume of industrial robots and robots in our country is among the best in the world. But the overall level is still far from the world advanced level. And this type of industrial robot and manipulator cannot be directly put into the home, so we need to redesign and develop it. On the one hand, it is reducing its size. Today's urban families can't afford such a large physique. On the one hand, it is to improve its flexibility so that it can not only move freely and flexibly at home, but also accurately and timely avoid family and obstacles. There is also the need to be light, flexible and gentle, both in action and at work. The best thing is to make it as flexible and delicate as a woman's hand, so that it can be more competent for small household chores in some families. The last aspect is that it is smart enough and humane enough. This is what we call AI technology. I have to install a pair of eyes so that it can clearly identify everything in the home. Which are family members, which are guests, which are furnishings, and which are teacup food. This requires a very familiar and mysterious technology. www.intelnovel.com Image recognition technology. This technology is not considered a mysterious advanced innovation because it has been available in the past. What we need to do is make this technology smart enough to recognize everything in the home. I have mentioned these few examples above. Everyone thinks it is difficult to identify those things: people, furniture, food. I heard the positive answer below. Wu Hao said with a smile, everything is answered, but the correct answer is a teacup. Why is a teacup? Because it is subject to change. It is impossible for us to enter all the teacup styles on the market into the database for comparison, because there are more than 10 million teacups in this world. Therefore, we cannot use normal graphics to distinguish which one is a teacup, which requires us to grasp the characteristics that a teacup must have. First of all, it must be full of water, and this item has many characteristics. As for the external shape, pattern, and appearance, these are the characteristics of each cup, but they are also interference items that identify it as a cup. Once it is identified as a water glass, then our system can record the characteristics of this water glass, and it will be quickly and accurately identified next time. This is the most important self-learning function in AI technology. Bookmark for easy reading. Even if we all enter a new environment, we need a period of familiarization and adaptation, and this mechanical type is the same. In theory, it is the same as our intelligent voice assistant. The longer you use it, the more it understands you. This is AI's self-learning and adaptation technology. After popularizing these theoretical knowledge, Wu Hao pressed the remote control to change a page. Then we will formally introduce this smart manipulator now. Our scientific researchers kindly call it a dumb, meaning dumb. We have cooperated with the famous domestic industrial robot manufacturing company Luzai Intelligent Technology to develop the world's first intelligent home robot, HS_1. HS_1 is a 3-stage free walking robot with a total weight of 24.5 kilograms. It consists of a construction site, a robot, an AI 3D optical image lens, and a docking dock. Below the site, we installed 6 omnidirectional silent rubber wheels, which can move freely and quietly in all directions. In the chassis, In addition to installing a large capacity battery that can run for more than 10 hours, it is also equipped with complex electronic components and intelligent control systems. Above the chassis is a 3-section free robotic arm, which can rotate 270 degrees flexibly. The whole unfolds, and its height can reach 170 centimeters. When folded, it is only 60 centimeters, which is very easy to store and does not occupy space. The charging dock which we specially designed for it is the place where it usually charges and sleeps. The entire charging dock is not large, only 6.8 kilograms, and covers an area of 0.5 square meters. You can place it in any humble, unobtrusive corner of the home. When our HS_1 smart manipulator needs to charge, it will automatically sense the position of the charging dock and go back to charge autonomously. After charging is completed, it will work again. On the robotic arm, we are equipped with a flexible robotic arm. Although the entire robot has only 3 fingers, it is very flexible. Through our tests, it can achieve about 85% of the flexibility of our live fingers. As for stability, it is higher than our real fingers. It can gently pick up an egg and place it intact where you need it. You can also pick up the contents of 10 kilograms to help you do some daily heavy work. I don't say this intuitively, let me show you how flexible it is. Wuhao pressed the remote control on the big screen. This is an accurate and detailed flexibility test for the HS_1 smart robot. We let this robot embroider 2 butterflies on this white yarn handkerchief. Of course, this is not unusual, and some machines can do it. It's just that what we let it do is to pick up an embroidery needle, and then imitate the human's embroidery. This is a clip of the process of recording the embroidery we recorded with the camera. Everyone can take a look. His words fell, the lights on the stage were dim, and the HS_1 intelligent robot was embroidered on the big screen. Seeing Baiwan's handkerchief is tightly fixed on a robot arm, and this HS_1 smart robot hand gently and quickly began to embroider on this Baiwan's handkerchief. It is fast and flexible. As the video speeded up, I saw 2 very smart butterflies appearing on the white handkerchief. Poppy poppy. Everyone in the audience applauded when they saw this. The lights turned on, Wuhao returned to the stage, and smiled at the crowd and said, "Of course, this is just an experiment to test its flexibility. Don't buy it and really take it for embroidery. No matter how good the show is, it's not as good as real people's embroidery. If you like our country's embroidery culture and embroidery products, welcome to buy. We have a lot of great embroidery artists and create a lot of great works." In a different tone, he went on to say, "On the arm of this HS_1 smart robot, we have installed a set of high-sensitivity AI 3D optical image lenses. It can support our HS_1 intelligent manipulator to identify 95% of items in family life. I don't need to say much about this, but what I want to say is that we are leading the world in optical image recognition technology. This technology is also the first time we have applied it to the field of civilian equipment. Regarding the amazingness of this technology, everyone can go to our experience area and experience the evaluation for yourself." So much said. So what exactly can this HS_1 intelligent robot do? I think this is something everyone is paying close attention to. In fact, it can do a lot of things, and it can do some basic housework. For example, you can run your legs to get something, go to the refrigerator to get a beer can, help you press the remote control to change the TV channel, help you fan, or come to give you a shoulder massage, help you clean up the messy living room after the party, help you wipe some furniture glass, help you take care of home plants and water them on time, help you to throw your dirty clothes sheets into the washing machine, wash them and dry them, and then take them out to help you fold them. While Wuhao was speaking, some photos or videos of the HS_1 smart robot's work were playing on the big screen behind it. In fact, there are many more things that I can do. I won't show them one by one here. I leave it to everyone to dig. Wuhao said with a smile, "We have equipped him with a powerful learning function, so you can teach it to learn based on the actual situation in your home. But there is a point that some dangerous work or behaviors will not be done. This point, we have a special prevention mechanism set in its program. The main reason for this is that we don't want such a device that serves the home to be an evil tool for some people. This HS_1 smart robot is actually used in conjunction with our smart voice assistant and smart home terminal. You can directly command and work, or you can host it to the smart home terminal for unified management and become our smart virtual character in real time. This way www.mentalnovel.com you can not only have a face-to-face call with our virtual smart housekeeper, but also have a good handshake with it. After a burst of applause, the scene returned to calm. Wu Hao laughed at everyone, so the question is, how much are these two devices? The first is a new generation of smart home terminals. It has a stylish appearance, a powerful AI management control system, and a vivid virtual smart housekeeper. It can bring you high-quality smart home services and create a comfortable harbor for you. After considering all aspects, we finally put it at the price. Boom! A set of bright red numbers burst into the big screen. 1998 yuan. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear. Click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Obviously, some viewers on the big screen are still surprised by the number released on the big screen. After all, the price of the first and second generation products has increased too much. The price of the first generation product was only 898 yuan, and the second generation soared to the price of 1998 yuan, which was somewhat unacceptable. Looking at the reactions of the audience, Wu Hao smiled and said, yes, this price is a lot more expensive than the first generation. But you must also see that compared to the first generation, our second generation product performance improvement. It not only re-optimizes and upgrades the system to support more home appliances, but also increases the image of the virtual housekeeper. What's more important is that we have added the relevant functions of the intelligent voice assistant, so that you don't need the intelligent voice assistant, and you can talk directly to this smart home terminal. This is equivalent to when you bought this home-only terminal. You bought our smart voice assistant. The two products add up, and there are many upgrade services. The price is absolutely good value for money. Explaining something, Wu Hao then changed the PPT and said, the following is the price of this HS_1 intelligent robot. Everyone knows that this type of robot or intelligent robot is very expensive. As large as ours, there are millions of them. At least it is more than 100,000. It is very difficult to launch a product that our ordinary people can consume. This is not only due to production hardware costs, but also related R&D technology costs. So we were very entangled in this pricing. If you want to keep the cost and be profitable, then the price will be very high. So the population groups targeted will be very limited. If the price is reduced, it will certainly be welcomed by the public, but for us and our partners, the loss is definitely unacceptable. So after many discussions, we finally put this price on. Boom, 32,999 yuan. There were a few crack-filled special effects flashing on the big screen, which immediately drew cheers from the audience. There are applause and hiss, because this price is still too expensive for most ordinary consumers. For many users who understand the technology field, this price is still acceptable. As Wu Hao said, the price of such intelligent robots is very expensive, and there are also very large scientific research costs. The price of more than 30,000 can definitely be regarded as good quality and cheap. After quietly waiting for the audience to calm down, Wu Hao put on a smile and continued, I know this price may be more expensive, but you can compare and compare. This is the salary of a family nanny for less than 1 year. And you can use it for a long time, or 24 hours without gaps. In addition to charging, it can do almost no rest time, and it is more safe and reliable. This is an important part of our entire smart home ecosystem. Although we have just started, we are confident to be a global leader in this field. This is just the beginning. In the future, our Smart Home HS series smart robots will unlock more new features. Maybe it will not be impossible for you to cook for you in the future. After giving a future fantasy, WooHow immediately ended the release unit of this product. After playing a 3-minute video clip, WooHow returned to the stage to launch the last product of the conference. Through this short video, everyone should know what we are going to release next is the important protagonist of this conference, Heo H2 Intelligent Voice Assistant. Let's first talk about its appearance. The overall appearance design has inherited the advantages of the previous generation H1, and based on this optimization and upgrade, the first is in terms of volume and weight. Compared with the previous generation, this H2 Smart Voice Assistant is 30% smaller in size and 40% lighter in weight. From the previous generation of 83.2 grams, it has been reduced to 52.6 grams. The reason for this great improvement is, on the one hand, that because of the hot sales of the previous generation of products, we have obtained more resources than before, such as updating lighter materials, more cutting-edge technology, and more advanced manufacturing processes. All of these have enabled us to significantly reduce overall volume and weight, while also improving performance. The weight of the accessory earphones has been reduced from the original 9.5 grams to an astonishing 6.4 grams. Wear it on your own ears and barely feel its weight. In the previous generation, we put 3 high-sensitivity professional-grade miniature microphones at the tip of the tail. This time we have increased to 4 on this basis, and on the fuselage, we have also added a noise reduction microphone. The purpose of this is to make it better isolate the surrounding noise, and let you hear more clearly at a low volume, and reduce the damage to ear hearing caused by long-term wearing. Not only that, we also added the latest noise reduction technology to the call. Even in noisy bazaars and wind noise environments, you can easily and clearly capture your voice and perform noise reduction processing. In addition, we have retained that LED smart breathing light at the rear. This breathing lamp not only has the same functions as the previous generation products, but we also made relevant innovative designs to adapt to its use requirements in different environments. After drinking saliva, WooHow continued, like the previous generation, we have designed a very rich body color for this generation of H2. In addition to the cool black, ivory white, pearl silver, flame red, coral orange, glacier of the previous generation, in addition to the beautiful colors of blue, grass green, banana yellow, and lavender, we also added the Dream Jellyfish released last fall, as well as the new composite body colors such as Streamer Silver Light and Hot Rouse. In order to allow each user to choose a color that he likes, which fully reflects his personality. On this basis, we are the same as the previous generation products. Uukanzu www.uukanzu.com also launched a lighter aluminum magnesium alloy and a lighter carbon fiber body. Everyone can choose freely by their own preferences and needs. And this time the production process of the product has also been greatly improved, not only improving the product's fineness, but also improving the overall wearing comfort. Regardless of our reduction in size and weight, the internal hardware stack and overall performance have been greatly improved. We are equipped with a 120 mAh lithium-ion battery inside the device this time, although the heat has increased slightly compared to the previous generation. However, the battery life has been greatly improved, thanks to our outstanding performance in energy consumption control. P.S. There are some flaws in the volume design of the charging dock of HS_1, from 0.5 square meters to 0.3 square meters. Thank you for reminding me. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The previous 14-hour battery life is obviously not enough for many heavy users. So this time, we directly increased the overall battery life to 18 hours, which is enough for most users to cope with one day of heavy use. In fact, we feel that 18 hours have become the limit of human work, and users must take a rest immediately. Otherwise, staying up too late will cause unavoidable damage to your body, especially for many older users. This performance is more obvious. In addition, in such a small body, we are equipped with a powerful microprocessing chip and integrate important components. In addition to the previous generation of Beidou navigation systems, barometers, light sensors, 6-axis inertial sensors and more. We also replaced the new generation of PPG heart rate sensor, infrared wear monitoring sensor, SPO2 sensor of blood oxygen saturation. In terms of health functions, it is not worse than our smart bracelet. After saying these, Wu Hao swept the crowd, and then said with a smile, "Of course, these are basic functions, and there is not much improvement compared to the previous generation. For us, these improvements are not enough to make it put it on the spring new product launch, and serve as our flagship product. And many people are actually worried. That is, the smart home terminal that integrates the function of the intelligent voice assistant is coming out. Then this intelligent voice assistant is still useless, and the importance is greatly reduced. I want to tell everyone here that there is no need to worry about this, because our H2 intelligent voice assistant has improved overall performance compared to the previous generation. We have also added a brand new feature, which will truly change the world." After throwing a fierce news, Wu Hao laughed. Everyone may ask why this press conference has to be broadcasted simultaneously across multiple venues around the world. I speak Chinese, but other branch venues and overseas audiences who watch our live broadcast cannot understand. So is this necessary, or is it just for gimmicks? Below, let's cut the picture to 4 branch venues overseas. Along with Wu Hao's words, a 4-grid picture was displayed on the big screen behind it, which was the auditorium picture of the 4 branch venues. First of all, the audience of Laogo. "Hello everyone." Wu Hao greeted the camera in Chinese. Wow! I saw how long his words had been gone, and the audience in the picture at the Laogo branch were waving their arms and cheering at the camera. Because there is some delay in the distant call, the time interval is a bit long. Wu Hao greeted the screen again and said, "The audience is from the infant country and the Indian drug dealer. Hello everyone, welcome to join and watch this release. Yes, on behalf of all employees of Haolt Technology, I send my sincere regards to you and your family." Oh, after 7 or 8 seconds, I saw the audience in the pictures of the 2 countries' venues rising and cheering. Finally, our audience in Laos is welcome to watch this conference. Thank you for coming. Wu Hao greeted with a smile. Similarly, the audience at the Laogo branch also burst into warm applause and cheers. After greeting, Wu Hao said with a smile, "Everyone will be curious as to why we will set up the venue in these 4 countries, and we will also interact with them in real time. What I want to tell you is that they are not messing around, they really understand what I'm talking about." In fact, at the beginning of this press conference, we performed simultaneous interpretation and live broadcast in these 4 countries and on the internet with infant badgers and Indian babies. And the simultaneous translation of these 4 languages is not the responsibility of real people, but the simultaneous interpretation by our intelligent voice assistant. That's right, this is the new technology we are about to release, or intelligent simultaneous interpretation technology that has already been released. Wow! This time, it's not just the audience, there are also bursts of cheering and applause in the 4 branch venues on the big screen. Early when we wanted to be an international market, we encountered the most difficult problem for us, which is language. Compared to text, speech in various languages is more complicated and cumbersome, and we are intelligent voice assistants. If you entered the international market, you must solve this problem. But for us, this aspect involves not only related technologies, but also related language and cultural and academic issues. Our own strength is definitely not enough. So we chose to cooperate with Xunian Technology, a well-known international research and development company dedicated to translation equipment. Based on this, well-known linguists from various languages are invited to conduct collaborative discussions. In the end, we developed intelligent simultaneous interpretation technology based on this. Speaking of this, Wu Hao raised another question. So what is the difference or advantage of this intelligent simultaneous interpretation technology compared with the translation software and translators currently on the market? After changing Zhang PPT, he laughed. First of all, we have real-time simultaneous interpretation, which means that while you are speaking, our intelligent voice assistant is already translating. When the same person speaks, the relevant translation content will be transmitted to your ears in real time. You no longer need to hold a translator or mobile phone to say one sentence and translate one sentence, which is very troublesome and not necessarily accurate. So how to use it? Let's show it to you through a short scene. As Wu Hao pressed the remote control, a video was played on the big screen. In the video, two young men and women with different skin colors from different countries met in a foreign country. Both parties wanted to know each other, but because of the language barrier, they were unable to express themselves. Wu Hao smiled and introduced, "This is a situation that many of us often encounter when traveling www.mentalnovel.com. Sometimes you are eager to know each other, but suffer from language difficulties. At this time, you only need to wear H2 Smart Voice Assistant on both sides. You just need to smile and say hello to each other and say hello apostrophe. Then the Smart Voice Assistant worn by two people can capture both sides and establish a temporary translation channel. The intelligent voice assistants matched by the two parties can translate the speech content of both parties in real time, so as to achieve timely and accurate content exchange. When you feel that the other party is good, you can pull him into your address book and make notes. In other words, this is just a temporary call between you and a stranger. After the call ends, the system will automatically clear the relevant translation records without leaving any traces. It is impossible for the other party to contact you unless you meet again and establish a relevant connection, or know the user account of the other party and add it through normal channels. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. What I want to say is that unless a friend relationship is added, the temporary channel established is only for translation data transmission processing, and has no other transmission purpose. So you don't need to worry about your smart voice assistant being maliciously connected and attacked in public places. All connections require the user's authorization. If the scene you are using is confusing, a hello greeting alone is no longer sufficient for related connection needs. You can set relevant authentication information after the greeting hello, such as hello, I am Wu Hao, or hello, 9527 inches, such as a self-introduction method or password to strengthen the authentication method. Of course, you can also set the corresponding permissions. The system will help you shield some harassing connections. When other devices want to connect with your smart voice assistant, it will also ask you if you want to authorize the connection. When introducing the related connection translation methods, he took into account that viewers would have such doubts and concerns. After all, for today's society, personal information security and privacy have become the issues that everyone is most concerned about, especially in overseas Europe and the United States. In particular, this voice device and our country's products have long been prejudiced or maliciously slandered in Europe and the United States. So Wu Hao, if they want consumers in these regions to accept their products, they must show enough sincerity in this regard. From the current performance, it is still quite good. Today, with the globalization of technological development, our entire world has become even closer under the connection of the internet and convenient transportation. Such a close connection can not only strengthen the exchanges between nationalities in various countries, but also promote the economic development of various countries and regions. More importantly, this close connection can promote mutual understanding, resolve misunderstandings, dilute conflicts, and promote peace. But for a long time, the language barrier has become the biggest obstacle for everyone to communicate. Although various translation equipment software technologies have also emerged, none have broken this invisible wall. This time, the emergence of our intelligent simultaneous interpretation technology is to break the wall and allow people in all regions and countries to communicate seamlessly through our devices. In the future, you don't have to worry about language inconvenience in tourist offices in countries in unfamiliar areas, and you don't have to worry about missing a lot of people and things because of the language incompatibility. Of course, this is just a tool, a bridge. It is your own heart that really makes the choice. Are you eager to communicate with people in other parts of the world? Can you respect and accept their cultural traditions? And are you willing to have friends in such different regions and different countries? It all depends on you, whether you have a broad mind to embrace the whole world. Pop-a-pap. Not only these people who did the press conference, but also the guests in the 4 conference rooms on the big screen also applauded and cheered. Waiting for applause to fall behind, Wu Hao sorted out his thoughts and continued. Everyone knows that language translation is an important research topic until now. How to accurately translate the language of the other country, including the meaning of the language. Translators are required to fully understand the language and culture of both countries. Only in this way, the translated language is accurate, appropriate and beautiful. Why separate accuracy and properness here? Because for many languages, accurate translation does not necessarily mean that it is appropriate. Because of different cultures, many words and phrases need to be changed according to the scene. This is what we often mean by polysemy, or polysemy. Moreover, even in a single language area, the pronunciation of the people's language is different in each area, and even the accent of each person is different. Needless to say, some words have different meanings in each place. How to correctly express the meaning of these words is also a headache for many translators. This time we added a huge vocabulary to the intelligent simultaneous interpretation system. Basically, we put the most authoritative vocabulary in the 3 languages of infants. We also sent professional teams to collect specimens in various regions, communicate with local linguists, and collect relevant local words and accents. These accents are then collected together to extract relevant information data. This also makes our speech translation very inclusive, which cannot be done by human scholars. Finally, on this basis, we also added AI algorithms. It makes it possible to translate the user's language more humane, and even imitate the user's tone and tone. For example, joy, anger, sorrow, pain, loss. These tones can be recognized and expressed by our intelligent simultaneous interpretation system. It's amazing to be able to express the emotions contained in language. But that's not all. Looking at the audience, Wu Hao paused for a while and then said, to do this, we must do our best, so that everyone else can never reach out. So we also added speech matching translation technology to this intelligent simultaneous interpretation system. Using this technology, the system can match similar speech translations based on the language of the translation object. For example, if the object is a woman, then the voice of our intelligent simultaneous interpretation system is a woman. It is a man who turns into a man. It is the voice of the elderly and children, which translates into the voice of the elderly and children. Even we will make relevant adjustments based on the tone of the translation object, such as soft, rough, deep, trip, pleasant and so on. Speaking of this, Wu Hao smiled. So when testing this technology, some technicians in our laboratory were wide open. Actually, I thought of a perfect test method. That is, take him to see the rice drama or the English drama is long. Perhaps the content of this test is too interesting, so many people soon applied to volunteer to participate in this test content. In the end I had to suspend the test because of too many applicants. Ha 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 ha. The crowd here laughed. followed by bursts of applause and warm applause. I'm going, this technology newbie. Hurry up, for sale www.mentalnovel.com. I want to buy. It's fragrant. It's too fragrant. I suddenly noticed that my H1 was a bit ugly and was ready to get a new one. I thought about buying H1 before, but fortunately I didn't buy it. Hee. This time let me wait. It's great. I won't have to stare at the subtitles after watching the film. Speaking of wearing this H2, I don't know if I can realistically translate the humming and fighting sounds in action movies. I'm going, genius upstairs. No, it's a master. This is a real master. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads.